Everybody might have a lot of crazy and even unpardonable thoughts on a daily basis. However, most people could tell the difference between illusion and reality. Fantasy was not a crime. Many people might have imagined themselves robbing a bank or kidnapping a beautiful girl, but it did not mean that they were criminals. Professor Mo Xian mentioned earlier that it might take millions of years before his vision became reality, and that upgrading the civilization of mankind too early, when the conditions were immature, would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, which would only bring disaster. From what Li Yao had seen just now, he was not lying at that time. It was the last reflection of the self-control of Professor Mo Xian of the past. Besides, a scholar could never launch a rebellion even if he prepared for 3 years. For a technician like Professor Mo Xian, even if he was insane enough to call for a giant leap, hoping to achieve the comprehensive virtualization of mankind within 100 years ago, he could not have accomplished that goal. Everybody had their specialty. Asking such a simple magical equipment specialist to concoct such a great scheme was no different from asking a chef to sew clothes. However, Mo Xian 2.0 was different. In the disaster that caused the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, Professor Mo Xian had maintained his firm belief and his insane vision, but lost the self-control to restrain the ideas. His gentle, mild personality vanished, replaced by Su Changfa and the Star Child's thinking pattern, the classic character of immortal cultivators that was cruel, ruthless, and pig-headed. Su Changfa was a sociologist of the Imperium of true human beings. He had studied the social stratification and the operation of the Imperium. He was both one of the initial producers of the game Civilization and an experienced brainwashing expert. There was no need to mention the Star Child, who was an out-and-out schemer. The Grand Illusionary Soldier Plan was his lifelong effort. Xiao Xuanzi, the old supervillain of the Flying Star sector, had merely been a puppet that he pushed to the front of the stage. Professor Mo Xian's idea of overall virtualization of mankind and computational ability that was as vast as the ocean, Su Changfa's brainwashing ability and understanding in sociology, the Star Child's scheming and planning abilities, and the Extraterrestrial Devil's ability to hack the spiritual nexus that had been sealed for 10,000 years but was finally unlocked. All that combined, the nightmare-like existence, Mo Xian 2.0, was created. The silver ball trembled for a while, melting and reshaping again into the appearance of Professor Mo Xian. He put on the sunniest smile, yet there was the vague shadow of Su Changfa in it. Don't be so nervous. I began my story from 10,000 years ago. The narrative must have made you feel that everything was part of the Extraterrestrial Devil's plan, but things are not necessarily so from a different perspective. You can totally consider everything as a fortuitous incident. I encountered a serious accident during an experiment in the virtual spirit sector. By accident, I was able to swallow Su Changfa's personality, Xiao Tianbao's sophistication, and the Extraterrestrial Devil's techniques, and survived. Nothing more. A patient who accepted an organ donation and lived with somebody else's heart is still themselves. It is exactly the same for me. A minor change in personality is not a big deal. Many people have a great shift of personality after a serious accident, but it doesn't mean that they become somebody else. Yes, some memories, ideas, and other messy stuff have been inserted into my head, but that is just a side effect of a fortuitous incident. A lot of people share similar experiences. In the world of cultivators, there's also the secret technique of spiritual seed transmission, through which the experts of the older generation can pour their battle memories into young people. Isn't it the same logic? You must have experienced similar fortuitous incidents before, mustn't you? Then, why are you staring at me in such a way as if I am an unreasonable monster? I am still Mo Xian. He suddenly opened his arms. His silver face seemed like a broken mirror that reflected the hideous expression that belonged to the Star Child. He bellowed, a stronger, firmer, and more perfect Mo Xian. After the update was completed, I examined my old self, only to discover that I was so indecisive, hesitant, and hopeless back then. I had found the ultimate solution to save mankind, but I refused to put it into practice because of all the ridiculous concerns. fantasizing that a perfect new world would just arrive automatically in millions of years' time. So absurd, so weak, so foul. Millions of years is too long. We must seize every second. I cannot watch my compatriots being tortured and killed in ceaseless wars while doing nothing. Not even for 1 second. Even if the odds of success are 1 in 10,000. I will give my everything, sweep everything in my way, and struggle to the end of my path despite all the obstacles. I didn't know that even luck was on my side. You have been delivered to me. It seems that my path is the correct one. Virtual life is the ultimate form of evolution for mankind. Come on, wake up now. Join my side, and let's build the era of Mankind 2.0 together. Such a mad invitation naturally could not move anyone. Li Yao spat on the ground and sniffed. Whether you are Mo Xian, Su Changfa, or the Star Child, you aren't so crazy as to think that you can persuade me with some illogical trash talk at such a crucial moment, are you? The broken silver face put on a scornful smile. I'm sorry, but you are flattering yourself, Li Yao. I never intended to persuade you. In fact, I don't even want to waste any drop of saliva on you. What I'm trying to convince is I have told you everything frankly, including my origins for it. Li Yao's pupils constricted abruptly. His blood-red, left eyes even seemed to be on fire. Exactly. Professor Mo Xian smiled. I know you are there. You couldn't have been obliterated so easily. This is the best opportunity ever. Are you still not showing up? My own kind? What? Li Yao's eyeballs, one red and the other black, were completely frozen. He took a few steps back rigidly. Then his left arm suddenly heaved, as if it had gone out of control. It could clearly be seen that deep, bloody stripes had interweaved and enveloped the arm. Those bloody stripes had invaded Li Yao's heart and skull at some point, and then pierced out of the skin as eccentric thorns. Ark! Li Yao cried miserably and fell to one of his knees because of the pain. What kind of force is this? It's tearing apart my soul. Half of his body was seawater, while the other half was fire. The right side of the body seemed unusual, but tiny blood stripes were crawling out of every pore on the left side of the body. Those blood stripes were spreading upward and interconnecting like vines, constituting the fuzzy, bloody shape of a human. The left side of the body continued absorbing strength from the right side of the body, becoming stronger, darker, and clearer. It gradually revealed its facial features, which were identical to Li Yao's, except that they were more evil, cunning, and full of wariness. The right side of the body, which was gradually drained, withered at a visible rate. The skin was falling apart, and all the color had gone. At first glance, a blood-red person had crawled out of Li Yao's body and become a certain human-shaped tumor that lived on him. Some sort of weird stand-in. Looking at the half-smiling blood-red face that was filled with cruelty, Li Yao seemed to have completely lost his mind. He screamed, "It's you! It's actually you! You are not dead yet? It's impossible! I clearly killed you. You were completely dead." Before the bloody shadow could say anything, Professor Mo Xian had already burst into laughter. The devil rises from within. How can a devil be completely killed when your heart is still alive? You thought too poorly of the extraterrestrial devils, Li Yao. Exactly. The bloody shadow smiled. It spoke in Li Yao's voice, but with a much more elegant, soft, and eccentric tone that was full of chilling intoxication. I lived for 5,000 years on Iron Plateau. Before that, I hibernated in the dark universe for millions of years. Even the most violent natural disasters in the universe failed to wipe me out. How could you have killed me entirely with your petty tricks at the beginning? You didn't see this coming, did you? What a foolish, idiotic, overage high school student who thinks that he is righteous and hot-blooded only to be smacked in the face brutally at every crucial moment. Li Yao's nostrils expanded because of fury. He gnashed his teeth. Hey! Professor Mo Xian observed the bloody shadow with great amazement. What a perfect soul structure, with the waveform of the ancient energy life millions of years ago and the familiar scent from 5,000 years ago. I knew that you were certainly not dead, my friend. How should I address you? Master of Blood Stripes, or? You may call me the mental devil. I have absorbed quite a lot of good stuff from this idiot soul, and I am not anything like the original blood-striped virus. Or to quote your theory, I have updated myself, too. The mental devil glanced at Professor Mo Xian casually. The smile on its face was still evil and vigilant. However, I don't think we are any sort of friends, are we? As carbon-based life forms, wolves feed on lambs, tigers kill wolves, and lions butcher tigers, too. As energy life forms, it is only natural for us to swallow each other. It is even the main means of evolution. 5,000 years ago, we lived in peace with each other. But right now, we seem to have been involved in the same turbulence. So, what do you want exactly by forcing me to show up through all your trouble? Cooperation. Professor Mo Xian opened his arms and earnestly replied, I told you everything candidly in order to show my sincerity. Regardless of whether you consider yourself to be a human, the blood-striped virus, or anything else, there will be great benefits and absolutely no harm if we cooperate with each other. Cut the CR*P. The mental devil snorted. Even if we are both energy life forms or extraterrestrial devils, you're an IT guy while my main focus is biotechnology. How can we cooperate with each other when there is such a vast difference between our trades? How do I know that you are seeking cooperation sincerely instead of looking for an opportunity to swallow me under the pretense of cooperation? Chapter 1777 Internet of Brains. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao struggled to wave his arms and shouted, You whatever scheme you may have, I will not let things go your way. Shut up. The mental devil grinned hideously. This is a serious business meeting between extraterrestrial devils. Are you even qualified to interject? Just be a good boy. Wash your neck and wait to be killed, idiot. Together with the laughter, more and more blood-red thorns grew out of Li Yao's body, tying up the right half of his body and forcing him to bellow in excruciating pain. He had fallen to one knee, trembling harder and harder. It doesn't matter if I have to tell you the truth now. Yes, I've been lurking inside the body of this idiot the whole time, partly because I was waiting for the best opportunity to devour his soul when the odds of success were highest and the cost was lowest. Rounds of blood stripes blossomed around the mental devil, which waved like dancing snakes, making it even more hideous. It proudly declared, but on the other hand, this idiot was lucky enough to rise into a high position in the Star Glory Federation. My days were quite comfortable. The blood-striped virus is different from the new extraterrestrial devils that consider cyberspace as a carrier such as you. We reside in the bodies of intelligent creatures and feed on their strong emotions, especially the negative ones in wars. The Star Glory Federation is going to march to the center of the cosmos. Too many great battles will break out. It doesn't matter whether or not I can devour the soul of this idiot, because I can get everything I want under the identity of Li Yao. Therefore, why should I, an ancient extraterrestrial devil from a traditional field, work with you, a weird, unorthodox cyber-extraterrestrial devil? However hard you brag about your plan of cyberization of mankind, it is nothing but a bubble. Cyberspace is the future of mankind. It is most certainly not a bubble. Perhaps because it was really Professor Mo Xian, or maybe because the extraterrestrial devils had their beliefs, too. Professor Mo Xian suddenly raised his voice when the mental devil criticized the spiritual nexus as bubble. He shouted desperately, We are about to usher in a new era of the Internet of Things. Nothing can stop the trend. Oh! The mental devil chuckled and narrowed its eyes. Then, what can an old devil like myself, whose host is still a fleshly body, do in the era of the Internet of Things? Listen to me. Professor Mo Xian gradually calmed down, with passionate and earnest brilliance beaming out of his silver eyes. I have really never lied to you. I have been searching for you all the time. The king of the blood-striped virus of the highest level. I believe in the eventual cyberization of mankind, but your concerns are valid too. In order to prevent more innocent victims from being killed, and to make the new world of absolute peace to come sooner, it is true that I may have rushed into certain things. Right now, we haven't prepared the most advanced super crystal processors for mankind as the containers of their souls. You may have seen the supercrystal processors at the bottom of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital that were 3D printed with biomimetics on a molecular level. They can simulate 99.99% of a human brain, but not only are they extremely costly, there is also a slight difference between them and real brains, which may lead to all kinds of side effects. Even if our plan works out, a fleshly body will still be the necessary shell for the spiriters for a long time in the future. At the very least, a brain is definitely needed. Therefore, I've been studying ways to build up the brain of humans so that they can be better adapted to constant life in the spiriters realm. You also know that the human brains are too fragile right now and not fit to live inside cyberspace for long. The higher the simulation rate and the slower the virtual time, the heavier the burden for the human brains will be. They need to quit after every couple of hours to cool down their brains before they re-enter. That's all because the human brain is too primitive. It was designed for collection and hunting in the barbaric world in the first place. Only 100,000 years of evolution is far from enough to drive it into the new era of the Internet of Things. Besides, there is still the problem of reproduction. It's true that we haven't figured out a way for spiriters to have offspring in the spiriters realm. Real offspring. So, in reality, the brain and the reproductive organs cannot be abandoned, but have to be strengthened. However, my research hit the bottleneck. As you have pointed out, I am merely a specialist in the spiritual nexus who is not good at biological and genetic technology. Besides, the construction and maintenance of the spiriters realm alone already consumed most of my energy. Did I really have the time and vitality to explore a second field of studies? So, the mental devil said coldly, "You thought of me?" "Exactly," Professor Mo Xian exclaimed. 5,000 years ago, when your ancestors arrived on Iron Plateau, we were already neighbors. Although we never had the opportunity to meet, we did know about each other's existence in a certain mysterious way. Liao informed me of his experience on Iron Plateau later. Besides, the Glorious Sunlight Group came across certain uncanny creatures that were believed to have been infected by the blood-striped virus when the dark continent of Iron Plateau was developed on a large scale. Such creatures were studied and determined to be ancient living creatures between bacterium and virus that boasted the function of activating the genes and building up the body. When I realized that the brain and the reproductive organ cannot be abandoned, naturally, the first thing that came to mind was you. I plan to develop brand new brains that are oriented to the era of the spiritual nexus with the help of the blood-striped virus. That thing between bacterium and virus was not the real blood-striped virus, the mental devil explained. It was an ancient, primitive life from billions of years ago and the first-generation carriers of the blood-striped virus. Or to quote your theory, it was just a shell. You may consider them to be escape capsules that are prepared for long-distance journeys in the universe. Professor Mo Xian was even more convinced after hearing the explanation. It makes a lot of sense. I should have figured it out earlier. Although those things were capable of infecting and building up living creatures, they did not appear to be half as strong and intelligent as the blood-striped virus that was attached to Yin Shibei in the past. It seems that most members of the blood-striped virus are still low-level, primitive life, just like how most of the extraterrestrial devils wandering between the three-dimensional and the four-dimensional universes are nothing more than humble, underdeveloped energy worms. The high-level extraterrestrial devils that have melded with intelligent life perfectly are few after all. The mental devil sniffed. "You're going off topic. How do you expect me to cooperate with you? I want you to modify human brains to make them more powerful and better separated with the soul." Professor Mo Xian replied. "You have the naturally endowed techniques of the blood-striped virus, and you stayed in the blood demon sector that was best known for their biotechnology for a long time. After we seize the supreme power of the Star Glory Federation, tremendous resources and the most distinguished talents will be supplied to you. I think that it shouldn't be a problem to complete the project within 100 years, right? By then, the brains of all human beings will be connected to each other through cables or biochemical nerves, allowing them to spend a long time on the spiritual nexus. It will be not just the Internet of Things, but the Internet of Brains. As for the rest of the body parts, to conserve the precious resources as much as possible, all of them can be abandoned except for the reproductive organs. I will need your help in that regard, too. Look, The demands that I proposed are all long-term ones. They are evident enough that I'm not just improvising a trap to fool you, but hoping to cooperate with you sincerely. The mental devil tilted its head and thought for a moment. Then it remarked, "Wait a moment. Let me conclude your demands. You are hoping that I can develop human beings into the following form. They boast a gigantic head, with a capacity 5 to 7 times larger than right now, so that there will be enough room for cooling and to buffer the blast of overwhelming information for a long time. Their heads may also have certain natural interfaces where multiple types of biochemical nerves and crystal cabins can be plugged. But their limbs and internal organs can be restricted to the minimal size or even be removed once and for all. All they need is a system of rather powerful reproductive organs that allow them to produce normal seeds for their offspring to be born. That's what you want, right? Or to put it in a more vulgar way, the new human being in your mind will be a head with a dick hanging below, correct?" "Not correct," Professor Emo Xian said gravely. "The new human being does not need external genitalia. After all, artificial insemination technology nowadays is quite mature. Sex can be conducted in the spiriter's realm. In the material world, the only thing that is needed will be tiny internal genitalia. This is the most energy-conserving and optimal form. Do you have any questions?" The mental devil frowned. "My question is, what can I gain from all this?" "Of course, there will be tremendous benefits," Professor Emotion said. "The evolution of the new human beings cannot be completed without the help of the blood-stripe virus. By then, the blood-stripe virus will live inside the super brains of all new human beings and absorb intense emotional fluctuation without doing anything. Isn't this your greatest dream? Professor Emo Xian thought that the mental devil was really tempted. He was overjoyed. "How about it? There's no need for me to deceive you at all. By then, I will only need the world in cyberspace, and the bodies of the hundreds of billions of people in the entire Federation will be the most prosperous home for the bloodstripe virus. No, not just hundreds of billions. As long as the two of us join our hands, it is definitely possible to accomplish what the Mad Armageddon started 10,000 years ago and sweep across the entire universe." The mental devil sniffed, giving neither approval nor disapproval. "Blood God, the Mad Armageddon. You are truly cocky enough to compare us to him. Getting to the bottom of it, the two of us are merely two bumpkin extraterrestrial devils at the edge of the cosmos. There's no other way now. We have no retreat," Professor Emo Xian replied, half calmly and half insanely. "The Panga civilization is about to be reborn. The alliance of the Holy Covenant is the best evidence. We also saw a living member of the Panga clan personally on Kunlun. The Panga clan cut their emotions with secret techniques, transforming themselves and all their vassal species into cold, heartless machines, for the sole purpose of destroying the soil in which chaos, or the extraterrestrial devils, thrived. Chaos, the extraterrestrial devils, and the ancient blood-striped virus were the same in the eyes of the Panga civilization. They were all evil energy lives. The sole significance of the Panga civilization seemed to be annihilating energy civilizations. Now, the existence of the Star Glory Federation is no longer a secret, since the Imperium of true human beings is capable enough of discovering this place and launching an expedition army. One day, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant will discover us and send an expedition army, too, with the will of Pangu. The Panga civilization is cold and merciless. Do you think that they will let us go? By then, in a relatively better case, everybody will be brainwashed, their feelings and emotions gone. Kindness or evil, beauty or ugliness, all the emotions will be washed. After that, all individuals will be resealed with the 3 fundamental laws and turned into the walking dead and the most perfect tools. In the worst case, the entire habitable planet will be demolished and burnt into a translucent glass ball with overwhelming fire that is beyond the imagination of any human being. Not just human beings, even bacteria and viruses, which you considered carriers in the past, will not survive. It is definitely going to happen. For the Imperium of true human beings, this place is a conquerable territory, a land of high wealth and value. At the very least, the civilians here are slaves that can be exploited. So, the Imperium of true human beings has come to swallow this place. They won't completely destroy all the habitable planets or kill everyone here. But for the alliance of the Holy Covenant and the Pengu civilization behind it, the edge of the cosmos, savaged by the extraterrestrial devils, is a highly infected area of plagues. They will not come here to conquer the place, but to purge it. Do you see it now? The extraterrestrial devils and human beings should be good friends fighting by each other's side. Or rather, they should be in a deeply integrated symbiotic relationship. Whether you consider yourself an extraterrestrial devil or a human being, this is no time for an inner struggle. Let's build a powerful human 2.0 civilization to bring out the maximal power of the grand unified spiritual nexus. That's the only chance for us to resist the purge of the Pengu civilization. We may even be able to march to the center of the cosmos before we are attacked and exterminate the reborn Pengu civilization while it is still in its cradle. The mental devil and Li Yao both widened their eyes. Professor Emo Xian was not just shouting desperately. He was also persuading them heartily. The mental devil thought for a long time, and then mumbled, "Then, I'm more confused now. Was the ideology of absolute peace you mentioned just now merely an excuse? Most of the extraterrestrial devils feed on the intense emotional fluctuations of living creatures. If all the worlds you build up in the virtual world are as peaceful and eventless as Peach Blossom Paradise, there won't be too much intense emotion at all. Also, you know that the Pengu civilization is gradually reviving. They have even found a strong spokesperson named the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. After they finish the Imperium of true human beings, they will certainly come here and purge the Star Glory Federation. Still, you're planning to build virtual words of absolute peace? Won't it destroy everybody's fighting will and get them killed in the end? Professor Emo Xian was silent for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. In his laughter, the whole world was shaking violently again. The sky and the earth collapsed. The furiously burning village turned into red, dancing butterflies before they became shiny crimson crystal balls far, far away. Now, Li Yao, the mental devil, and Professor Emo Xian were in the middle of space. Glittering stars were all around them. Upon closer inspection, every star was a crystal ball in a different color that contained all the things in the tiniest details. They were all splendid and wonderful small worlds. Hundreds of crystal worlds were emanating eccentric brightness in the deep, profound universe. An extremely thin wire extended from every world and was connected to Professor Emo Xian's body. Clusters of brightness as tiny as millet were transmitted into Professor Emo Xian's body from the crystal worlds through the wires, as if they were providing powerful energy for him incessantly. The mental devil looked around and observed, "This is welcome to the deepest part of the Spiriters realm. If it weren't for the fact that you are my own kind, I never would have opened this place to you." Professor Montag Xuan smiled. The 1,000 wires that were connected to him shivered quickly and pulled a few crystal balls over. Behind him, the crystal balls were enlarged non-stop, and bloody scenes of war were clearly visible. Together, they constituted a cruel, ruthless world of killing. Your question does have a point. The challenges that Li Yao proposed just now were quite reasonable, too, Professor Emo Xian said. If everybody lives in a peaceful, quiet paradise after they enter the Spiriters' realm, and they can get anything they want without any trouble, wouldn't the spirits and will of mankind be utterly deformed and destroyed? Where will the civilization of mankind go? How can it defend itself when faced with the Pengu civilization or other alien species? Even someone like Li Yao was able to think of the simple question, how could it have escaped my attention? Li Yao grunted while he was struggling in pain. Hey, Professor, what do you mean by someone like Li Yao? You extraterrestrial devils are too mean. Professor Emo Xian finally glanced at him and smiled. Li Yao, don't worry. I've got everything planned out for the civilization of mankind. Distress is the source of progress, and contentment is the beginning of decadence. The Spiriters' realm is certainly much more than meaningless entertainment. In the Spiriters realm, there are both peaceful, quiet, carefree places such as Peach Blossom Village and places where resolution and courage will be honed. There are also places where you can study all kinds of latest technology and explore the external world. Do you see those worlds of killing? They are as perfectly real as Peach Blossom Village, and even more real than reality. After the souls of ordinary people enter them and receive the battle training of the highest intensity, they can also grow into great warriors to defend the civilization of mankind one day. By then, their souls will be projected to advanced battle shells like what we did in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Together with the help of the tremendous battle artificial intelligences, they will be the great army for us to resist the Pangu civilization and march into the Sea of Stars. As Professor M.O. Xuan introduced his plan, the pictures of battlefields in the crystal worlds were enlarged one after another. It could be clearly seen that countless people were fighting one another among mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, on the land, in space, and at the bottom of the sea, with blades, with guns, and with starships. Assault, annihilation, and massacre. It was happening everywhere. Those who were trapped in the battlefields all had twisted faces and bloodshot eyes. They were vomiting foam like rabid dogs, not having the slightest idea that they were in a virtual world. There was no telling how many of them were the deviant spirits digitally simulated and how many were the actual souls of humans. Even the mental devil felt creeped out watching it. It could not help but observe. You have constructed so many virtual worlds. Professor Montak Xuan smilet casually. I have the best team of virtual world architects. Thinking quickly, Li Yao roared. It was Wei Qingqing and all the other culture-type cultivators who helped you build them. You even corrupted Wei Qingqing. No, I didn't. Such trouble was highly unnecessary, Professor M.O. Xuan admitted frankly. It's true that Wei Qingqing and the rest of them helped me construct the prototypes of a lot of worlds, but they didn't know the first thing about the truth and were under the illusion that what they constructed were test worlds, which would be preserved for the brand new civilizations in billions of years to come to make sure that they are similar to us. Some other fundamental data is from the game Civilization. You know that Civilization has hundreds of different war DLCs. Tremendous data on wars and killing have been accumulated in the past 100 years. With the data as the foundation, it is very easy to build the most perfect worlds of slaughter. After we seize control of the Star Glory Federation, human beings will be infinitely expanded on the spiritual nexus. An individual will be able to enjoy the peace and tranquility in Peach Blossom Paradise today. Discuss with the most talented geniuses in a super metropolis that have a population of 10 billion tomorrow, and enter the gory battlefield the day after tomorrow to hone their courage, valor, and killing skills with repetitive deaths. After the killing missions are accomplished, the negative emotions caused by the memory will be sealed, allowing them to return to their normal life without any hindrance. Should the enemy really invade us, or if we are establishing an expedition army toward the center of the cosmos, we will turn on the enormous war database and activate everyone's battle memories, emotions, and skill sets. Billions of civilians will be transformed into elite warriors, together with the army of deviant spirits who are tens, if not hundreds of times larger in number, who will ever be matched for us in the entire universe. As for the parts in you and me that originate from the extraterrestrial devils, we can extract the intense emotional fluctuations from the warring worlds as a stable source of food. Isn't this the most perfect symbiotic relationship? Chapter 1779, 2 Extraterrestrial Devils Joining Hands. Some of the human beings who were deeply trapped in the virtual worlds without them knowing were studying esoteric projects in the Ivory Tower. Some were enjoying themselves in holiday paradises like Peach Blossom Village. Some were fighting all kinds of bizarre-shaped enemies on harsh alien planets. They calculated with all their wisdom. They dedicated themselves to love. They cried, screamed, and grinned to kill and be killed. They laughed. They wept. They were disturbed. They were happy. They were painful. They were crazy. They were tranquil. The infinite wisdom and emotional fluctuations emitted from them were flashing in replacement of one another like 10,000 different colors. The energy source that was vital for the survival of the extraterrestrial devils was entirely absorbed by Professor Xuan and supported him to build an even greater Spiriters realm and devour the souls of even more people. Countless people's delight, fury, sorrow, and joy, or rather, their entire lives, was glowing on the surface and in the depths of the silver sphere. The laughter, cries, and screams of hundreds of thousands of people interweaved into the most horrendous, evil sound that Li Yao had ever heard. The sound made him both dizzy and outraged. Li Yao struggled to extend half of his body out of the bloody thorns. Then he crazily roared, "I thought that you had merely created some Spiriters realms similar to Peach Blossom Village, and you truly meant to bring peace and tranquility to all human beings. I didn't know that you had also created so many cruel worlds of killing and intentionally sent so many people into them, manufacturing terror, pain, sorrow, and madness. You don't have the slightest respect for human beings and their most precious emotions and free will. Do the human beings who exist in such a way still count as human beings? They're just cattle that are caged in virtual worlds by you. They are energy factories that are designed to supply emotions. You have tarnished the most wonderful and profound emotions in the world. You have stomped on the free will that makes a human, yet you are shameless enough to claim that you are Professor Xuan. Everything you do is exactly the opposite of what Professor Xuan had in mind at the beginning. You are just a monster who has occupied the memories of Professor Xuan. How peculiar." Professor Xuan's voice came from the silver ball, which made Li Yao feel even more nauseated. "Just now, when I only presented Peach Blossom Paradise to you, you said that such a Spiriters realm was too easeful and eventless, and that it would deprive human beings of their ambitions and transform them into goalless parasites. Now, I have presented another perfect solution, telling you that the Spiriters realm can also stimulate the courage, valor, wisdom, and ambitions of human beings in a way that is much more effective than reality. The evolution speed of a human soul will be greatly increased, but you are dissatisfied again? Not this, not that. You criticize someone else's plan, yet you cannot bring any solution to the problem yourself. All you do is give a seemingly exciting speech under the banner of justice on the moral high ground. Am I wrong in saying that you are merely high school level?" The mental devil could not have agreed more. "Exactly." Li Yao was mad. I will not let things go your way even at the cost of death." The mental devil grinned hideously. "Save your efforts, high school student. You are no match for me. I'm about to consume you completely. Together with the enormous soul power of fellow cultivator Xuan, you don't stand a 1,000th chance to make a comeback." It turned to the silver ball and nodded head in great satisfaction. "Very good, fellow cultivator Xuan. Your whole plan sounds impeccable. Even I am tempted, but there's one other thing. How are the 12 partners who came from the ancient sages sector, including Hylon, doing right now? You haven't swallowed all of them yet, have you?" Professor Xuan hesitated. "Ask Asteriskull. 9 of them are the best subordinates that I kept to myself." The mental devil gnashed its teeth. The bloody threads were all standing up like venomous stings. "I wasted 100 years exploring the dark nebula with this idiot at the risk of death, just to search for some primeval treasures or more powerful partners. Finally, I happened to find the ancient sages sector by accident and ran into 12 strong partners. I won their trust and could spread the blood-stripe virus. My original plan was to bring them back to the Star Glory Federation and involve them in a great battle. Then, after both their physical strength and mental power were exhausted, I would split 9 drops of devilish blood and invade the brains of the cultivators except for the 3 ghosts, transforming them into blood puppets that are similar to Yin Shibei. 100 years! I searched for 100 years before I finally found 9 almost perfect raw materials to make blood puppets. The whole game was pushed forward step by step according to my plan, too. We were about to jump to the Heaven's Origin sector and be engaged in a great war. But as it turned out, you jumped out of nowhere at the most critical moment and kidnapped all of them. They're all my prey. You want to swallow them? Not a chance. Let me tell you, I've been starving for thousands of years. Yin Shibei and Li Yao are far from enough to fill my belly. They are all mine. No matter whether you are Pangu, Niwa, or a cyberspace devil, I'm definitely going to die with you if you lay one finger on them. The mental devil did not disguise its hostility at all. 100 bloody threads darted at the silver ball like quick arrows. Don't be anxious. I didn't do anything to them. The silver ball quickly changed the voice when the mental devil's aggressiveness was obvious. Rest assured, I have teleported them to somewhere very safe, in a desolate area and not far away from the 100-flower space zone. At that time, I didn't know who you were and thought that you were a secret investigator from the Federation or the Imperium. That was why I made my move in advance. It's true that I intended to corrupt and control their souls, but I haven't succeeded yet. None of those monsters from the Ancient Sages sector are easy to deal with. Although I have trapped them with multiple illusions, it will still take some time before I completely digest and absorb them. Truth be told, I'm indeed short of strength right now, and it is bothering me. Since they are the puppet materials that fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe have selected since a long time ago, I will certainly be generous enough to offer them back to you. However, fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe, you are attached to creatures with living bodies. I believe that the blood puppets must rely on fleshly bodies, too, mustn't they? Of those experts from the Ancient Sages sector, Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, and Wan Mingzhu are spectral cultivators without real entities. They are no use to you at all. So, why don't we? The mental devil immediately understood what he meant and chuckled. Wan Mingzhu might pass, but Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun are the only two divinity transformation stage cultivators among them, who have the greatest soul power. You are going to claim the greatest benefits. Fellow cultivator Amo, that seems a sound plan for you. Enticing ripples were spreading on the surface of the silver ball. Of course, I wouldn't take away fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe's benefits for nothing. You must know the risks of corrupting those experts, too. I'm afraid that you are not confident in corrupting and controlling all of them in one try and converting them into blood puppets. That's why you never really took action until now, right? Even if they are guided to a battlefield, they will not listen to your arrangement obediently and exhaust their physical strength and mental power in a world-blighting battle. It remains to be seen if you will have an opportunity. One moment of carelessness, and they may detect your existence. It is not entirely unlikely that they will bombard you with their joint efforts. Now is the best opportunity for us. The 12 of them have been separated by me and trapped in different spiriters' realms. Their souls are greatly weakened. This is the best chance to strike them discreetly. As long as we join our hands, we will be fighting each of them with the two of us. I will help fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe to corrupt and control 9 of them first, and then fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe will help me to swallow the rest 3. Nobody will lose anything in our cooperation. How does that sound? Greedy and wary brilliance beamed out of the mental devil's cunning eyes. Sounds reasonable enough, but how do I know that you are not lying? How are they doing right now? Show me first. Naturally, the silver ball was quite frank. 12 enormous crystal balls were pulled over and revolved around it. Every transparent crystal ball was focused with pictures from almost 100 perspectives. The main character of every picture was an expert from the Ancient Sages sector, including Long Yangjun. The 11 experts of the Ancient Sages sector, as well as Hai Lan, were all trapped in the gruesome battles in the illusionary world. The illusionary worlds that they were in were slightly different from one another. Some of them had even forgotten where they were and even having fun inside. The illusions of Yin Liren, Han Bailing, and Qi Chongqing were the simplest ones. They were fighting against an overwhelming number of enemies. Yin Liren was a pure warrior. Qi Chongqing was the commander of an army. Han Bailing was a local warlord. They were all fighting to their heart's content in the illusionary world, their soul power fading away without them knowing it. Professor Mo Xian had also gathered tremendous data about their fighting habits in the process. Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo, Qi Zhongdao, and some others, on the other hand, were trapped in the files and documents that were as high as a mountain, enjoying the pleasure of managing a city, a planet, or a country. The rest of them all had their own illusionary experience and dwelled in the breathtaking virtual worlds. Even when they realized that the illusionary world was false and broke it with all their soul power, they would only find their way into another virtual world that was even larger. After dozens of repetitions, the boundary between reality and illusion was blurred. Their weaknesses and preferences were figured out by the system, too, and the virtual world became more and more to their liking. Even Hylon had been projected into a space battlefield and engaged in a ceaseless battle as the commander of a fleet. Chapter 1780 Fellow Cultivator Xuan, come and give me a hand. The mental devil licked its tongue quickly, and the greed inside its eyes was even more intense than before, like a weasel that was drooling before the chicken in a trap, both tempted by the meat and fearful of that the trap would kill it. What kind of trap have you deployed in the Heaven's Origin sector? Are you confident? Rest assured, ripples that implied the confidence of victory spread out on the surface of the silver ball. My antecedent was a crystal processor virus produced to invade the super crystal processors in the Star Prior's house. Most of the super crystal processors in the Star Glory Federation today, including the latest models adopted by the government and the military, are related to those crystal processors from the Star Prior's house. In the past few decades, through Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, I've received tremendous secrets hidden inside the brains of the vegetative patients, including the control permissions and soul passwords. With all the information I have, the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation are no secret to me at all. It is also the same on the Imperium of True Human Beings side. I have extracted a lot of information about the crystal processors of the Imperium from the memory pieces of the Star Child and Su Changfa. Besides, the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Star Ocean Imperium in the past are of the same lineage. The architecture of their crystal processors is similar to that of the super crystal processors in the Star Prior's house, too. As long as I can get in touch with the crystal processors at a close distance, it will be no trouble to hack them at all. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth now. The most elite troops of the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet have been gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector for a world-shaking battle. I have hacked and controlled the 3 space gates of the Heaven's Origin sector. The connection between the Heaven's Origin sector and the outside world has been entirely cut off. The Heaven's Origin sector right now is like an enclosed coliseum where 2 trapped beasts are mauling each other until one of them is down. At this moment, the cyber war is also getting heated. The war network of both parties has been riddled with holes because of the enemy's attack. Moreover, all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage, regardless of whether they are admin type, battle type, research type, culture type, or creation type, have exhausted their brains and souls. You know that almost everybody counts on the help of the crystal processors in a modern battle, which creates the best opportunity for me to invade the brains of those experts. At the moment when the battle is fiercest and when their soul is the weakest and least defended, I will invade them and control the most elite fleets of both parties, including the strongest cultivators and immortal cultivators, the flagships and most of the main force warships of the Black Wind Fleet and the Burning Prairie Fleet, the 3 super crystal processors of the Star Glory Federation, and hundreds of experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage will all be under our control. We will be the absolute dominators at the edge of the cosmos. Honestly speaking, before you came, I was only 70% sure about the whole plan. Or rather, I estimated that I could only invade the brains of 60 to 70% of the experts successfully. A fierce battle would be inevitable later. But with you, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, the situation is naturally different. After you completely swallow Li Yao's soul, you will be able to announce your grand return to the Heaven's Origin sector under the identity of Vulture Li Yao and join the most intense battlefield where the most experts have gathered. Ding Ling Dang and Jin Xinyue will both recognize you. Nobody will doubt your identity. Isn't that so? When the battle reaches an impasse and all the experts are too occupied to care about anything else, I will launch an invasion from their crystal processors and fellow cultivator Bloodstripe. You will corrupt their physical bodies with their blood as the medium. If we attack together, who can ever stop us? The mental devil rolled its eyes again and again. Finally, it laughed delightedly, as if it had completely agreed on Professor Emo Xian's idea. What an immaculate plan. I can't find any reason to say no. Ah, excellent. Professor Mo Xian, I will work with you for now. Let's hope that you do not forget your promises once the job is done. Why would I? The silver ball was amused. While there is little mutual trust between us, we are both unpardonable extraterrestrial devils in the eyes of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant and the Pangas civilization. It is necessary for us to join hands and cope with the common foe, isn't it? That makes sense. The mental devil smile became more and more vile, and the bloody thorns flowing around its body grew more and more intense. Fine. In that case, huh? It raised its eyebrows, somewhat in surprise, and looked at Li Yao, who had been tied up by him. At this moment, Li Yao was wreathed in multiple layers of bloody stripes like an enormous red cocoon, but bright golden fire was blossoming from the center of the interconnected bloody thorns and soon burnt the bloody stripes apart. You two asterisk souls, don't ignore me. Li Yao broke out of the red cocoon. His furious fighting will jabbed at the mental devil like golden daggers while he roared at the top of his voice. As long as I exist, I will never let your scheme work out. The Star Glory Federation will be guarded by the people of the Federation. The cunning and sordid extraterrestrial devils will never have their turn. What kind of strength is this? The mental devil had trouble keeping its eyes opening under Li Yao's golden daggers. It's impossible. I clearly examined every part of your soul. How did you? How can the soul of a human be parsed and analyzed so easily? Li Yao burst into laughter. Bright golden blood was flowing out of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. His soul power surged out like a volcanic eruption, and even the illusionary world at the fundamental level could not bear the pressure anymore. The universe that felt like black velvet began to shake. Every crystal world was shivering lightly like a glass ball. Your virtual world has reached the limitation of its computational ability. Fury and disdain beamed out of Li Yao's eyes and darted at the silver ball. False is always false. It can never become real. And you were talking about 120% real? Do you know the biggest difference between an illusionary world and a real one? The illusionary world has limitations. It is bound by the computational ability of the crystal processors. Even the supercrystal processors with the highest computational ability have their extremes in computation, simulation, and rendering. Those trapped in them are like fish in a glass tank. However big and real the glass tank is, the fish will inevitably touch an invisible barrier one day as long as they strive to swim forward. But in reality, no matter how ugly, cruel, and dark it is, there are possibilities of infinite wonders and a most bright future inside the ugliness, cruelty, and darkness. In reality, there is no glass ceiling that can stop mankind from striding forward. Even if an artificial intelligence can make the most reasonable reaction according to every situation based on the database that is as enormous as the ocean, it is not a real virtual life. By the same logic, however vivid your virtual world is, it is still false, in that it lacks what is of paramount importance for a civilization: the hope for the future and for the destiny of the universe. Idiot, the mental devil roared. The blood stripes waved crazily again, slapping the right half of Li Yao's body brutally like thorny whips. Cut the CR*P, you hot-blooded high school student. Just be quiet and wait to be killed. I will not die. Ding Ling Dang and Jin Xinyue are still waiting for me. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. The bright golden blades of his soul and the bloody thorns were entangled tightly, and the two parties began a fierce fight. My friends, my family, and the soldiers, everybody in the Star Glory Federation is waiting for me. I will certainly return to their side and fight with them. Li Yao and the mental devil looked like a two-headed boa, but the two heads growing on the same torso were gnawing on each other. The bloody thorns riddled the right half of the body with holes. The soul blades cut the left half of the body so hard that it was bleeding, and the bright gold flames and the crimson flames were colliding heavily, triggering thousands of sparks. It was the most dangerous mental warfare. After only a couple of seconds, the two parties were already heavily wounded. Their colors were dim, their flames were shaking, and they were breathing hard. The mental devil shrieked with a hoarse voice. I'm going to eat you alive. Li Yao's voice was somewhat intermittent, too. I will not let things go your way. I will not. The mental devil burst into fury. Then, thousands of bloody thorns suddenly burst out and tied up the right half of Li Yao's body. It turned around and shouted, "Fellow cultivator Xuan, what are you waiting for? I have corrupted most of his soul and completely controlled his body. Come on and give me a hand to swallow his soul. Then, we will go to implement your perfect plan together." Sounds good. The silver ball agreed quickly. Then, it floated thousands of meters back within a breath. While floating, the ball turned into an oval before it evolved into what appeared to be a peanut. A tiny cluster of liquid metal split apart from its body and slowly condensed into the shape of a human that flew toward Li Yao and the mental devil. Li Yao and the mental devil, who were mauling each other, fell dazed at the same time. The situation seemed to be turning awkward. "Hey, fellow cultivator Xuan, what is the meaning of this?" the mental devil demanded. "I asked you to help. Why did you run away? Us extraterrestrial devils shouldn't be so disloyal to our friends, should we?" "Of course not. However, as you may know, I was a refiner in the beginning and then turned into a specialist in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. I have a shallow understanding about sociology and scheming, too. But in any case, I am not a warrior. There's no reason for me to get close to the two of you when you are having a fierce close-distance combat, is there?" Well, the mental devil and Li Yao looked at each other in bewilderment. Their perilous and soul-stirring battle somewhat turned rigid. Chapter 1781, I am a human too. Who says that I'm suppressed? Li Yao struggled hard, only to be beaten down time and time again. He could only roar angrily. "Although my hands and feet are tied by you, my soul is overly exhausted, my vitality is almost drained, I cannot even move my hair now, and my combat ability has dropped by 99%. I still have my hot blood. Ask Astra Skull. Come and try me if you have balls. Let me teach you a lesson." The silver ball calmly observed the two individuals who were entangled tightly and fighting each other in the same body. Then he said, "You're right. I am as cowardly as a chicken. What can I do?" The mental devil was dumbfounded. "You've got to be kidding me, Professor Xuan. I have devoted all my strength to suppressing him. I cannot persist for too long. This is the most critical moment. Come and give me a hand for the sake that we are both extraterrestrial devils. Otherwise, he may launch a great counterattack anytime." "Exactly," Li Yao shouted. Strength grew out of nowhere inside him, allowing him to reverse the situation and suppress the mental devil below him. "Just watch and do nothing over there. After I finish this annoying, verbose mental devil, I will immediately go over and cut you apart, you scumbag that is pretending to be Professor Xuan." The silver ball was as peaceful as before, utterly unaffected by the trash talk of Li Yao's dual personalities. The smaller ball that split apart from its body a moment ago, on the other hand, grew larger and larger still while absorbing the strength of the countless crystal worlds around. For limbs extended out of the body, transforming it into an iron giant dozens of meters tall that looked both like a crystal suit or a colossus. "Are you kidding me, this thing again?" Li Yao and the mental devil were both shocked. "Rest assured, I said that we should cooperate sincerely. How could I idle by and not offer any help?" The silver ball that moving further and further away from the two of them and thoroughly protected by the newly emerging iron giant smiled. "Fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe, let me introduce to you my help. This is the strongest battle artificial intelligence, fighting God, developed after constant optimizations and purifications based on the battle data collected in the whole Federation over the past 100 years, including the battle videos of experts, virtual training in the game civilization, and memory pieces of battles in the heads of the vegetative patients. Although it is merely a quasi-artificial intelligence, it is the last hyper-spirit and the most perfect one that I have produced. The battle database that it boasts is unbelievably huge. In terms of computational ability and battle awareness, It can be compared to the unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage or even higher levels. Because it is too strong, I cannot even build a battle shell that can accommodate it in reality. Neither a fleshly body nor a metal puppet like the grand illusionary soldier can allow it to bring out 100% of its combat ability. But this is the Spiritor's realm, where computational ability, battle awareness, and soul power are all that matters. The fighting god is the guardian of the most central level of the Spiritor's realm. It is invincible in this place, sensing the overwhelming fighting will and infinite killing intent from the unbelievable fighting god, which felt that a compression of 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Li Yao and the mental devil looked at each other in bewilderment, and both gulped. Speaking of which, I cannot thank you enough, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe. The laughter from the silver ball was even more disturbing. You and Li Yao were right about one thing. It was indeed the moment when my computational ability and my soul power were weakest just now because I was focusing my whole strength on attacking the firewall of the mainframe crystal processors in the highest command center in the Defense Council. It was certainly not an easy task to control the highest command center as well as the 3 space gates. At that time, I was so weak that I could barely summon the fighting god. Had I summoned the ultimate hyper spirit, I'm afraid that the entire Spiritor's realm, as well as my soul, would have collapsed completely. That's why I told you everything frankly, and even invited you to visit the core layer of the Spiritor's realm as a guest, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe. It was all meant to stall you for a moment, until I could recover my computational ability. Now everything has been accomplished. The 3 space gates in the Heaven's origin sector and the mainframe crystal processors in the most important departments in the capital city have all been hacked by me. Everything is under my control. I can finally turn back and focus most of my computational ability on the problem we have here. That's why I summoned the fighting god. Fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, you must understand my hesitation. I'm sure that you won't blame me for not helping you a moment ago. Will you? The mental devil looked rather awful. It stammered, "Well, fellow cultivator Xuan, it suddenly occurs to me that I have a bit more strength. As the saying goes, you don't butcher a chicken with a cleaver for the bulls. I can totally take care of him by myself. There is no need to summon such a brutal thing. Why don't we take it back for now? A lion must try its best even if the prey is just a rabbit. There is no need for you to be so courteous with me. Hurry up and swallow him. Hurry up. The fighting god will provide powerful fire support for you. Kill, corrupt, and swallow now. Or maybe." The silver ball's face suddenly grew old. In a mocking tone, it observed, "You are not attacking each other at all, but presenting a lousy act. Hoping to deceive me?" You, Li Yao, and the mental devil looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to continue acting anymore. Li Yao shouted in fury, "How did you know?" Li Yao. The ripples on the surface of the silver ball were scattered, as if it were sighing gloomily and thoughtfully. "This isn't the first time we've met each other. In the Flying Star sector when we were faced with Xiao Xuanzi and the Star Child, and on Kunlun when we were faced with Su Changfa, we fought side by side. I observed with my own eyes how you took care of them. Even to this day, part of the memory pieces from the Star Child and Su Changfa are still deeply embedded within my soul. They were both fooled by you like dummies once. Your acting skills indeed far exceed your wisdom. However, you cannot play the same trick on an extraterrestrial devil twice. With the enormous computational ability that I have, how would I forget your ultimate skill after I learned that you are Li Yao? What did I tell you just now?" The mental devil could not have been more frustrated. It screamed at Li Yao, with blood-red saliva spurting out. "I said just now that all the trouble was unnecessary. This damn drama was utterly redundant. Just rush forward and cut him down, and everything would have been resolved. Simple as that. Yet, you had to resort to such folly. Look at what you've gotten us into." "Hey!" Li Yao grew angry too. "It is because your acting skills were too bad, all right? Look at your movement of swallowing. So unnatural and pretentious. There's also your weird chuckles that couldn't have been more exaggerated. Even a deaf person could have distinguished that you were acting." "It doesn't matter," the Silver Battle said calmly. Fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe, I don't care if you were acting just now, and I don't care what your original scheme was. At this moment, my offer still stands. Swallow him, and you shall still have your share in this world. Well, the mental devil was slightly dazed. Greed and cunningness beamed out of its eyes again. Hey, greatly alarmed, Liao felt that cold sweat was pouring out. You are not really thinking about cooperating with the monster, are you? It will certainly not abide by its promise. It must be lying to you. It wants us to fight each other and wound each other so that it can swallow us one after the other. The mental devil sniffed and slowly raised the arm made of blood. The end of the arm gradually turned into a blood-red blade. It said, "One must learn to bend their head when they are living under somebody else's roof. Don't blame me for turning this drama real. Blame yourself because your acting skills are too bad, Liao. Shoal, you have truly betrayed me. We had a pact. Idiot pacts are made to be torn apart. I've had enough of you for a long time." Liao and the mental devil became entangled again. In the Spiritor's realm, displayed in the form of souls, they were the two sides of the same body in the first place, but the inner fight this time was 100 times more intense and dangerous than previously. The space around them was soon filled with bloody mists and flames of spiritual energy. But the mists were approaching the fighting god while they were cursing each other aloud. Out of the blue, a sharp streak of brilliance darted out of the bloody mists at the silver giant. The silver giant, on the other hand, was long prepared. An enormous shield appeared on the iron arm and slapped back the streak of brightness as if it were a fly. Liao and the mental devil both screamed miserably. They rolled dozens of times in the vacuum, like a kite whose string had been severed, before they finally stabilized themselves. The flames of spiritual energy in dual colors were much dimmer than before. The left side of the body and the right side were both bruised and swallowed, barely distinguishable now. It seems that you have made your choice. I have to say that I am very disappointed. The silver ball sighed, not without regrets. Why is there such a stupid extraterrestrial devil? Scumbag! Now that their play was seen through again, the mental devil completely tore off the camouflage. Its head turned into a blood-red hedgehog, and it spat out a mouthful of saliva that was mixed with blood, roaring, "Open your goddamn eyes and observe. I am not any extraterrestrial devil. I am as human as any human can be. I am Liao. I do not intend to become a monster whose dick hangs below his head." Oh! The silver ball was slightly dazed, and the ripples gradually formed a big eye that observed the mental devil. Then it laughed in amusement. Interesting. Truly interesting. Is this the legendary dual personality? This is exactly the opposite of my case. I have combined the personalities of Mo Xian, Su Changfa, the Star Child, and many others into a unified personality, but you have split Li Yao's personality in half, each boasting human emotions and thinking patterns. The living, transformation, and melding methods of energy life forms are indeed unpredictable and splendid. Blended. Chapter 1782 Brothers Together. The fire in his right hand and the blood stripes in his left hand condensed into two enormous blades that looked like sickles. Shrouded in devastating auras, he attacked the fighting god. The enormous blade left such a long trace behind that it seemed capable of slashing a planet in half. However, from the end of the elbows of the fighting god, two enormous blades that looked like sickles extended out, too, and vibrated at a frequency of more than 10,000 times per second. The four enormous blades collided and shook hundreds of thousands of times within a moment, leading to an overwhelming ocean of shadows and the shrieks that were utterly unbearable for human ears. The enemy seemed to boast prophetic abilities. Every sharp, unpredictable attack from Li Yao and the mental devil was blocked in advance. On the other hand, the erratic moves that it utilized were always one step ahead of Li Yao's defense. After only several seconds, hundreds of wounds were slit all over the body of Li Yao and the mental devil. However, it was not blood that ran out of the wounds but deep gold and dark red soul power. Li Yao's soul was fading quickly and being absorbed by the enemy. "Give up, Li Yao. The silver ball that was observing the battle from far away smiled casually. This hyperspirit is the most perfect battle artificial intelligence. Its database stores the essence of more than 1 million clips of battle videos, which allows it to simulate the classic tactics of all the super experts in the Federation over the past 100 years. Naturally, as the ultra-level federal hero, you were an important target of studies for the artificial intelligence. All your public battle and training videos have been included in its database. It knows every detail of your combat pattern and can even simulate it perfectly. Hardly had the silver ball concluded his sentence when the fighting god suddenly took a step back. With ripples spreading out of its body, new plate armor and patterns appeared on it, turning into an enormous mystic skeleton battlesuit. It made a few causal moments. The more Li Yao looked at it, the more familiar it appeared to him. He almost felt like he was looking at a mirror. Asterisk Shoal, Li Yao, and the mental devil were utterly dumbfounded. The silver ball smiled and said, "Your attacks have all been seen through. You can never defeat it." Bullsh asterisk T. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and flames of spiritual energy were surging out, rolling into almost 100 triple-headed six-barreled Vulcan machine cannons. But the silver brightness on the enemy's body was wriggling and soon changed into remote attack weapons identical to what he had. The two parties opened fire at the same time. Stormy bullets swept across the entire battlefield. Li Yao and the fighting god were both caught in the turbulence of destruction. It was the purest head-on clash of computational ability and soul power. Although it was a virtual world, the two parties had to imagine hundreds of thousands of bullets, render their power, and calculate the trajectories of the bullets when they attacked the enemy. Even for the brains of a nascent soul-stage cultivator or super crystal processors with a performance of billions of floating-point operations per second, it was still a huge burden. Boom! 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 Bullets of the two parties collided in the void. This place was not truly space. When the colorful blasts were spreading out, deafening explosions were triggered too. The explosions bashed Li Yao's temples time and time again like iron fists, making his head dizzy and his heart pound. It was even difficult to breathe. Damn it. His soul power was growing weaker and weaker. Things were not going to work out in such a way. He was not faced with a living enemy right now. The enemy's computational ability likely comprised 100 super crystal processors that were connected together. As for its soul power, it was looted by the silver ball from the countless people who were trapped in the crystal worlds without them knowing it. Even the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector were among the victims. Li Yao looked at the wires that were connected from the crystal worlds to the silver ball. According to the pace of the battle, they were shivering, expanding, and shrinking. Then he immediately understood what was going on. The silver ball constructed illusions through the spiritor's realm and absorbed the soul power of the prisoners stealthily. Then it poured the computational ability into the fighting god to fight with him. He was fighting the computational ability of 100 super crystal processors and the soul power of countless victims, including the 12 experts of the ancient sages sector. The enemy had also grasped his combat pattern. How could he expect to win such a battle? Then, there is only the last resort now. Staring at the crystal worlds behind the silver ball, Li Yao's eyes were burning with blood-red fire. His body that was riddled with holes glowed. Although it was reduced to half the original size, it became much more swift and agile. Turning into a long, narrow streak of brilliance again, he zigzagged in the middle of the storm of bullets and rushed forward as fast as he could. In the middle of the brightness, an enormous blade that could rip the universe apart was shining and slashing at the fighting god overwhelmingly. The fighting god sneered in contempt. Switching from the remote shooting pattern to a melee combat pattern, it drew out an equally enormous and glamorous silver saber from the most unbelievable angle and slashed upward. According to the routes of the attacks, the two sharp soul blades should have collided without any surprise and become yet another clash that purely cost soul power. However, Li Yao and the mental devil retracted the saber at the last moment and merely ran into the auras of the enemy's blade with their fleshly body. Even the eyes that were in different colors were bulged wide as they searched for the best route, when the auras dived into the body. Xuan, the saber from the fighting god, cut through Li Yao's body without meeting the slightest hindrance. It entered from his skull and chopped his body in half right from the middle precisely. Li Yao cria miserably. Due to the heavy wound on the soul, black smoke was popping up. But as a result, the part of soul that was Li Yao and the part that was the mental devil were completely separated too. Bloody mist and light flames were surging out from the two halves of the body. They were becoming thinner and more lackluster, but the broken bodies were becoming more complete too. In the end, like geckos whose tails were cut, their bodies were renewed. Uno, dos. Dozens of enormous bloody wings extended out of the back of the mental devil, and every wing was unfolded to the maximum. It opened its hands and stood in front of the fighting god while it roared desperately. I will block this stupid giant. Go and do what you must. Mental devil. Li Yao could not have been more moved. But why am I Li Yao number 2? Even if you are not a mental devil, but my other personality, at least I should be Li Yao number 1, right? As asterisk goal, if you don't stop, I will really help them to beat you up. Copy that, Li Yao said. Hang in there. I'm going to dig out the internal organs of this scumbag. The fighting god, realizing that it had been fooled, roared in utmost fury. The storm of bullets and blade auras were even denser than before. The grand unified spiritual nexus is our future. Why can't you understand? But all the attacks were blocked by the mental devil with the blood-red wings. Countless feathers were shot out while it was screaming miserably, but those feathers also floated in the vacuum and turned into red mist that blocked the attacks of the fighting god. Cyberspace is just a bubble, and biotechnology is the future, scumbag. The mental devil screamed miserably in the excruciating pain. Now is the time. Go, Li Yao number 2. Don't forget my share when you blow up the scumbag. This time, Li Yao did not linger on the issue of who was number 1 and who was no 2. Instead, he gritted his teeth to summon all his soul power, sprinting at the silver ball like a shooting star that was exploding on the way. Everybody was only best in their specialty. What was loaded in the database of the silver ball were the methods to hack the spiritual nexus and control crystal processors. It was impossible to carry an enormous battle database. Naturally, the silver battle was unwilling to directly compete with Li Yao. While sneering, it retreated further into the darkness. But as it turned out, Li Yao's target was not its real body at all. This time, Li Yao and the mental devil's teamwork finally paid off. Before the enemy realized what was going on, Li Yao had broken the connection between it and one of the crystal worlds. Oh, are you hoping to break the Spiritor's realm and release your partners? The silver ball was slightly dazed. Then, it immediately realized what was going on and burst into mocking laughter. Idiots! They are all dwelling deep within the Spiritor's realm, unable to free themselves from the multiple illusions. Those illusions are all constructed targeting their weaknesses and lusts, like the most complicated mind maze. How can you break them so easily? Li Yao did not bother with its trash talk at all, but simply threw whatever remained of his soul power at one of the crystal worlds after condensing it into a flashing spear. Boom! Under the scourge of the light spear, the crystal world seemed to have suffered a barrage of the main guns of a starship. It was shaking abruptly, with cracks popping up on the surface. However, those cracks were recovering at a visible speed, and Li Yao had lost the strength to launch another strike of the same strength. Did you see that? It's useless. The laughter of the silver ball was even more sarcastic. Now that I have brought all of you to this place, I naturally have the confidence. Its laughter came to an abrupt end. While the cracks on the outside of the crystal world were recovering non-stop, it was shaking at a higher and higher frequency, as if it were an enormous egg that contained a primeval beast, and the egg was falling apart. Yes, the victim trapped in this particular crystal world was Long Yangjun, the elite warrior from the Niwa civilization. Chapter 1783, All Illusions. Break apart now. In the illusionary world, Long Yangjun was wearing a robe that was painted with a raging dragon. She had indeed become king of the world, holding the greatest power in the world. But it was not right. Long Yangjun was different from the other experts of the Ancient Sages sector. The rest of them were invaded by the extraterrestrial devil when their brains were completely exposed to the tides of the four-dimensional space during the space jump. Their soul had been deeply infiltrated for more than 12 hours. 12 hours was enough for the extraterrestrial devil to change all kinds of illusions to figure out their desires and weaknesses and corrupt them accordingly. But Long Yangjun had been lost in the Spiritor's realm a moment ago together with Li Yao. The extraterrestrial devil did not have the slightest inkling as to her real identity yet. All the information that it knew about Long Yangjun was from the narration of the other experts of the Ancient Sages sector. It meant that to this moment, the extraterrestrial devil still considered Long Yangjun to be lead eunuch Wang Shi, a powerful eunuch of the Great Qian dynasty in the Ancient Sages sector. The multiple virtual worlds that the extraterrestrial devil had prepared for Long Yangjun were all founded on the identity of lead eunuch Wang Shi, offering her what she liked most. It had nothing but power struggles, coups, mutinies, usurpations, and such. If it were a real powerful eunuch, they likely would have found such a world too attractive to get away from. However, it could never have occurred to the extraterrestrial devil that lead eunuch Wang Shi was just an ostensible identity for Long Yangjun and a camouflage of hers to find her real identity. What she really cared about was the god-sealing war hundreds of thousands of years ago and her mysterious destiny. Such a virtual world that was specially prepared for lead eunuch Wang Shi was definitely not anything that Long Yangjun was interested in. However, during his brief observation, Li Yao noticed that Long Yangjun seemed to have truly devoted herself to the lousy game and was enjoying herself very much. She appeared to have forgotten what was going on outside, but it did not make sense. With the intensity of the soul of an elite warrior from the Nuwa civilization, there was no reason for her to succumb so quickly. Therefore, Li Yao immediately realized that Long Yangjun was acting for the extraterrestrial devil, too. She must have realized that she was trapped in the Spiritor's realm from the very beginning, but she could not figure out a thorough solution for the time being. So, she simply eased the vigilance of the extraterrestrial devil with such a gesture. In secret, she was accumulating her strength, trying to break the barrier in one attempt. Li Yao had no choice but to take the wild gamble by trusting Long Yangjun. Boom, 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 boom. The crystal ball that was confining Long Yangjun shook more and more violently. Every light and shadow that it reflected seemed to have a Long Yangjun who was staring at the outside. Her eyes were as sharp as golden daggers that were even mincing the darkness of the outside world apart. The cracks that were gradually recovering under the collision of Li Yao's soul appeared again after a brief impasse. They extended forward and connected each other, turning into an unstoppable spider web. Sensing that the virtual world here was more and more fragile, the distant fighting god howled crazily, planning to approach and stop it. However, the mental devil, which was riddled with holes and had lost all its feathers, with barely the shape of a human, stood before it time and time again, shouldering the thunderous attacks from the enemy. The pain of the soul being torn apart by brute force was insufferable for normal people. With only 50% of the intensity of Li Yao's original soul, the mental devil was supposed to be no match for the fighting god at all. However, it simply harassed the enemy like sticky candy. While vomiting blood and laughing crazily, it shouted at the top of its voice, "Li Yao! Li Yao! Li Yao! What the hell are you screaming about?" Li Yao had exploited the strength of the other half of his soul, too, when he turned into a streak of brightness and crashed into the crystal world time and time again. He was blown apart and thinner than ever after every collision, but he was always condensed again before he gritted his teeth and launched yet another unreasonable charge. "Long Yangjun, can you hear me? I'm right here. Come on and save me." He delivered the telepathic thoughts of shrieks into the crystal world through the cracks. Right then, Li Yao heard the most twisted scream from the mental devil behind him. He turned around to check, only to discover that the mental devil had been completely ripped apart by the fighting god. Most of the fire of its soul had entire perished. The last flickering light that looked like butterflies fled toward Li Yao and merged into his body, shivering. The two half-souls of the dual personalities were combined again. The mental devil spoke feebly inside his soul. "Brother, I can only do so much." Li Yao laughed miserably. He was not in any better condition than the mental devil. Looking at the fighting god charging at him like the wind, he was not even able to perform a dodge or block. His computational ability, imagination, and soul power were all running out. The fists that were brimming with stings and hooks grew larger and larger until they filled the entire world in the end. Perhaps because his soul was getting weaker and smaller as time went on, the relative size of the fighting god seemed to be growing ever larger, until it almost became a giant that towered hundreds of meters tall. Li Yao watched the coldness shining on the stings of the fists, unable to do anything about it. His soul was about to be ripped into shreds by the sharp stings when the crisp sound of something breaking apart echoed right behind him. It was followed by a deafening explosion, as if the energy of the whole galaxy blasted over his shoulder, past his ears, blowing up the fist as well as the entire right arm of the fighting god. "Hello!" The fighting god roared in shock and fury and retreated hundreds of meters away. Silver foam flowed out of its right arm that had already been blown apart. But the arm did not heal until a long time later. When Li Yao turned back, he found Long Yangjun standing in the dark void in her crystal armor, and smoke was still popping up from the most sophisticated and glamorous crystal cannon on her right arm. Li Yao was almost crying in joy. He never had such a strong urge to hug a woman other than Ding Ling Dang. Long Yangjun looked around. Her eyes were hollow, and inhuman nonchalance seemed to be beaming out. However, it only lasted a brief moment before she returned to normal and focused her eyes on Li Yao, putting on a graceful smile that made it impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. She asked, "What's the situation now?" "The situation is that we are now deeply trapped in the most central layer of the Spiritor's realm. Those floating in the dark void around are all tiny virtual worlds. Each world has caged the soul of one person, including Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Yin Liren, the rest of them, and you until a moment ago. The giant silver ball over there is the real identity of the extraterrestrial devil and the mastermind of the whole scheme. Hurry up and break all the virtual worlds to free Meng Qixin, Yin Liren, and the others so that we can attack together and beat the SH*T out of it." "Impossible. It's impossible." Crazy ripples flowed out of the silver ball from far, far away. It shouted in utmost astonishment. Nobody can break away from the corruption of the Spiritor's realm so quickly and even invade this place. Why is your soul power so weird? It is even launching anti-corruption on my world? Led eunuch Wang, she is simply a nascent soul stage cultivator. How can you do that? You are not lead eunuch Wang Shi. You are no common nascent soul stage cultivator. You are not human. You are not human. While it was roaring, the right arm of the fighting god gradually recovered. There being no time for it to reconstruct the whole arm, it simply threw out almost 100 tentacles that were waving crazily. The sharp end of every tentacle was a coldly blinking dagger. They whipped the two of them brutally in the most terrifying sound. Now that your real body has been located, everything will be easier. Long Yangjun sneered and declared confidently, "You thought that such a lousy virtual world was enough to trap me? I was merely trying to parse your fundamental architecture and trace your core database." Highly dangerous. Purple swirls were condensing quickly on the barrel of the crystal cannon. Before the fighting god jumped at the two of them, another cluster of purple magma spurted out and hit the chest of the iron giant precisely. Then, it spread out quickly like a virus and soon crystallized the torso and the limbs of the entire fighting god, freezing it into a bizarre-shaped amethystine statue. "You can't break the virtual worlds now." Long Yangjun bit her lips hard. The extraterrestrial devil can totally conceal those virtual worlds and change their state to be unreadable and unmodifiable externally. Even if you do break the crystal balls, what you will get is only a bunch of meaningless, chaotic data. "Give me half a minute." She leapt backward and suddenly vanished from Li Yao's side. In the blink of an eye, She appeared right behind the silver ball, which was the real entity of the extraterrestrial devil. Before the extraterrestrial devil realized what was going on, she had stabbed her hands deeply into the silver ball. As her soul power poured out incessantly, a thin amethystine shell was condensed on the surface of the silver ball. The power of the amethyst was also transmitted through the wires that connected the silver ball and the many virtual worlds, freezing the hundreds of virtual worlds completely in that moment. What kind of strength is this? Why is it so eccentric? Who are you exactly? What are you exactly? Surging tides were raging on the surface of the silver ball. Countless ugly tentacles grew out. Like a virus that could infect the entire universe, it extended its tentacles deep into Long Yangjuan's body, transforming Long Yangjuan's transparent, crystallized body into silver too. The two parties were engaged in a soul-stirring competition of corruption and anti-corruption. Silver stripes were sprawling on Long Yangjuan's face. The shell of the fighting god, which had been sealed by the amethyst, soon revealed a lot of cracks, indicating that it might break free at any moment. Liao, now is the time. The silver threads were even invading Long Yangjuan's eyes, but she could not have cared less about it. She simply tried her best to lock onto all the virtual worlds and shouted, "Hurry up and smash all of the illusionary worlds." Chapter 1784, 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector arrive. Boom, 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 boom. He collided with a series of crystal worlds brutally, like an angry cannonball. The crystal worlds that had been corrupted and controlled by Long Yangjun were already as fragile as glass. They broke apart at first touch, and the pieces of the crystal worlds that exploded were splashing out, triggering a chain reaction, as if a colorful, shining storm of crystals was sweeping across the entire dark void. The explosion of every crystal ball was a tiny Big Bang. Everything in the virtual world, including the mountains, rivers, clouds, stars, pavilions, horses, and various kinds of people, was expelled. Countless crystal storms interweaved into a turbulence that consumed the entire fundamental level of the Spiritor's realm. All the virtual worlds fell into chaos after they were torn apart. They were melted and mixed up into a mess. The previously cruel, warring worlds were connected to the peaceful peach blossom paradise. The vintage world of ancient cultivators, which was a duplication of the real world 40,000 years ago, was melded with the most advanced futuristic world, with a burning space battlefield in the sky where countless starships were exploding and crashing, and a prosperous city on the ground where countless people, true and false, were stunned by the sky that was falling toward them. The shouts and screams on the battlefield, the laughter and singing in the peach blossom paradise, and the obstreperous complaints in the modern metropolis, the joy, anger, sadness, excitement, fright, tranquility, and all the other emotions of mankind turned into surging ripples inside the turbulence. Including Li Yao, Long Yangjun, the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector, Hailon, the vegetative patients accepted by Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital in the past few decades, and the staff who worked and lived in District Zero, one only to be swallowed by the liquid metal in the end. Everybody's soul was struggling and floating in the turbulence, comprising feelings and soul pieces, sharing and melding with one another. Li Yao felt that his soul was about to be completely torn apart and transformed into part of the enormous turbulence. He was unable to resist such an enormous force and could only shout at the top of his voice. Yin Liren, Han Bailing, Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Qi Changsheng. Where are you? Wake up now! Hurry! Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the most brilliant and unstoppable sword auras that seemed powerful enough to slash apart the universe appeared at the depths of the turbulence that was swallowing the dark void. Perhaps it was Li Yao's imagination, but the whole turbulence seemed to be revolving at a lower speed after the sword auras showed up. Accompanying the sword auras, the short Yin Liren jumped out with a head like a wax gourd. He floated above the turbulence, completely melded with the sword auras. After another clear and firm enchantment, Master Bitter Cicada's handsome face that could make any man jealous enough to punch it slowly surfaced from the depths of the turbulence. Sword Maniac! Master! Before Li Yao had the chance to be excited, Master Bitter Cicada looked around and dived back into the turbulence. Very soon, almost 10 streaks of brilliance flashed out from the center of the turbulence and turned into the magnificent experts of the Ancient Sages sector. The 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector were gathered at the most fundamental layer of the Spiritor's realm. Despite their life experience and their wisdom, they had just been through the most bizarre and stunning dreams, in which their soul and mental power was absorbed by the extraterrestrial devil without them knowing, and they were now faced with the turbulence caused by hundreds of virtual worlds breaking apart and crashing into each other. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they did not know what was going on at all. When they saw that Li Yao's face was swollen and bleeding and could barely be distinguished, they were even more surprised. Fellow Cultivator Spiritual Vulture, what is this place? What's going on? Why is the fire of your soul so weak that it may die down any moment? Master Bitter Cicada asked in a hurry. Well, Li Yao's head was in utter chaos, making it impossible for him to formulate a concise and appropriate explanation. Li Yao! A deafening roar echoed from the turbulence not far away. Long Yangjun was blown out by the roar, and the crystal armor all over her body almost completely fell apart while she was still flying. She vomited blood and drifted randomly like a kite whose string had been severed. Had it not been for the rest of them stopping her in time, she would have fallen to the other side of the turbulence with her soul entirely torn apart. She was in no better condition than Li Yao. In order to shatter all the virtual worlds, they had almost burned up their souls. Qilu! 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 With blood-freezing wriggling and expanding sounds, the enormous body of the extraterrestrial devil slowly emerged from the deepest part of the turbulence. At this moment, it was no longer as delicate, elegant, and solemn as when it was the silver ball a moment ago. Sharp thorns had grown out of its surface that had been as smooth as mirror previously. The silver flagella around its body were longer and thicker and being waved in a much crazier way. Ripples were spreading out from the center nonstop, as if it were a weird brain full of wrinkles that was emitting weird yet powerful forces to the outside world. Virus. It was truly like a virus that had been magnified billions of times under a microscope, a virus that was fatal enough to corrupt the entire universe. Li Yao, you sure are bold to destroy my decades of hard work. You sure are bold to destroy the Spiritors, the last hope for mankind. I am going to destroy you. I'm going to destroy all of you. None of you will get away. Li Yao. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector did not have the first clue about what was going on, but the highly sensitive name Li Yao made all of them constrict their pupils hard. Is he referring to Monster Li, the legendary vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors? Most likely. It seems that we have indeed been noticed by Monster Li Yao and trapped in a terrible scheme since the moment we appeared in the Star Glory Federation. Damn it! Was Li Yao behind the illusions that we went through just now? This monster's wisdom is truly as profound and immeasurable as ocean. But what is this peculiar, abnormal sea urchin? It seems to hate Monster Li's guts. It is also roaring in our direction. Is Monster Li right behind us? Everybody was greatly alarmed. They turned around to check, only to find nothing behind except for the people who were struggling in the crystal turbulence. Well, Li Yao raised his hand, somewhat awkwardly. Fellow cultivators, in fact, Li Yao, Li Yao, Li Yao. The extraterrestrial devil was still roaring ear-splittingly down below. The fighting god had landed near it at some point and was bound by the thousands of flagella and tentacles. They were melded. As it was melded with the fighting god, the real body of the extraterrestrial devil experienced yet another shocking change. Its body continued expanding and became even more hideous. The tentacles were thickening, and the front ends of the tentacles broke apart and blossomed like chrysanthemum, turning into bloody mouths with sharp tusks inside. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, we are in the middle of a crisis. Boss Xiaoyu the beggar gnashed his teeth. A tiger is before us, and a wolf is behind. Judging from the intense killing intent spreading out from this crazy devil, its soul intensity is at least above the divinity transformation stage and still on the rise. That mysterious monster, Li, must be lurking around us with his unknown ill intentions. Whatever you want to say, you can wait a moment and spit it out later. In fact, that is exactly what I want to say. Li Yao made up his mind. In fact, Monster Li is not lurking around. He is lurking right among us. Well, the truth is, I am the legendary vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors. Boss Yu, Yan Yuden, Master Bitter Cicada, Hai Lan, and the other experts. Everybody looked at him with the utmost astonishment, especially his face that was so engorged and deformed that even his mother would not have recognized him. Are you really serious? Boss Yu asked. I am very serious. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Because I am a man who likes to keep a low profile and despises fame and fortune. I sincerely hope to make friends with you, fellow cultivators. I was afraid that you would keep your distance from me after learning of my high and noble identity. If so, you would definitely restrain yourselves when we were hanging around. Wouldn't that be a bummer? Please don't look at me like that, fellow cultivators. Although I am indeed the legendary hero of the Federation, the dominator of 3 sectors, the father of civilization, and for some people, the founding father of the new Federation, I am in fact very modest and approachable. Don't feel that there is any gap between you and me. There is no such thing. In my eyes, everybody is the same. The experts of the ancient sages sector all struggled to swallow the revelation. I am suddenly so disappointed in the Star Glory Federation, Boss Xiaoyu said gloomily. Me too. Han Bailing nodded heavily, too. The legendary dominator of 3 sectors and the founding father of the Star Glory Federation is this guy. Qi Chongqing looked at Li Yao in disbelief, with intense suspicion and disappointment in his voice. There's no time for more explanations. Whatever misunderstandings, disappointment, and dissatisfaction you may have for me or for the Star Glory Federation, let's talk about it later. All in all, the thing down below is an extraterrestrial devil. It is the mastermind of the whole scheme. Right now, Long Yangjun has forced it to reveal its true self and locked onto it. It has nowhere to run and no way to conceal itself. As long as we take it down, we will be able to break the entire illusionary world and return to reality. Otherwise, we will all be trapped in the Spiritor's realm forever until our souls and mental power are drained. Then, we will remain its slaves for the rest of our lives. Chapter 1785, The Last Strength. Overwhelming and gapless, the whole upper half of the crystal turbulence was its bloody mouths. There was nowhere to run to at all. Yin Liren sniffed and launched an attack. He did not care whether he was in reality or in a virtual world, and whether his enemy was the dominator of 3 sectors or an extraterrestrial devil. If anything, the stronger an enemy was, the more intense his fighting will and his sword auras would be. Shua! The sword auras flashed and surged in the void like dazzling lightning. Yin Liren's soul and sword auras were perfectly melded, and he slashed almost 100 tentacles within a moment. But every broken tentacle turned into a gigantic boa and lunged at him again. Thick silver blood spurted out of the fractures. Whenever the blood touched his soul, it would immediately begin crazy corruption and try to crawl into his soul like thousands of dense bugs. Despite Yin Liren's overwhelming sword auras, it was impossible for him to escape from the infinite web of the extraterrestrial devil for the time being. The other experts of the ancient sages sector were also dragged into fierce fights by the tentacles that were rife with bloody mouths and venomous fangs, unable to free themselves. They had been lost for more than 12 hours in the virtual world after all. Not only were their souls seriously exhausted and their mental power drained, their moves and techniques had also been seen through by the extraterrestrial devil. They could not help but feel that the enemy could predict their every attack. There was no need to mention Li Yao and Long Yangjun. They were both too fatigued to do anything. All they could do was keep themselves safe under the entanglement and suppression of the tentacles. Absorb the souls of you into my body, and let's create a new world of absolute peace and infinite wonders together. The extraterrestrial devil was still laughing crazily in Professor Mo Xian's voice, but with a completely different tone from Professor Emotien's. It had gone completely mad. It must have poured everything in. Long Yanjun was tied up by almost 10 tentacles. Countless tusks in the bloody mouths bit deep into her body and injected tremendous silver materials into her soul, gradually transforming her into a silver statue. The elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization grunted and struggled to say, it must have retreated all the mental power and computational ability that was previously dedicated to the invasion of the spiritual nexus in the entire Federation. It is too occupied in dealing with us to care about what is happening outside. Such strong mental power is not entirely its own, but also from the people who are caged in the Spiritor's realm, including the many ordinary people and cultivators. The monster has stolen everybody's strength and is using it against us. Hang in there. We must persist to the end. It is now overloading, too, and may collapse at any point. The soul power of thousands of people is not so easy to be absorbed and assimilated, either. One moment of carelessness, and it will completely fall apart. Meng Qixin, and Han Bailing were both wearing painful expressions. They could barely say anything, but they blew out flames of spiritual energy, each more furious than last, burning the tentacles around them in ashes time and time again. Ash! Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was already tangled by countless tentacles. Even her hair had been consumed, and she had completely vanished. However, dazzling lotus flowers were suddenly blossoming from the gaps of the tentacles, and ear-splitting shrieks were echoing. Around Master Bitter Cicada, 108 beads that were condensed with the soul power glowed brilliantly. Even the enchantment of Sutras could vaguely be heard. They disappeared into the bloody mouths at the ends of the tentacles. Then, thousands of golden lines showed up on the tentacles when they were blown apart and driven away by the exploding beads. The other experts of the Ancient Sages sector were also exploiting the life fire at the deepest part of their souls under Long Yangjuan's encouragement and fighting a bloody battle with the extraterrestrial devil. In District 01 Space Station inside 100 Flower City in reality, the previously frozen liquid metal was bubbling as if it was boiling. Hissing shrieks could even be heard from those bubbles. In the machine room of the Guy-level super crystal processor deep inside District 01 Space Station, cracking explosions were echoing non-stop, too. There was nothing but stunning red on the light beam that displayed the functioning status of the supercrystal processor. In only 10 seconds, the average temperature of the array of computation units inside the supercrystal processor was improved by 30 degrees, and it was still on the rise at a speed of 0.5 degrees per second. Despite the protection of the most advanced cooling arrays of the whole Federation, the supercrystal processor would completely collapse before long. Shwa! 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 The 100 space stations of 100 Flower City almost fell into darkness simultaneously. Countless citizens floated to the midair, staggering. The air became hot and soggy. The side of the city that was faced with the star was heated continuously, while thin ice and frost appeared on the other side of the city that was in the shadow. All the illumination rune arrays, artificial gravity units, and even air circulation system had crashed. Tremendous computational ability was repurposed to District 01 Space Station to maintain the most violent form of the extraterrestrial devil. Ugh, new air could not circulate, and the waste that people breathed out could not be discharged in time, either. They were all gathered in a narrow space. Also, because of the rising or plummeting temperature, many people who were relatively weak already felt that it was difficult to breathe and that their head was dizzy. Perhaps, in an hour, the entire 100 Flower City would turn into a no-man's land. At such a price, abundant computational ability surged in incessantly. Like the most effective cardiotonic, the extraterrestrial devil expanded crazily, laughing, growing more and more hideous tentacles. Under the mental attack that focused the strength of millions of people, the resistance of the experts from the Ancient Sages sector grew more and more feeble, and they were struggling ever more helplessly. "This place is its battlefield," Meng Qixin said. Or for the divinity transformation stage cultivators, this is its domain in which it has absolute control over everything. Wu Suiyin and I were both heavily wounded before. Our levels plummeted and our domains are basically gone. There's no way that we can compete with it. What overwhelming mental power, Emperor Phoenix exclaimed. We are fighting millions of people at the same time. There's no chance for us to win. I can't hold on any longer. I'm about to be completely corrupted. Ba Xiu bellowed. Hey, if you are indeed the legendary vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors, you must have your last, ultimate move, right? Don't hesitate anymore. Now is the time for a glamorous transformation to save the day. The ultimate move? Well, how about I sing the national anthem of the Federation to boost everyone's morale? Idiot. You gotta be kidding me. Had I seen this day coming, we would have joined the Imperium's side. Ha ha! Every bloody mouth on every tentacle of the extraterrestrial devil burst into crazy laughter. In the middle of the laughter, tinier tentacles that looked like tongues with hooks extended out of those bloody mouths and licked everyone's body. Both the Federation and the Imperium are just stones on the path of evolution that are destined to be crushed. Instead of joining the Imperium's side, why don't you give up resistance, meld into my world, and become part of my soul? It will be the most wonderful experience that you have never tasted before. The civilization of mankind is about to evolve into a brand new, ultimate form. We will create a perfect new world together. Together, we will be the gods that control and protect the new world. Why are you still struggling against such an arduous and sacred destiny? Open your arms and embrace the future. Embrace my ass. I am. Liao punched at the bloody mouth that was full of sharp fangs and long, hooked tongues. But his arm was bitten by the mouth as he did so. Thousands of streams of silver venom were directly injected into the deepest part of his soul, making him cramp crazily like an electric shock. His tears, snot, and saliva were all spurting out beyond his control. Is this the doom of the Ancient Sages sector? Looking at his devastated appearance, the experts of the Ancient Sages sector, who had been tricked into the Federation by him, all felt dizzy and terribly desperate. When they thought back what had happened in the past half-year, it was almost like the most ridiculous nightmare. Damn it! What kind of bullsh** T Federation and dominator of 3 sectors were they? Blood like fire was gushing out of Long Yangjuan's throat as she shouted at the top of her voice. Don't panic, everybody. Look around. We still have hope. Huh? The experts of the Ancient Sages sector were slightly dazed. They looked around, only to discover that the crystal turbulence made of hundreds of broken virtual worlds that was revolving and surging crazily was actually slowing Xuan and showing signs of stabilization. From the rolling ripples in the turbulence, a lot of transparent light spots flew out like fireflies. Floating and drifting, they moved up and reached the battlefield where the extraterrestrial devil and the experts from the Ancient Sages sector were at an impasse. Inside every light spot, there was a human face that was either clear or blurred, with joy, anger, sorrow, ecstasy, and all the most genuine human emotions. They were souls, the souls of the ordinary people and the low-level cultivators. Overjoyed, Long Yangjun shouted loudly. The computational ability of the monster has indeed reached its limits. Now that it has focused on the computational ability and mental power to attack us, it is no longer able to control the broken virtual worlds. The people who were caged in the virtual worlds before are now free. This place was the Spiriters' realm. The body size of every individual here was proportional to the intensity of their soul power. The soul power of the ordinary people was relatively weak, and they were the light spots that looked like fireflies. As for the middle and low-level cultivators, they were the light balls the size of fists. They had mostly been trapped in the virtual worlds much longer. They did not understand what was happening or where this terrifying battlefield was yet. The tiny people no larger than fireflies simply floated in the void, staring at the giants, who were fighting a blood battle in astonishment, fright, anxiety, and confusion. Only the few clusters of fire that were most clear and steady seemed to have realized something. They flew above everyone and looked at both parties in the battle suspiciously. One of the fires was in the shape of a tiny green bird. Li Yao was almost crying in joyful tears again. With the deepest shivering voice inside his soul, he shouted at the green bird, "Wei Qingqing, Sister Qingqing, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." Chapter 1786, Green Bird and Fire. It's me, Li Yao. In the middle of the emergency, Li Yao hurried to prove his identity. Last time we met, it was a while before I set off to the Dark Nebula. You said that you wrote a new novel and invited me to visit the illusionary world constructed by the novel. But I turned you down after learning that it was a romance novel about two men having a baby. Ding Ling Dang, however, seemed to be quite into the book and spent a long time in the illusionary world with you. Although I don't know what you did exactly. You still remember that, don't you? The eyes of the little green bird were glittering, and tears were almost falling down. Finding it hard to believe her ears, she exclaimed in both surprise and delight, "Li Yao? Li Yao, it's really you." Wei Qingqing and the other spectral cultivators who participated in the Tinder Plan, namely the people that called themselves Spiriters, were the real creators and maintainers of the Spiriters realm. They had long become used to life in the Spiriters realm, which meant that they had been deceived by the extraterrestrial devil on the deepest level. Wei Qingqing was a culture-type cultivator and a strong illusionist who boasted the ability to construct illusionary worlds with words at her will. Her ability to identity, stabilize, and destroy virtual worlds was well above that of the cultivators of other types at the same level. The illusionists, architects, playwrights, data miners, and analysts, as well as all the other participants of the Tinder Plan like her, were more adapted to survival and battle in the Spiriters realm than normal people. For the sake of absolute confidentiality, the extraterrestrial devil had naturally never told them the real plan, but fooled them into creating a myriad of virtual worlds and strong, old grandpas, battle-type artificial intelligences, under Professor Mo Xian's identity, with the Tinder Plan as a disguise. A day ago, when the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau and the Federation Army in Hundred Flower City were gathered in the Tinder base, and Li Yao vaguely noticed that something was wrong with Professor Mo Xian, the extraterrestrial devil had decided to activate the plan ahead of schedule. While disrupting the carrier that accommodated Li Yao and other experts from the Ancient Sages sector with false jump coordinates, he had also controlled the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau and the Federal Army in the Tinder base and sealed their souls and the souls of Wei Qingqing and other workers in independent Spiriters realms, in order to prevent them from running out and sabotaging his plan. But because of the series of coincidences, and especially after Long Yangjuan's deep excavation and Li Yao's brute collision, all the virtual worlds were broken apart, and everyone's soul was released to the most fundamental level of the Spiriters realm. When the extraterrestrial devil poured all the computational ability on the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector led by Li Yao, it was no longer able to control the agitated Spiriters. They were all freed. The spectral cultivators, or the Spiriters who believed that they were the third life form of the civilization of mankind, looked at the soul-stirring competition in bafflement. The scent from the extraterrestrial devil was quite familiar to them, but the craziest waves that were spreading out were extremely strange. They all shuddered hard under the intimidation. This is flapping her wings that were made of green fire. Wei Qingqing stopped in front of Li Yao out of habit, although she did not quite understand what was going on yet. Exactly like 100 years ago on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau, when she protected Li Yao, who was still an ordinary person, as a cultivator. It is not Professor Mo Xian. It is an extraterrestrial devil. The 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector all knew that the situation had reached the most critical moment. Although they hated Li Yao's guts in their heart, they had no choice but to unleash the most passionate fire of their soul to buy a precious moment of rest for Li Yao, Wei Qingqing, and the rest of them, so that Li Yao could finish his speech. He was speaking to both Wei Qingqing and the thousands of Spiriters who were still confused. The so-called Spiriters and Spiriters realm is not a plan of succession for mankind prepared for the future millions of years' time. It is in fact an upgrade plan of mankind that is becoming reality right now. The extraterrestrial devil intends to perform a dreadful upgrade by transforming all human beings into Spiriters and completely virtualizing the civilization of mankind. Our everything will be installed in supercrystal processors, and the extraterrestrial devil will hide behind the curtain and control those supercrystal processors and the entire spiriters realm. Then it will absorb our precious emotions and will in the process. In such a way, it will achieve its evil purpose of parasitism. What? The souls of the ordinary people who did not know much were unaware of the true meaning of Tinderplan and virtualization of mankind. But the specialists who were directly involved in the Tinder plan and the spiriters who had been contemplating and debating on the future of the grand unified spiritual nexus for decades were all greatly shocked. There was only one Li Yao in the whole Star Glory Federation whose name could be spoken by Wei Qingqing in such a passionate way. Shocking, on the other hand, could not begin to describe the feeling of those people who heard Li Yao's real identity and the words that followed. Everything that was floating around their souls, including the shattered warring worlds, the terribly cruel hells, and the hideous appearance of the extraterrestrial devil, certainly could not be explained by the Tinder plan. Stop it! Twisted silver stripes were flowing on Li Yao's body and face, as the extraterrestrial devil's corruption reached the deepest part of his soul. His voice was shivering under the excruciating pain. We had done our best. Now, only you who know the virtual world's best can stop it. This is true. The eyes of Wei Qingqing and all the other spiriters shifted from the 12 experts of the ancient sages sector who were gritting their teeth and struggling in pain to the extraterrestrial devil whose tentacles and flagella were raging crazily. You are not Professor Emotion. You are the extraterrestrial devil. You have been lying to us all this time. Do not be fooled by his nonsense. The anxious voice of Professor Emotion echoed from deep inside the silver, universal virus. I am Emotion. Everything I've been doing is to offer the Federation and mankind a perfect new world of absolute peace, where there are no wars or contradictions. You are all spiriters and members of the perfect new world. Have you not realized how wonderful the spiriters realm is compared to the ugly world outside? You should stand on my side and turn all human beings into you, upgrading humans and demons into the spiriters. No, no, this isn't what we agreed upon. This isn't what Professor Emotion told us. Wei Qingqing flapped her wings, raising green tornadoes to help her resist the tentacles that were coming at her like wriggling worms. The conditions are still immature for the spiriters to grow and flourish independently. We are forced to live inside the spiriters realm because we don't have a choice after losing our fleshly bodies. However wonderful the spiriters realm is, it takes the real world as a template and can only be founded on the soil of reality. Without the support of reality, isn't the spiriters realm a river without a source or a tree without roots? Besides, the operation and expansion of the spiriters realm do require resources. Computational ability is the most critical resource for the spiriters realm. The generation of computational ability, on the other hand, depends on upgrading the supercrystal processors and the infinite expansion of the grand unified spiritual nexus. Both the supercrystal processors and the bases to launch and receive signals of the grand unified spiritual consume tremendous resources in the real world. A lot of the precious resources are also rare and unrecyclable. There are only limited resources to create the crystal processors and maintain the interstellar network. So, there are bound to be contradictions. You are talking about a perfect new world? Is there anything in the universe that is really perfect except for death? So, neither the spiriters nor the spiriters realm are ready. We belong to the future, millions of years away. We will leave the present to the people today and conquer the universe in millions of years as the future explorers of mankind. Isn't that logic what Professor Emotion taught us? If you were really Professor Emotion, how could you have betrayed your belief and transformed so many dreadful worlds into reality? Faced with Wei Qingqing's criticism, the silver universal virus was covered in chaotic ripples, which gradually condensed into a big, blurred face that was exactly like Professor Emotion's. Shame, guilt, doggedness, frenzy. All kinds of complicated expressions could be found on the big face. I can't let it go. I cannot let go of my motherland, my compatriots, and the civilization of mankind that I hold dear. I can barely wait for millions of seconds, much less years. I have to save them. I have to save you. I have to save everyone. Veins that looked like earthworms and bugs protruded on its enormous face, as if it were debating with itself fiercely. Then, it suddenly changed its facial expression and became extremely hideous again. Whoever stops me from saving mankind will be mankind's greatest enemy and the real virus of our civilization. In the perfect new world of absolute peace, such viruses must be killed. Now that you are unwilling to follow me to carry out such a grand mission, you will become part of me and the Spiritor's realm. Chilu, 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 Chilu. The tiny flagella around its body suddenly lengthened and lunged at the souls of the ordinary people that were no larger than fireflies and the low-level cultivators the size of fists. Those people were mostly research-type, admin-type, and culture-type cultivators. Naturally, their soul power was far weaker than the soul power of Li Yao and the other experts from the Ancient Sages sector. In the blink of an eye, a large area of them was already swallowed by the extraterrestrial devil. Xuan, one of the thickest tentacles, opened the bloody mouth at the end and jumped at Wei Qingqing overwhelmingly. From the bloody mouth, another 100 tentacles that looked like both teeth and tongues dashed out again. Sister Qingqing. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. There was no telling from which corner of his soul he found some new strength, but he broke the tentacles that tied him up in crazy roars and ran over to Wei Qingqing. But he was one step late. Before he took action, Wei Qingqing, the strengthless, culture-type cultivator, just like on the train to the Grand Desolate Plateau more than 100 years ago, triggered her near-non-existent combat ability and immense soul fire, turning into a furiously burning, brilliant green bird. She smiled back at Li Yao. Then, without any hesitation, she soared high above and darted at the bloody mouth of the extraterrestrial devil like an arrow shot from the bow. Professor Mo Xian, this is not the real you. Wake up now! Chapter 1787. Sing, roar, and burn. It was her song, her pride, her hope, and the most dazzling moment of her life. But in front of the shining green features, Wei Qingqing flapped her wings and accelerated abruptly toward the hideous, bloody mouth of the extraterrestrial devil. Without any question, she was tied up by almost 100 tentacles, but the moment before her soul was completely shredded, she was still emanating her feeble light while gritting her teeth, exactly like how she had burned her entire life on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau 100 years ago, when it encountered a beast tide just to launch the Tai lightning railgun once. The Wei Qingqing in front Li Yao and the Wei Qingqing in his memories overlapped into an unbendable, unkillable, and unbroken green bird that disappeared deep inside the bloody mouth of the extraterrestrial devil. Ark! Li Yao burst into such fury that every shackle, every barrier, and every blockage deep inside his soul was cracking and exploding. Silver liquid metal was flowing out crazily from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, only to be burnt up by the flames of his fury. It was the corruptive force from the extraterrestrial devil that had invaded his body earlier, but it was pushed out of his body in his desperate rage. Li Yao's previously dim and insignificant soul was clear, expanding and burning again. His messy hair all stood up, making his head look like an active volcano from which magma was erupting incessantly. The entire dark void was illuminated in red. What kind of strength is this? What a powerful soul! And it is still rising. Is this really just a nascent soul stage cultivator? The other experts from the Ancient Sages sector were still competing with the extraterrestrial devil hard with their mental power. The two parties were at an impasse. Although they had managed to resist the corruption of the extraterrestrial devil and even occupied and wasted the extraterrestrial devil's enormous computation ability, it was still impossible for them to launch a counterattack. Right then, they all perceived the soul power that was flowing crazily out of Li Yao. There seemed to be a black hole deep inside Li Yao's brain that was connected to an alien world. Strength from the distant shore of the Sea of Stars was arriving in this world. The unprecedented, Overwhelming soul tides even dazzled the divinity transformation stage cultivators such as Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun. Besides Wei Qingqing, the other spiriters had all heard Li Yao's explanation and the extraterrestrial devil's horrendous declaration. For most of the spiriters, even if they considered the spiriters' realm their new home, they could not accept that their family, offspring, and compatriots would live such a life forever, not to mention that they would all be controlled by the extraterrestrial devil. Wei Qingqing had set a good example for them. Even if they had been transformed into the spiriters, they were still proud human beings. The souls of the cultivators only the size of fists, and the souls of the ordinary people that looked like butterflies were all charging at the extraterrestrial devil while roaring. In the dark void, a glamorous meteor shower glowed most brilliantly with the dignity, pride, and free will of mankind. Boom! 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 The souls of countless cultivators and ordinary people crashed into the extraterrestrial devil brutally, causing splendid ripples on the shell of the silver virus. But they were too weak after all, and they did not understand the means of soul attacks. Their random collisions barely brought any result. Instead, the tentacles and flagella of the extraterrestrial devil caught them and swallowed them one mouthful after another. With every cluster of souls that it absorbed, the strength of the extraterrestrial devil would expand a tiny bit. The souls that it did not have time to consume were blown away with tentacles. Those firefly-like souls were shaking in the dark void randomly, as if they had been mired in the violent tempest, disappearing while shrieking aloud. "Ha! This is the deepest part of the spiriters' realm that I carefully crafted. This is my domain, my world." Its flagella squirming, the extraterrestrial devil laughed soul-stirringly. "Every corner of this universe carries out my will and my rules. Nobody can defeat me in this place. Nobody. As spiriters, you are supposed to be the constructors and defenders of the spiriters' realm. You are the new hope of mankind. But you have betrayed me, betrayed the spiriters' realm, and betrayed the brand new civilization of mankind. You can all just die. Turn into basic data currents and be part of my database." The crazy laughter came to an abrupt halt. Unusual ripples were spreading out on the surface of the virus shell, with abnormal bubbles protruding at the center. The flagella and the tentacles were all straightened, as if they were affected by a certain invisible force. They were unable to move anymore. Boom! 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 The abnormal bubbles exploded one after another. Green light that was made of interconnected green feathers beamed out of them. This is... The extraterrestrial devil's crazy laughter turned into a scream of fear and confusion. The bubbles all over its body kept increasing and exploding one after another. Light spots that looked like fireflies all rushed out of its body and got away from its control. They were the souls that had just been swallowed, the souls that were feeble and insignificant, but clear and firm. The extraterrestrial devil has reached the limitation of its computational ability. Long Yangjun shouted in excitement. The core data is overflowing. It cannot digest and absorb so many souls. There are certain fatal logical errors in its fundamental algorithm. If it absorbs more souls, it will crash. It's impossible. How can this happen? The flagella of the extraterrestrial devil were wriggling again, trying to block every broken bubble on the body, but it was as useless as blocking a flood with a fence. More and more fireflies were spurting out of its body, like a shining spring. Not just the souls that were swallowed moments ago. Even the soul pieces that it had devoured in secret over the past decades were vomited out too. The green light that had torn apart its body at the very beginning, which was made of green feathers, condensed into a tiny, insignificant green bird in the meantime. It was flapping its wings and glowing freely in the middle of the storm and turbulence. Sister Qingqing, Li Yao felt two streams of hot magma spurting out of his eye sockets. A new name was added to the list of women who he wanted to hug, most other than his wife. The extraterrestrial devil intended to build a new world that was solely made of the spiriters, but the so-called spiriters had abandoned it. After throwing out tremendous souls that were incompatible with its core algorithm, the body of the extraterrestrial devil was greatly reduced, like a balloon whose air had been discharged. Silver tides were also surging on the crinkled shell. Almost 4 tides seemed to be attacking and mauling each other, until eventually, one of the tides protruded and condensed into the shape of a human. It was Professor Mo Xian's appearance. Li, embarrassment, regret, confusion, determination, and many other emotions flashed on the face of this Professor Mo Xian in turn. His arms were deeply stabbed into the silver ball, blowing out a swirl that reached its core. He raised his head and roared at Li Yao. Now is the time. Open fire at me and finish everything. Professor, Li Yao mumbled. Is that you? Are you really Professor Mo Xian? He is the real Professor Mo Xian, the little green bird that was hovering in the void chirped. The core operational logic of the extraterrestrial devil and him had a conflict. That's why we were set free. Enough talking. I have exposed my core database to you. Silver tears flowed out of Professor Mo Xian's eyes. He desperately shouted, if the core database is not destroyed, it may run away and be reborn. I cannot hold it for long. Open fire now. Kill me and destroy it. What are you doing? What are you doing exactly? Another few clusters of silver tides rose up on the surface of the silver ball and turned into the appearance of Professor Mo Xian. But their faces were all extremely twisted and looked nothing like the real professor. Those fake Professor Mo Xian shrieked and lunged at the real Professor Mo Xian. But however hard they bit and shoved, they could not stop the real Professor Mo Xian from opening the core database to Li Yao. Don't dawdle, Li Yao. Do what you must. The real Professor Mo Xian shouted at the center of the surging silver tides. Li Yao understood everything. Perhaps Professor Mo Xian's soul had indeed been split apart in the accident decades ago, and more than half of it had been lost. But even in the residue that remained after the accident, there was still something called humanity inside. Whatever his body and soul had changed into, he was still a human being, he was still a cultivator, and he was still Professor Mo Xian. While hot tears were raging out, Li Yao raised his right hand. He heard the singing and the roaring of all the sources around. He also sensed that his own soul was shaking, which was so feeble and yet entailed infinite potential and strength. It was reverberation, the reverberation of human souls when they were vibrating at the same frequency. Right? It seems that I do have one last trick. It's what I learned from the Chi trainers of Iron Plateau. The reverberation of fighting will. Fighting will is the presentation of the soul when it is activated to the maximum. If fighting will can be reverberated, why can't the soul? Come on, sing, roar, burn, and reverberate. Everyone, let me sense the vibration of your soul, your pride as a human being, and your determination to fight to the end. Let me gather all of your strength. From deep inside Li Yao's soul, magnificent, soul-stirring music was running out like a dam whose gate had opened. All the experts from the ancient sages sector observed, listened to, and sensed everything, stunned. What was happening in front of their eyes was something that the seasoned, battle-tested nascent soul stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators had never experienced before. The reverberation of the souls of thousands of ordinary people and low-level cultivators was also brand-new strength that they had never seen. In the unified chant and reverberation, the sound, like a disobedient beast, finally crashed into the night sky that was full of dark clouds after a high-pitched roar, introducing a glorious morning glow. It was the darkest moment before dawn. But the morning glow was even more brilliant in contrast to the darkness of the night sky. The blood-red crimson soon illuminated half of the dark clouds, turning the tiny section of the sky in the east clear and bright. The dark sky was raging, hoping to besiege and swallow the tiny hope. But the morning glow and the sun behind grew brighter and brighter and more unstoppable. The two forces, bright and dark, fought in the bleeding sky. The soul-stirring and awe-inspiring music turned into an ineffaceable scroll in front of the eyes of the experts from the ancient sages' sector after they heard it. Golden sunlight ripped dark clouds as well as the dense fog that enshrouded the bleak land into shreds like sharp blades, illuminating a troop that was marching forward in silence on the ragged mountain roads and the rough cliffs. Every set of armor and every sword was shining brilliantly, and every determined and resolute face was highlighted. The collisions of blades and armor, the thuds of horse hooves, and the breathing of the soldiers were in the same rhythm, as well as the fluttering sound of the blood-stained flag in the wind. All the noises became part of the music and melded into the magnificent march perfectly. Why is there music? Meng Qixin and Han Bailing looked at each other in bewilderment. This sounds like the national anthem of the Star Glory Federation. Emperor Phoenix and Qi Zhongdao realized what it was at the same time. They were both interested in the political structure of the modern cultivation civilization. The national anthems, national flags, and many other things were an important part of their investigation. Are you serious? Is it really possible to boost morale by singing the national anthem? Ba Xiaoyu looked at Li Yao in bewilderment. Along with the reverberation of everyone's soul, the feelings, will, mind, and soul of everybody all turned into waves that were attracted by the source of vibration and gathered in Li Yao's right hand, which was raised high in the sky. There, a ball of light that was too dazzling for the naked eye was already born, and it was expanding quickly, accompanied by the greatest battle hymn of the Federation. It was growing more and more scorching and powerful. Even the entire dark void was twisted uncontrollably because of the interference of the ball of light. It was then that Ba Xiaoyu realized that Li Yao had not been joking when he proposed to boost morale by singing a song. It was indeed his ultimate move. All the experts from the ancient sages sector could not help but murmur at the same time. This is too unbelievable. But the pitch of the song did not rise higher and higher and enter the most blood-boiling and grandeur climax as they expected. Instead, it dropped down and became slow and gentle. The slow tune unfolded another scroll in front of their eyes. The zigzagging rivers, the rippling wheat that was flowing non-stop, the peaceful villages that were dotted along the rivers and wheat lands, and the people who were smiling and singing happily and looking forward to the harvest full of expectation. Therefore, the experts of the ancient sages sector understood the force that the song was praising. They realized what the troop in the song was fighting for, and where they were going. This place, the rivers, the wheat fields, and the villages was their hometown. They were going to fight the most terrible enemy and the deepest darkness in the universe in order to protect the precious land and their wonderful home. Their lives, children, and parents were staring at them from the back. The hot, fragrant homemade food was awaiting them below the red bricks. The wheat fields, the rice flowers, and the rivers were all supporting them. Under the support of such forces, in the slow and mild section, the troop, the marching song, and the unbendable spirit had been fully charged with strength. After a deafening drumming, the music abruptly reached the climax. The troop charged at the sky suddenly, striding toward the rumbling thunder and the rolling dark clouds. The people in the front line and in the hometown, the people in illusion and reality, men and women, old and young, ordinary people and cultivators, everyone was singing together aloud. In the middle of the lightning, can you see what makes us so proud? Dawn is born in the middle of the dark sky. Who is surfing in the sea of stars? Nothing rumbles as loudly as the Star Glory Federation. Whether or not the angry tides in the universe have died down, on the glorious land and in the sky of freedom, let's march forward, Federation. Let's march forward, Federation. The song that continued to rise, just like when it had been sung countless times in the past 600 years, would never be stopped by anything once it began. It was the battle hymn roared by the warriors who fought through death and blood after collisions of blades and bones when they charged at death and destruction side by side. It did not require a touching melody or a professional singer. It was unnecessary to find the correct beat. As long as 100 people, 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people burnt their lives and ignited their soul, they would be able to bring out the voice of a nation, a people, and a civilization. The experts from the ancient sages sector were not very familiar with the battle hymn that had been passed on for almost 700 years at first. But for some reason, the battle hymn felt like iron torrents that were crushing their souls and pressing on their hearts. Their every finger, every toe, and even every strand of hair was shaking together with the rhythm. Well, what kind of technique is this? Why do I feel that my blood is boiling? Ba Xiaoyu widened his eyes. The fire of his soul was burning brighter and brighter and had finished all the tentacles that constrained him without him knowing. It seemed attracted by the voice inside Li Yao's soul and bounced at the same frequency as the beat of the song. But it doesn't feel bad at all. Ba Xiaoyu clenched his fists, and his fists were beating powerfully like two hearts. Without me knowing it, the fire is burning all the way from my toes to the top of my head. It's been a long time since I last had such a gratifying feeling. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? Li Yao, Ba Xiaoyu, and the experts from the ancient sages sector stared at Li Yao, the source of everything. For Li Yao right now, his entire right arm and even his entire upper half body had been wreathed in the ball of light that looked like a supernova outbreak. It had taken over the domain of the extraterrestrial devil and become the absolute center of the dark void. Is this the real Vulture Li Yao? His strength is truly immeasurable and unstoppable. Even Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators, found it practically impossible to keep their eyes open under the dazzling light released from Li Yao's right hand. In the echo of March Forward Federation, the troop that jumped up from the bleak land had completely ripped apart the darkness and the clouds. There was no telling whether the sunlight dawned each and every one of them with glamorous armor, or their shining sabers and swords had turned into sunlight that sprayed on the earth and guarded the human world. It's impossible. The extraterrestrial devil's scream could clearly be heard from the golden sunlight. This is my world. Nobody can destroy me in this place. Nobody. Li Yao. Professor Mo Xian shouted desperately again. Torn by almost 5 false Professor Mo Xians, he looked more painful than ever. However, he simply held onto the shell of the silver ball and unveiled the dark red light spots at the most central part. Now is the time. Don't worry about me. Bring it on. Professor, I'm sorry. Li Yao gritted his teeth, with tears flowing on his face. I'm the one who should be sorry. Professor Mo Xian laughed miserably, as if a great burden had been relieved. I was wrong. I hope that there is still time. Now let's fix the mistake. It's impossible. I can't fail. No. Why? Why is this happening? The extraterrestrial devil struggled hard and cried at the top of its voice. Countless flagella and tentacles were waving futilely and pierced through Professor Mo Xian's body. But they could no longer corrupt the slightest bit of the clear and determined will and belief that belonged to a human being. Do you still not understand, scumbag? Li Yao laughed through his tears. You think you can calculate and control everything with a few supercrystal processors and an enormous database. But the feelings of mankind are incalculable, the will of mankind is uncontrollable, and the spirit of mankind is unstoppable. Even if you devote the computational ability of the entire universe, you will not begin to estimate the limits of the civilization of mankind. However many dark, cruel, and ugly things we may encounter on our way forward, we will press on and resolve everything with our courage and wisdom. We will never seal ourselves in tiny crystal chips in the illusions of absolute peace, under fantasized rules. Sister Qingqing is not under your control. Professor Mo Xian is not under your control. None of the spiriters are willing to be under your control or bound by your limits and rules. You failed from the very beginning, Asterisk Shoal. Don't you feed on the feelings of mankind? Then enjoy this. The outrage, the pride, the joy, the songs and roars, and all the other emotions of human beings. The world is ours. You can go to hell now. The ball of light that condensed the will and dignity of countless people exploded. The dark void exploded immediately. The fire of souls that was incalculable, inestimable, uncontrollable, and limitless covered the entire world within a moment. Don't. Don't kill me, humans. We're on the same team. The extraterrestrial devil was like a glass ball that was melted. All the tentacles and flagella were burned up. Plies of wrinkles were even dangling from the silver shell. Under the massive blast of emotions and will, it screamed desperately and twistedly. Very soon, the scream turned into bubbling and gurgling sounds. Its core database completely crashed. The energy waves degraded into dim curves, drowned in the reverberation of Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian, Wei Qingqing, and everybody else. In reality, the mainframe crystal processor of District 01 space station, the super crystal processors in the Tinder base, and the bases that were responsible for exchanging information and telepathic thoughts with the 7 sectors around Hundred Flower City had a series of explosions at the same time. Without the control of the extraterrestrial devil, the dark void could not hold out any longer. The most fundamental layer of the entire Spiriters realm was collapsing. Too many people had been drained in the reverberation of soul a moment ago, and their memory pieces were scattered like cosmic dust and attracted to the powerful souls of Li Yao and the experts from the Ancient Sages sector, allowing them to have a glimpse on tremendous bizarre memory clips in the moment. Li Yao's soul, on the other hand, was the center that crashed into the fundamental database of the extraterrestrial devil. Naturally, it swallowed a lot of information, data, and energy waves from the extraterrestrial devil. The foreign energy that was struggling before death went on a rampage inside the deep part of his soul and bombarded the gate that was hidden at the bottom level of his soul. Boom! 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 Li Yao felt that 3 peals of thunder echoed in a row in the depths of his soul. The seals and shackles were blown to smithereens, and an invisible gate was slowly opened. A while back, this very gate had already been barraged once by another extraterrestrial devil at the bottom of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, which had made Li Yao notice the existence of the gate for the first time. Right now, the seal on the gate had been completely opened. Through the gap in the gate, he noticed that an unbelievable channel seemed to be hidden in the depths of his soul, which led to a different world where he could see a blue planet as the 3rd planet of a stable galaxy. Earth! Art! Li Yao wanted to hold his head and roar, but his soul had been melted with the entire universe, and he could only float and drift together with the turbulence made of thousands of soul pieces. In a trance, he heard himself making that declaration again. I will certainly be back. I will certainly be back. I will certainly be back. Plop. Li Yao seemed to have fallen into a dark, bottomless ocean, and his soul was condensed again. Opposite him, Professor Mo Xian was floating in the void with his arms wide open. He was still in the same simple style, with a gray coat, untrimmed stubble, and an untidy face. But the affection, regret, shame, pain, and resolution in the depths of his eyes made Li Yao realize that he was different from a moment ago. It was the real Professor Mo Xian who was exactly like 100 years ago. From the 10 fingers at the ends of Professor Mo Xian's wide-open arms, countless strings of light, like the extensions of his veins and nerves, dived into the depths of the darkness. Li Yao sensed powerful life energy surging out unstoppably from deep inside Professor Mo Xian's soul and flowing to nobody knew where. The last bit of Professor Mo Xian's life was burnt crazily. His soul grew weaker and weaker, and his body was turning dim and clear. He was even disintegrating into shiny powder from his feet and dispersing into the darkness. With a smile, he walked to his death peacefully. Li Yao bulged his eyes. Professor, what are you doing? Why are you burning your soul crazily like that? Listen, Li Yao. Professor Mo Xian coughed lightly and said, I don't have much time left. I'm glad that everything could be ended in your hands in such a way. Before I leave, there are a few things that I would like to say to you. It won't happen, Li Yao said in a hurry. Since your remaining soul is still here, we can definitely find a solution. You won't die. You even survived when you were in the state of a phantom entity. There's got to be a way. Please stop. I have to die, Professor Mo Xian said calmly. It extracted tremendous computational ability to attack you at the last moment without considering anything. Countless mainframe crystal processors in and out of Hundred Flowers City were overloaded. As a result, a lot of the crystal processors and bases for space communication have exploded. Hundred Flowers City is completely out of control now. At this moment, the gravity control rune arrays, the temperature adjustment units, and the air circulation system in the space stations are all having problems. People will die if the situation is not resolved. A lot of people will die. Only I can repair the urgent faults at the cost of the last bit of my computational ability by constructing a brand new, temporary control circuit. 30% of the facilities in Hundred Flowers City can be recovered. So, there is no option now. Consider it my way of repenting for 1,000th of my sins. Professor, Liao found it impossible to tell the difference now. Are you yourself or the extraterrestrial devil? Professor Mo Xian's lips struggled into a smile. He asked back, "What about you? Are you completely Liao or mixed with some part of the mental devil? Does a pure Mo Xian or Liao really exist? Are human beings evil and hideous because they are corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, or have the extraterrestrial devils been attracted to human beings because they are evil and hideous in the first place?" Such questions are too complicated for me to answer. You can take your time to study them. Our time is limited. Liao, listen up. At this moment, all the body parts below Professor Mo Xian's knees had turned into glittering dust that dispersed into darkness. From Professor Mo Xian's glabella, a cluster of silver light emerged and slowly drifted to Liao. I told you last time that I would teach you the method to enter the divinity transformation stage the next time we meet. Putting on an ugly smile, Professor Mo Xian said, "In fact, you must have sensed something just now, mustn't you? The divinity transformation stage is not unsubstantial at all. It is just the release, reverberation, contagion, and control of the soul. Every divinity transformation stage cultivator has their own domain. Your domain is perhaps the voice that surges out of your soul. At first, you swallowed the soul pieces of the extraterrestrial devil, which should have given you a lot of techniques to travel on the spiritual nexus freely with your soul. This database, on the other hand, is the essence of my decades of years of study. It should be able to help you better sort through your strength, condense your soul, and reach the real divinity transformation stage. I won't be reassured if the database is given to anybody else, since there may still be the residues of the extraterrestrial devil inside. But because a weird mental devil resides inside your soul, which is highly immune to the extraterrestrial devil, you are the best candidate to accept it. It will be at your mercy after you have it purged. Also, there are a lot of research files and experiment data regarding artificial intelligence and the grand unified spiritual nexus inside the database. Believe me, Liao, the grand unified spiritual nexus is really the future of mankind. I may be indeed too hasty today. However, we must not give up eating for fear of choking. We must not stand still and refuse to make progress. And we must not refuse to touch the future because we are scared, instead sealing us in the seemingly safe present. Mankind will eventually embark on the journey to the future, won't they? Like you said just now, no matter how much darkness, danger, ugliness, and pain is up ahead, just walk on bravely. I look forward to the day, even if it is millions or billions of years away, when the civilization of mankind really breaks out of the universe that nurtures and yet seals us and pays a visit to a greater world. He spoke to Liao with a smile, full of expectation. His legs vanished in the wind. The only thing left was his mottled and lackluster torso above the waist. "I will." Liao felt his eyes and heart becoming hot again. Clenching the essence of Professor Mo Xian's 100 years of training, he said, "Human beings already cannot live without the spiritual nexus. Perhaps your dream will really come true one day, in millions of years." I have no doubt about that. Taking a deep breath, Professor Mo Xian slightly raised his voice. "However, there is one other thing that needs to be done. You have to destroy another extraterrestrial devil." Liao was greatly surprised. "Another one?" "The division and reproduction of the extraterrestrial devils costs a great amount of energy," Professor Mo Xian explained. "So, Since it was swallowed by you 100 years ago, this extraterrestrial devil only divided or reproduced twice. One time, it divided when Lei Yuqin, the cerebral specialist, was examining my soul and performing therapy and invaded her soul. However, it wasn't a very successful division. Lei Yuqin's own emotions and ambitions were not very intense. She did not ferment a very powerful extraterrestrial devil, and it was destroyed by you easily in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. But before that, during the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, the extraterrestrial devil had a very successful reproduction. The one who was corrupted was another experimenter named Lu Qingchen. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Lu Zue's grandson, Su Changfa's disciple, the president of the CFIA and leader of the immortal cultivators in the Federation, and Jin Xinyue's spy whom she planted a long time ago. Exactly. Don't underestimate him at all. He had the most intense emotions and the most massive ambitions. For the extraterrestrial devil, he was an even better nest to reside in than me. Professor Mo Xian struggled to catch his breath before continuing. According to the plan, we were supposed to work on different sides. I would control everything in the Federation, and he would invade and take over the entire Black Wind fleet. Our plan was meant to avoid all the risks. If the Federation and the Black Wind fleet truly suffered great casualties in the fierce clash, giving us the chance to seize the power, it would be great. However, if something went wrong on my side, as long as he could successfully control and strengthen the Black Wind fleet, there would still be a chance to suppress the entire Federation. The immortal cultivators are born to be suspicious. They definitely couldn't completely trust Su Changfa and Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen would be apprehended the moment he arrived on Black Swirl. He would even be tortured. The enemy would also dig deep into his brain, hoping to find the real situation. But their reaction was within our expectations. Lu Qingchen went there to be tortured. The purpose was to connect his brain to the battle network of the Black Wind fleet. Li Yao bulged his eyes wider and wider. After the brain and the network are connected, it will be possible to release the virus, Professor Mo Xian said, half in pain and half in fear. In terms of the integration with the extraterrestrial devils, Lu Qingchen is even better than me. On one hand, it is because my liquid metal life form was too weird for the extraterrestrial devils. On the other hand, I was already 200 years old when the virtual spirits sector crashed. Not only were my beliefs firm, the intensity of my soul had passed its prime and was gradually declining. To age and die is the law of nature. A cultivator 200 years old cannot stop his soul from slowly decaying however hard he trains himself. The extraterrestrial devils, which consider the soul fluctuations their energy source, naturally do not like an old man like me. Lu Qingchen was different. When the virtual spirit sector collapsed, he was only in his 50s. For a cultivator, it was almost the most beautiful teenage years. His soul was burning furiously, and his belief was not completely stabilized. One might even say that he was still confusedly searching for his belief. The extraterrestrial devils took advantage of his weakness, and thereby obtained the perfect host. Lu Qingchen walked much further than me, although he was much younger. Regarding the integration with the extraterrestrial devils and the maturation later, he made much more progress. He had even grasped certain secrets of the extraterrestrial devils on the deepest level. The flagship of the Black Wind fleet carried such a dangerous extraterrestrial devil bomb, but they did not know the first thing about it and still performed a space jump confidently. Don't forget that during a space jump, all human brains and crystal processors in the fleet are in a certain weird, unfolded state in the four-dimensional space. They are easily invaded in such a state. According to the plan, Lu Qingchen would implant something into the mainframe crystal processor of the Black Wind fleet and the brain of their commander, Hai Ming, during the precious window of the space jump. When the battle reaches the most fierce phase, and when the computational ability of Hai Ming and the mainframe crystal processor is exploited to the limits and about to crash because of overloading, Lu Qingchen will launch a final attack and release the extraterrestrial devil, or virus, inside his head. Wait! Li Yao shouted. Is the Black Wind fleet idiotic enough to not perform the most thorough physical examination on him? In order to control an entire fleet, there must be a great number of extraterrestrial devils, mustn't there? How could they have not noticed the anomaly? You don't understand how the extraterrestrial devils arrive, Professor Mo Xian explained. The extraterrestrial devils are not hidden inside Lu Qingqian's head. In fact, Lu Qingqian's brain and body are as clean as anybody's. Even the most brilliant soul-searching technique wouldn't find anything suspicious. However, he has an ancient secret technique of the extraterrestrial devils, which allows him to build a certain object that is like a space gate inside his head in order to summon the extraterrestrial devils that are between the three-dimensional and the four-dimensional space. Do you still recall the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils on the 10th space ring in the Flying Star sector? Those extraterrestrial devils did not fly over from somewhere in space, but directly showed up in our world upon the calling of the altars of extraterrestrial devils. The so-called altars are, in effect, star beacons for the extraterrestrial devils that help them to lock onto the coordinates in the three-dimensional world and arrive directly. Ever since the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils on the 10th space ring in the Flying Star sector, they haven't invaded the edge of the cosmos for 100 years. However, they did not idle by for the past 100 years. Instead, they continued expanding and proliferating, waiting for a good opportunity. Li Yao was completely confused. Professor, how many extraterrestrial devils are out there? 3 or countless? The extraterrestrial devil's life form is entirely different from that of human beings. They cannot be measured by the number of individuals, Professor Mo Xian said. They are more like some sort of collective intelligence, like a swarm of bees and bugs. A single devil is like a cell inside the human body, which does not possess self-awareness, thinking ability, or any moral standard. Just like how countless cells constitute a conscious human being, countless devils can add up into a greater devil that has primitive instincts. However, at this point, the extraterrestrial devil still does not have complete self-awareness and thinking ability. It only has the natural instincts to corrupt and become a parasite. After it infects an intelligent life, for example, a human being, it will evolve into the ultimate form. That is exactly the state of me, Lei Yuqin, and Lu Qingqian. So, in the Star Glory Federation, there is only one extraterrestrial devil in the ultimate form left, Lu Qingqian. However, he still controls countless devils in the form of cells. Such devils are also highly contagious and can significantly boost the desire to kill, fight, sabotage, and destroy in their hosts. Due to the time constraint, I cannot explain the specific mechanism to you now. In short, you can think of it as there being an enormous hole inside Lu Qingqian's head. As long as he wishes, countless viruses or cells will break the barrier between the three-dimensional and four-dimension space through the holes and erupt to infect everybody in the Black Wind Fleet. The Black Wind Fleet plus extraterrestrial devils, it will definitely be a cataclysm that will sweep across the entire edge of the cosmos. The hole in his brain is as enormous as that. Li Yao exclaimed in shock. Then he suddenly recalled something and shook hard, almost stunned. He realized that there seemed to be a great hole inside his brain that led to the mysterious Earth. What was that all about? Professor Mo Xian coughed violently. The smoke of dispersion had already reached his chest. He mumbled, I cannot atone for the catastrophe that I have brought to the Federation even with my death. I had already been grasped by desperation until you showed up again. Listen, Li Yao. I don't know if there is still enough time, but there may still be a slim chance of survival. Maybe you are the only one who can save the Federation now. Of course. Li Yao nodded heavily. Rest assured, that's my thing. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector, those nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators, Professor Mo Xian breathed quickly. They all follow you, don't they? Well, I suppose so. I will certainly move them with my powerful charisma. Then go to the Heaven's Origin sector immediately. Professor Mo Xian shouted desperately. The elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet have been gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector and engaged in a fierce fight. But the 3 space gates that connect the Heaven's Origin sector to the outside world have been completely sabotaged by the extraterrestrial devils. Both our foes and us are now isolated and must fight to the death like caged beasts. Now, all that matters is whose reinforcements arrive first. The side whose reinforcements arrive earlier will be able to swallow most of the elite troops on the enemy's side and seize control of the 3 space gates, thereby claiming victory. Without the space gates, even if they know the coordinates of the Heaven's origin sector, the follow-up troops of the Federation will not be able to jump over randomly. That way, they will only be scattered into a mess by the cosmic storm and destroyed by the enemy one after another. However, as for a dozen super experts, you can still jump over, reverse the situation, and launch a counterattack even without the navigation of the space gates. I have sent the carrier back to Hundred Flower City with the last bit of my strength. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector only have a minor shock in their souls. They are slightly weakened, but utterly unharmed. 80% of their combat ability can be recovered if they take some tonic pills. Everything from now will be in your hands. Liao, I'm glad to have seen you again. I'm sorry. Professor Mo Xian smiled, dimmed, and gradually disappeared in a flowing, glittering smoke. Professor, there is one last question that I want to ask you. Liao's mind was in a mess. There was one thing that had always bothered him, and he was certain that he would never have the chance to ask it if he did not ask it now. Why did you divorce Professor Yuan at the beginning and even have an affair with someone else? Such scandals were not real, were they? It was highly unnecessary if the purpose was to transform Lei Yuqin into an extraterrestrial devil, wasn't it? It does not fit your past personality, which makes it the biggest loophole of the whole scheme. It was exactly because of this incident that I noticed something wrong and traced all the leads back to you. That was the beginning of everything that followed. If you hadn't divorced Professor Mo Xian in the beginning, chances are that the extraterrestrial devil's plan would have worked out. That explains a lot. So, that was the loophole. Professor Mo Xian was slightly dazed. The most touching smile appeared on his face that was gradually melting. There was no romantic relationship between Lei Yuqin and me. That scandal was indeed planned too lousily. However, I've only loved one person in my entire life. In any case, I would never involve the one whom I love most into such a dangerous swirl. I would never give the extraterrestrial devil a chance to infect Monchio. Never. Li Yao was stunned. It was not until a long time later that he finally laughed. He laughed so hard that tears were flowing. So, the extraterrestrial devil failed a long time ago. Its plan was destined to be a failure 50 years ago. Professor Mo Xian laughed too. His vitality had been drained, and the fire of soul had perished. The only things left were the sparks that looked like fireflies. They made up a shallow smile before they gradually spread out and dispersed into darkness, bringing vague brightness to the universe. Goodbye, Li Yao. Goodbye, Professor. Good luck, Federation. Good luck, mankind. Chi. A large mass of the exhausted spiritual energy spurted out of the gap of the plate armor on the shoulder of the Tartarian skeleton, like pillars of smoke that were soaring up into the sky. The silver liquid metal that enshrouded the colossus ebbed like a tide, and the strengthened helical armor at the chest slowly opened. Li Yao fell out of Little Black and the dark protective liquids. Hoochie! 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 The sensation of time in the Spiritor's realm was several times longer than reality. There was no telling how much time had passed in the real world, but it was certainly the most soul-stirring experience for Li Yao in his entire life. On one of his knees, he breathed heavily and enjoyed the slightly stinging but extremely comfortable feeling when fresh air flowed into his throat and his lungs. When he raised his head, he saw the most unbelievable and splendid picture. District 01 space station had been drowned by the silver liquid metal previously, and the glittering silver metal had even turned into hideous, terrifying figurines. But at this moment, all the figurines were gone. The silver ocean was boiling, with bubbles popping up non-stop, before it quickly faded and froze. From every bubble, a tiny, soft twig was growing out. Buds were appearing at the end of the twigs. The buds that were apparently about to blossom stretched the petals to be as thin as paper. It could be clearly seen the souls that were carefully protected inside. District 01 space station immediately turned into an ocean of flowers. Those twigs and buds were supposed to be silver. Yet, the souls that they enshrouded illuminated them into a plethora of glamorous colors. Billions of hues were like scattered ripples and tides, crashing, dying, and illuminating each other. Liao had never seen such a splendid, glamorous, and wonderful view before. A moment later, all the buds bloomed. Transparent light spots that looked like lotus seeds and pearls were formed inside the flowers. From every light spot, a soul was slowly woken up and moaned after the prolonged dream. Liao understood everything. They were the people who had been absorbed into the Spiriters' realm, the past Spiriters. For Liao, Long Yangjun, the experts from the Ancient Sages sector, and other living beings, they had their own flesh and blood. After the collapse of the Spiriters' realm, their souls naturally returned to their own bodies in the same way that they were sent away before, receiving the protection of the brain again. However, for most of the Spiriters, like Wei Qingqing, they had long lost their natural-born bodies. Souls were extremely vulnerable. They might vanish forever after being exposed to the air for less than an hour. It was needless to say that those souls had just been through the collapse of the Spiriters' realm and were greatly damaged in the violent turbulence and storms. If they were released into the real world recklessly, the only thing that awaited them would be death. Therefore, with the intensity of Professor Mo Xian's soul and his weird life form, he perhaps could have kept himself safe. But he burnt his entire soul willingly and activated computational ability that was beyond his limits. With the last bit of his life, he controlled the enormous ocean of liquid metal and preserved thousands of Spiriters in such an amazing form. Before an appropriate number of artificial bodies was found, they could live inside the flowers safely and stably. Other than in District 01 space station, silver liquid metal was growing and spreading in the form of vines in every space station of 100 Flower City. Countless branches were growing out of every vine and producing colorful, shining buds. The souls that had been trapped in the Spiriters' realm for a long time all woke up from their prolonged dreams and blossomed in the most glamorous forms. Those space stations were extremely anoxic, extremely hot, or extremely cold in the beginning. Many people's eyes rolled back because of the suffocation. Many others were trembling in ice and frost, and the faces of a lot of seniors and children were blue and purple due to the lack of oxygen. They were scratching their necks and chests with their hands subconsciously. The 100 space stations were about to become living hells when the air circulation system and the temperature adjustment rune arrays hummed and reactivated as the flowers of souls blossomed. The first warm and moist breeze was blown into the lifeless space stations again. The frost frozen on the cabin wall, as well as the desperation on everyone's face, was all melted. All the people who knew or did not know each other burst into tears of joy after surviving the disaster and hugged each other. Then, over each other's shoulders, they looked at the flowers that were blossoming all over the sky in confusion. At this moment, 100 Flowers City truly deserved its name. Hundreds of flowers were blossoming. Professor, inside District 01 space station, Liao was choked with sobs and mixed feelings. The silver liquid metal that enveloped the skyscrapers around all faded, and the silver statues were melted too, revealing the people who were sealed inside. Colonel Luo Qixing, the commander of the 414 Troop of the Federal Army, and the members of his daring team all looked at each other in bewilderment. The liquid metal that clung to their legs had not entirely disappeared. They could not help but scratch their heads, feeling that they had just had a dream, no 100 or 1,000 dreams. At the critical moment, countless soul pieces flew in the dark void randomly. Everybody burnt their life to their heart's content and was attracted, moved, and amazed by the shining parts of other people's lives, too. The staff in the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Interaction and Control Center woke up one after another, too. Intense confusion lingered inside everyone's eyes, but there was still the brilliance when they joined each other, sang the battle hymn, and declared their feelings, spirit, and will together. Everybody stared at each other in a different way from before, as if an invisible barrier among them had been removed and certain ineffable things had been added. In front of Li Yao, the liquid metal that was in the appearance of Professor Mo Xian was melting like a candle that was burnt fast. It was flowing into the silver ocean on the ground that was barely fluctuating now. Professor Mo Xian could not say anything anymore. He could not even maintain the basic facial organs now. He was merely straightening his arm and raising it high, as if he were trying to snatch something from the sky and the space, or to leave certain things that were condensed inside his palm to this world. Professor Mo Xian was slowly melted into the silver swamp. His legs, torso, and head all disappeared. In the end, the arm that was raised high was the only thing left. The arm was descending slowly, but the open hand was slowly clenched into a fist whose thumb was raised at Li Yao. Good luck, Li Yao. Good luck, Federation. Good luck, mankind. Professor Mo Xian was completely consumed by the silver swamp, marking a complicated, unjudgeable end to his life. Long Yangjun had crawled out of the yin-yang, her colossus, at some point and observed everything behind Li Yao. One who dies without regrets has never lived a meaningful life. Every expedition has an end. Perhaps for Professor Mo Xian, this is the best ending. She paused for a moment, and inhuman confusion beamed out of her eyes again. She said softly, "Human beings are so sophisticated. There's no time now. Let's clean up everything and prepare to jump to the Heaven's Origin sector." His eyes red. Li Yao stared at the place where Professor Mo Xian had vanished. He took a deep breath and said, "We cannot let Professor Mo Xian have died for nothing. The last stop is still waiting for us." Professor Mo Xian had done his best to protect all the spiriters. He had also recovered 30% of the functions of 100 Flower City as a hub of the spiritual nexus and transportation in the Federation. However, 100 Flower City had been seriously affected in the previous corruption and sabotage after all. Right now, most of the communication routes were cut off, and the space sailing routes among the 7 sectors were an utter mess. Most of the citizens were either just freed from the frigidness, the high temperature, the lack of oxygen, and the zero gravity, or experienced the soul-stirring battle in the spiritual nexus. Their souls were extremely weak, and it was difficult for them to start working immediately. Under such circumstances, every second must be seized if a dozen top-tier experts above the nascent soul stage were to be projected to the Heaven's Origin sector. Hang in there. Looking at the bare cabin wall, Li Yao's eyes seemed to have passed dozens of light years and saw Jin Xinyue, Ding Lingdang, Gui Chunfeng, Bai Kaisen, and a lot of other family and friends who were gritting their teeth to fight in the Heaven's Origin sector. He waved his hands and thought to himself, "Hang in there. Hang in there just a while longer. I'll be back very soon. I'll be back with the strongest reinforcements at the edge of the cosmos." Right when Li Yao and his companions were deeply trapped inside the spiritual nexus, the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation in the Heaven's Origin sector was in mayhem too. Until the knotted longsword slowly showed up, everything was under the control of the leadership of the Federation, or more specifically speaking, Jin Xinyue, Gui Chunfeng, and Bai Kaisen. Including Black Swirl, the flagship, the most elite forces of the Black Wind Fleet had been lured to the Heaven's Origin sector exactly as planned. Their follow-up troops had not completed the space jump yet, and were still behind the Brown Dwarf. The fleet was divided into 2 parts, one at the front and one far behind, with dozens of light years between each other. They were definitely in the most awkward situation. Jin Xinyue's so-called Demon Rebellion troops had torn apart their mask of armed insurgency, and participated in the assault against the Black Wind Fleet together with the Heaven's Origin Fleet. With the help of their stalling, the Burning Prairie Fleet, the ace troop of the Federation, completed the first jump successfully too. The latest and strongest main force warships, including the flagship Burning Prairie, had all appeared between the number 2 Space Gate and the number 3 Space Gate. Burning Prairie was no longer the warship modified from Heavenly Phantom, as it had been 100 years ago. It was now a super warship that the most skilled specialists had produced after 30 years of hard work at the cost of tremendous resources. Without the firepower support of the Arsenal starships, however powerful the spiritual shields, the disruption magnetic fields, and the cyberspace competition abilities of the shield starships were, they would not last long under the enemy's barrage. Even the most reckless commander would hesitate to perform such a hopeless blind jump. Reaching the battlefield through regular cruise instead of space jump? It was even less likely. The two parties were dozens of light years away from each other in the three-dimensional universe. Even if the large-scale battle group could march at the unbelievable speed of 1/10 the speed of sound, it would take them hundreds of years to reach the battlefield. Therefore, the elite forces and the brain of the Black Wind Fleet were isolated and helpless. Thus, as long as the follow-up troops of the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time and destroyed the enemy's sharpest claws and most important brain, there was no way that the Federation would lose the war. There seemed to be only minutes away from the realization of the goal. The remaining troops of the Heaven's Origin Fleet were still stalling the enemy, who were 10 times stronger than themselves, with amazing courage and fighting will. They harassed the enemy like a cluster of stingy mud. Right when they were about to collapse, the rebel demon troops that stayed near the #1 space gate reinforced in time and filled in the loophole. They roared at the thousands of pillars of light shot out by the Black Wind Fleet, just in order to buy 1 second, one more second, and another second for the arrival of the main force troop. The Burning Prairie Fleet, the absolute main force of the Federation, lived up to its reputation too. The first attack group, personally led by Chief of Staff Bai Kaisen, performed a textbook space jump. After they crossed millions of stars and went through the 3D-4D-3D breaking and condensing, their solemn and rigorous battle formation was not disrupted at all. Thousands of straight exhaust flames illuminated the darkness of the sea of stars, like a forest of coldly shining spears on the shoulders of an ace troop in ancient times. Led by the flagship Burning Prairie, the forest of spears moved slowly in space and adjusted their relative position by the feedback of the mystic rays. The entire battle group was like the most immaculate work of art. When two starships multiple kilometers long were marching forward side by side, the heads of the two starships would be less than 10 meters away from each other. On the universal scale, the distance was hundreds of times smaller than the width of a hair. After the first attack group arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, it did not hurry to lunge at the coordinates where the Black Wind Fleet was. Instead, it changed into a defensive battle formation in an arc shape unhurriedly, creating a safe space for the second wave, the third wave, and other fleets that were arriving from the other sectors of the Star Glory Federation. In case of the leakage of information, the Dim Moon Plan was a top secret of top secrets. Even within the Burning Prairie Fleet, only a few leaders were aware of some information about the plan. The regular garrisons of other space zones definitely knew nothing about it. The local garrisons of those space zones were mostly weak in combat ability. It would take a very long time for them to regroup and jump. But now that the door had been closed for the enemy, there was nothing to be worried about. They had taken the full initiative. The void that had just been ripped apart once was releasing tiny, broken ripples. Invisible electric arcs, under the scanning of the probe magical equipment, were like colorful tides that were running to all directions one wave after another. The second attack group was about to come. It was made of the motherships in the Burning Prairie Fleet that had the thickest plate armor and the largest storage of ammunition and crystals. They were the real main force. Right then, the 1,000-star beacons that belonged to the 3 space gates died out at the same time. By die out, it meant that the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Black Wind Fleet, and the command center of the Defense Council on the ground could no longer detect them with all their scanning and navigation magical equipment. They seemed to have turned into 3 dead rocks within a moment from the most advanced, precise devices of mankind. Only the soldiers of the Federal Army stationed near the 3 space gates, after putting on special glasses that could detect invisible light, could see that thousands of twisted electric arcs suddenly dashed out of the 3 space gates and tangled every star beacon like a chain reaction. As the ball-shaped electric arcs exploded one after another, the glamorous star beacons lost all their glamour, as if they were covered in a thick layer of dust. The main force troops of the Burning Prairie Fleet that were about to jump under the guidance of the space gates were immediately thrown into chaos. A third of the main forces had finished the jump, but they lost their way at the last moment. Like paratroopers who jumped in the middle of a storm, they were scattered in the vast space zone in a radius of almost 1 billion kilometers. The remaining two-thirds of the main forces that had yet to jump aborted despite the great price. All the space jump units were cracking and exploding. They were like runners who were sprinting at the highest speed, only to hit the brakes abruptly upon noticing that there was a bottomless cliff up ahead. Although the danger of falling apart was spared, fractured bones were inevitable. Right now, for the main troops of the two parties, the 3 passes that connect the outside world to the Heaven's origin sector had been blocked by a landslide. That was only the beginning. Most of the communication bases deployed around the home planet of the Heaven's origin sector, which were used to transit information with the other 6 sectors on the spiritual nexus, collapsed after the entanglement of a series of invisible sparks and electric arcs. Even if some of the lucky dogs survived the attack, when the information load that was supposed to be shared by 100 bases was concentrated on them, a series of information delays and jams took place. The government network and the military network on the home planet suffered a fatal attack at that moment, too. The enemy seemed to have known the most inconspicuous weaknesses of the military-spiritual nexus. A vintage sword was even slowly showing up on the Guy-level crystal processor inside the command center of the Defense Council that had the highest computational ability and confidential level in the entire Federation. The sword slashed all the data displayed in the 3D pictures into pieces unhurriedly and presented the sharpness of the 2 edges where spiritual energy was dancing in an almost arrogant way. Then, it curled and gradually turned itself into a knot. Peace is better than war. A slogan surfaced below the knotted sword, one that was very correct to some extent, but could not have been weirder or more ridiculous at such a moment. All our data has been deleted. Damn it. It has tampered with our registered identity information crazily. Even the brainwave features have been messed up and randomly redistributed. I cannot even log into my own work interface, much less trace it down and kill it. What the heck is that? I've never seen a crystal processor virus in such a form with such an attack mechanism before. The contagion is too fast. It is an assault from various nodes of the spiritual nexus at the same time, as if it were alive. The 3 space gates have all been controlled. It is not a common virus. Some of the damage is from the outside world. The 3 space gates have all been paralyzed. Estimated time of repair, unknown. The communication with the outside world has almost been entirely cut off. The other 6 sectors are an utter mess now. 100 Flower City, as the transportation and information hub, has lost all signals. It is now in a frozen state, including Xuan Guqing, Guochunfeng, and Jin Xinyue who had just arrived there. All the leadership of the Federation were about to be frozen too. Everybody looked at Jin Xinyue and Guochunfeng, as well as Xuan Guqing, who apparently should take the blame for everything, in suspicion and criticism. It's impossible. Jin Xinyue was still wearing a confident smile on her face, but ice and frost were spreading out of her smile. On the hundreds of 3D light beams in front of her, the same sharp sword appeared simultaneously and minced all the information and data without any trouble before it slowly knotted itself. Peace is better than war. Jin Xinyue felt that she could hear the mockery when the enemy said those words. But she could not have been more perplexed. This is completely unreasonable. Even if the Black Wind Fleet did see through my plan, it should have been impossible for them to checkmate us like this. The technology of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation is no worse than the Imperium's. How can our facilities be taken down by the enemy so easily? Enough! Xuan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, was still like an old camel that was so sluggish that it kept its eyes half closed when faced with the most dreadful sandstorm. Even if there was any panic or hesitation in his heart, he did not reveal any of such feelings in his voice, which was as calm as ever. Find a way to kill the virus and reboot the spiritual nexus. At the very least, the situation is fair for the enemy and us. Both parties have only delivered the most elite forces to the Heaven's origin sector, while the vast majority of troops are still dozens of light years away. Now that the 3 space gates have been paralyzed, nobody's reinforcements are coming anytime soon, right? Report. Hardly had he finished his sentence when some analysis finished examining the data transmitted before the collapse of the spiritual nexus. The data was the appearance of the starships that were teleported in the second wave by the Black Wind Fleet. After careful analysis, it would be able to tell the model, level, and scale of the new starships. Before the 3 space gates were completely paralyzed, the Black Wind Fleet's second wave of teleportation had almost been done. However, none of the analysts have been able to tell which level and model those new starships belonged to in the fleet of the Imperium with the weird data. Judging from the appearance, most of the starships in the second wave were too weird and did not match any of the starships in the intelligence. At this moment, after the 3 starships were all paralyzed, they finally understood everything and their faces turned pale. Report: the Black Wind Fleet did not teleport their main forces in the second wave, but sent their space gate. They dissected the enormous space gate and transported the parts on many starships. By establishing a space gate and a super long-distance communication base. If the nightmare of failure came true, however unlikely, they would be able to ask for help from the homeland. Whether or not the homeland would send out reinforcements in time, and whatever the purpose of the reinforcement would be after they did come, such preparation work had to be done nonetheless. However, none of the leadership of the Federation had foreseen that Hai Ming, the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, would be insane enough to teleport the space gate, which was made of hundreds of star beacons and boasted absolutely no defense or attack abilities due to the enormous size and the sophisticated structure, to the Heaven's Origin sector altogether. Under normal circumstances, it would be the most idiotic strategy. The capacity, cost, and scale of every space jump were limited. To teleport the star beacons, which did not have any impetus and were extremely precise, dozens of light years away, would not only consume an astronomical amount of spiritual energy, but also occupy the capacity that should have belonged to warships. One could not have all the best in the world. One more star beacon teleported could mean the reduction of quite a few Arsenal starships or shield starships. Who could tell if the lack of one Arsenal starship or a shield starship would be the last feather that decided the outcome of the war at the most crucial moment? Even if they did dismember the entire space gate into parts and teleport them over at great cost, it would still take a lot of time for the space gate to be assembled, debugged, and charged with energy. During the whole process, the space gate would be an enormous and fragile target that was at any weapon's mercy. The first wave of attack from the Black Wind Fleet was not large in quantity in the first place. Logically, as long as the follow-up troops of the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time, they would not have any opportunity to assemble and debug the space gate unhurriedly at all. Instead, they would be drowned by the warships and soldiers 10 times more than themselves. However, the 3 space gates on the Federation side had all been paralyzed, and it remained unknown when they could be fixed. Part of the elite forces of the Burning Prairie Fleet were all there were. Besides, due to the blackout of the spiritual nexus, the coordination and command structure had fallen into chaos. They were all mired in an invisible swamp. Was it possible to compete with Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, with the forces that they had available? Before the spiritual nexus was repaired and rebooted, would the space gate of the Black Wind Fleet flare first? Everybody had the same desperate questions. Hai Ming's seemingly rash and insane strategy turned out to be a marvelous, decisive move. As long as he could assemble and debug his own space gate before the 3 space gates of the Federation were repaired, the unstoppable hooves of the Imperium would thump on the entire Federation, starting from the Heaven's Origin sector. Linking the anomalies from the beginning of the war to now, Jean Xinyue reached the conclusion immediately. She had been tricked. The Queen of Demons felt as if a sour and bitter plum was stuck inside her throat. Her heaving shoulders were shivering intensely, and she could barely catch her breath. Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, glanced at her and blocked her from everyone's berating eyes in silence. Then he peacefully said, "The space gate must be destroyed before the enemy finishes assembly and charging." It was a useless statement, but on many occasions, a useless statement was the most correct statement. At least we know for certain now. Wan Guqing was even able to control his facial muscles to put on a seemingly confident smile. As long as we win the war, we wouldn't need to worry about the arrival of a second Black Wind fleet for a long time in the future. It is well known that the construction of a large-scale, high-level space gate consumes tremendous time and resources. To say that only a national treasury can afford such projects is not an exaggeration. I think that the Black Wind fleet must have reached their limits to build such a space gate after only 10 years, no matter how extravagant they may be, right? Our strategic focus was supposed to be destroying the enemy's space gate and preventing the forces from the enemy's homeland arriving at the border of the Federation directly. However, we did not know where the Black Wind fleet had hidden their nest and their space gate at all. Searching for a secret space gate in thousands of space zones would be no different from fishing for a needle in a vast ocean. But as it turns out, the enemy has delivered the fat meat to our door. What else can this be, if not a blessing for the Federation? We must get rid of the chaotic state quickly. At least, we must establish a communication route that directly leads to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet. We also need to know the latest situation on the front line. Right now, in the boiling sea of stars, how many troops are still organized and under our control? Since the best specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus nationwide had gathered there, and even quite a few experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage were supervising, it was possible to establish a route to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet in the emergency, even though the spiritual nexus could not be completely repaired for the time being. The result of the communication, however, was not promising. When the highest command center in the capital city was scourged by the storm of crystal processor virus, the first attack group of the Burning Prairie Fleet that had been comprehensively connected to the battle network suffered ubiquitous infiltration and infection too. The crystal processors were paralyzed. The data was a mess. The communication lagged. The commands could not be delivered. The battle formation was falling apart. It was even impossible to distinguish the quadrants and the coordinates. The warships had turned from moths darting toward fire into flies that had lost their heads. There was not the slightest organization anymore. Bai Kaisen, the chief of staff, estimated that it would take at least 3 hours to regain effective command and the ability to fight against the Black Wind fleet. 3 hours. The highest command center was caught in dead silence again. Everybody knew clearly that the Heaven's original fleet had been exhausted to the maximum and might collapse at any second. The demon troops that had reinforced them were neither good at space battles nor led by a distinguished commander. They were camouflage and bait in the first place, and courage was almost all that they had. The 2 second-tier troops were impossible to stop or stall the Black Wind fleet. Once the Black Wind fleet destroyed them easily, they would be able to change their battle formation unhurriedly into an impregnable defensive circle. In either the battles in space or those on the ground, the defenders always had greater advantages than the attackers. The Black Wind fleet was of a higher quality than the Burning Prairie fleet in the first place. If they were given enough time to arrange their battle formation and take a good rest, it would be practically impossible for the Burning Prairie fleet to break the defense and destroy the space gate even if it regained effective command later. What could they do? Who else could stall the Black Wind fleet and earn 3 precious hours for the recovery of the Burning Prairie fleet and the spiritual nexus? Yes, there was another deep sky fleet, the Big Bai fleet. However, the Big Bai fleet was incomparable to the Burning Prairie fleet in terms of both scale and quality. It was merely established for experimental and explorational purposes as a supplement for the Burning Prairie fleet. The members of the fleet were mostly ex-space pirates, a mob that was too old to brush their own teeth. Their commander, Bai Xuan, was merely at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. If he were in the Burning Prairie fleet where the most distinguished talents were gathered, he might not even be qualified as a commander of a secondary fleet. Besides, the Big Bai fleet had lost connection even earlier. It was presumed first that they had encountered a cosmic storm or were under the influences of the enemy. However, judging from what had happened recently, it was possible that the crystal processor virus had broken out on their starships in advance. Even the most elite forces in the Burning Prairie fleet were greatly disturbed by the mysterious virus. The Big Bai fleet must have been even more chaotic, right? The last order from the command center to the Big Bai fleet was to move to the number 2 and number 3 space gates immediately and join the first attack group of the Burning Prairie fleet. Report! The communication officers brought messages from the ground. Representative Ding and the other 8 nascent soul stage experts have arrived at the launch base of Heaven's artillery. All the colossi have finished their maintenance. They are ready for an assault. Representative Ding was Ding Ling Dang. Unlike Jean Xinyue, she did not work in any government departments, but was just a senior representative in the federal parliament. Other than the fleets, the colossi were the only forces under the control of the highest command center now. But it was their last trump card and last resort. Right now, the colossi of the Black Wind Fleet had not been deployed. If the few colossi on the Federation side carried out such an exhausting mission as to stall the enemy, they would certainly be trapped by the hostile starships and crystal suits. Such a strategy was no different from quenching thirst with poison. But watching the Black Wind Fleet assemble the space gate unhurriedly while doing nothing meant nothing but doom. The highest commander was so quiet that even a needle would rumble when it hit the ground. Report. Right then, another route leading to 100 probe cameras in space was finally repaired. The chaotic battlefield around the Black Wind Fleet was displayed on the light beam clearly again. The series of little white spots that were rushing at the Black Wind Fleet from the edge of the battlefield made an analyst cry in excitement. He jumped to his feet so hard that the chair below his bottom was blown away. Everybody was taken aback. They looked at the analyst in surprise. Big Bai. It's the Big Bai fleet. The familiar appearance parameters gradually focused into the models and names of starships. The analyst's throat seemed to be on fire under the stimulation of the glittering names. The Big Bai fleet has somehow appeared behind the Black Wind Fleet. The two parties are less than 30 light seconds away from each other. The distance is still reducing. They are so fast. They still have their organization and keep the most perfect cone-shaped attack formation. How is it possible? They took a turn. The Big Bai fleet changed their overall direction at a speed of at least 3% the speed of light, and the battle formation is utterly unchanged. Is this really happening? They've changed their target and lunged at the space gate of the Imperium that was just teleported. Moreover, such a movement had been performed in the cone-shaped attack formation, the densest formation of all, against the fatal bombardment of the enemy. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that it could be done. The commander who was bold enough to do such a thing must be the craziest person in the world. The Big Bai fleet, however, miraculously accomplished it. They had performed the most glamorous emergency turn. Thousands of exhaust flames pulled almost perfect arc traces before they stabbed into the soft belly of the Black Wind Fleet like shining sabers. How is it possible? Why did the Big Bai fleet show up there? Weren't they supposed to be marching toward the number 2 and number 2 space gates? They are not under spiritual and magnetic interference at all. They turned off the network and entered the radio silent state, thereby keeping themselves safe from the attack of the crystal processor virus. They're maintaining minimal communication within the fleet. Yet, they kept such a strict and delicate battle formation with such weak communication. Is such amazing commanding ability really accomplishable for the beginning level of the nascent soul stage? What exactly is going on? In any case, they have come at the perfect time. The second wave of starships of the Black Wind Fleet are still mixed with the star beacons. They are fundamentally a tray of loose sand and still under the shock of the space ripples. Those starships are practically defenseless. Contact the Big Bai fleet now. Hurry up. What? Still can't reach out to them? Well, unlike the Navy and the civilizations of single planets, the deep sky fleets of universal civilizations often wandered off the mother planet or even mother world and explored the places thousands of light years away or even further. The mother world had little control over the deep sky fleets, and the deep sky fleets were essentially self-governed, independent kingdoms. It could be said that the Star Glory Federation had 9 sectors. Other than the 7 sectors in the general sense, the Burning Prairie Fleet and the Big Bai Fleet were 2 tiny sectors that had all the necessary elements. In contrast, the Burning Prairie Fleet, which was built by the funding from the federal government, the Big Bai Fleet had been constructed mostly based on Jean Xinyue, as well as the civil corporations and private sects, such as the Glorious Sunlight Group. It had basically been developing on its own. Naturally, the Federation government had even less control over it. The Big Bai fleet had just finished a voyage drill that lasted a whole year. Although sailing logs were sent back every few days, nobody knew exactly where they had gone, what they had done, what changes they had experienced, and what they were up to except for the information provided on the logs. Everybody knew that Bai Xinjiang, the commander of the Big Bai fleet, had always been a misfit for the traditional fleet system of the Federal Army, but he was Jin Xinyue's trusted subordinate. Shua, 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 Shua. Everybody cast their eyes upon Jin Xinyue. But Jin Xinyue was as dumbfounded as they were, staring at the unpredictable but thunderous spots on the light beam. She did not have the vaguest clue what was happening to the Big Bai fleet or Bai Xinjiang. According to the acceleration right now, there are only 3 minutes to go before the Big Bai fleet clashes with the second wave of starships teleported by the Black Wind fleet. On the light beam, the war was like a chess game. The first unexpected chess piece jumped up and bared its blood-stained tusks. The war was a chess game, in which the leadership of the Federation, such as Wan Guqing, Guo Chunfeng, Jin Xinyue, and Bai Xinjiang, were the players. For the dominating big shots, their war was fought from the dry and safe command center in front of the thousands of ever-changing light beams by reading the numbers and data and making corresponding arrangements. Their war was sometimes magnificent and grand, sometimes mysterious and unpredictable. It was indeed a great game with the universe as the board and the starships as the chess pieces. Everything was clear on the board. There were always traces to be found. The process of attacks and counterattacks always repeated itself. Soul-stirring, decisive moves might happen every once in a while, too. Even if they failed, they would at least know clearly why they had failed. They would still have time to be shocked, dazed, infuriated, or regretful. However, a war could not just be won by the big shots. Every amazing, decisive move from the big shots, every well-concocted scheme, and every deeply hidden trap had to be accomplished by the common soldiers who were fighting hard on the front line. For the common soldiers deeply mired in the cruel battle between the Heaven's Origin fleet and the Black Wind fleet, it was impossible for them to regard the war as a game. Through the blood-stained goggles on their helmets, the war unfolding in front of their eyes was not a chess game where every player's every move was clear, but two enormous, chaotic, violent turbulences of death, which were colliding and dragging each other into mutual destruction. The rabid dog was one of the common soldiers. He could not see the scheme of the Black Wind fleet, the mayhem of the Burning Prairie fleet, and the miraculous arrival of the Big Bai fleet. He did not know that the tiny light spots that were hopping out of the void from far, far away were the components of the Imperium space gate. Nor could he foresee what would happen after the star beacons were done assembling. He could only see that the spiritual shields of the starships around him were turning dim red, like venous blood that was slowing dried. He could only see that the shells of a lot of starships turned dangerous orange before they exploded without warning. While they turned into enormous fireballs, they shot out tremendous pieces that were mixed with violent spiritual energy and electric arcs in all directions, producing deadly storms that swept without any pattern on the battlefield. He saw that the sharp shrapnel reaped lives easily like sickles, caring little whether their targets were a friend or foe, without the least mercy. A lot of soldiers of the Federal Army and soldiers from the Imperium were fighting hard when they were pierced through by the same broken pieces, ending up like meat on a skewer. He saw even more people whose trajectory was deviated and whose power rune arrays were broken because of the blow of the broken pieces. It was utterly useless however hard they struggled, until they fell into the enormous pillars of light that were shot out by the warships of the two parties in desperation. The moment they fell into the pillars of light, they were immediately lost, like mosquitoes falling into melted steel, leaving neither the slightest scream nor the tiniest dark smoke. The rabid dog had mostly been involved in ground battles within the atmosphere, but he had also participated in space battles before. Deaths in ground battles were always accompanied by screams, cries, tears, and fearless roars, as well as deafening explosions. The battles in space, on the other hand, were utterly soundless. Everybody seemed to be playing a solemn, grave mummery. The most glamorous pictures of destruction and the most maddening silence gave him an extremely weird sense of contradiction. making it impossible for him to tell which of the two forms of battles were crueler. Perhaps wars were always the same. For insignificant dust and worthless ants, who were nothing more than figures larger and small on the combat ability calculation tables, the ground and the space were equally cruel. It was true that he was at the peak of the core formation stage. He was also a major in the Federal Army. But so what? The several kilometer-long starships were swirling before him slowly, like dying whales, only to be pierced deeply by dozens of light pillars like spears. Cracks were slit easily on the seemingly solid plate armor, and fireballs erupted out of the cracks like abnormal tumors. What erupted out of the cracks at the same time were the cultivators in the building foundation stage, core formation stage, or the nascent soul stage who were piloting the starship. Whether or not they could activate their feeble spiritual shield for self-defense, they would eventually be burnt to ashes or melted into orange meteoroids together with their crystal suits. The rabid dog drifted with the surging tides of spiritual energy, like a straw that was floating on the surface of an ocean. The meteoroids made of countless human bodies and their magical equipment brushed past him. His spiritual energy was running dry. His crystal suit was about to be wasted, and only dozens of rune arrays were still functional barely. At this moment, even the tiniest bullet might take away his insignificant life. Faced with such an enormous and chaotic battlefield, such an absurd and cruel fate, was there any difference between a core formation stage cultivator or an ant? His body that was floating like a dry leaf suddenly halted, as if he had reached the eye of the storm that was temporarily steady. The heated battlefield came to a weird peace. When his violently shaking brain gradually stabilized, the rabid dog finally sensed the excruciating pain caused by his broken bones, exploding internal organs, and furiously burning nerve endings, as well as the sense of suffocation now that his soul had been exhausted. The field-tested veteran realized with his keen intuition that the brief peace was an ominous sign. They had failed the war. The fire in the bleak space died out as fast as it was ignited. After only a moment, nothing but cold debris of starships and bizarre-shaped corpses was left around him, like a boundless grave in space. The sparse pillars of light that the starships on his side shot out would only raise counterattacks 100 times more enormous from the enemy's side. The exos of the Imperium, mixed with thunder and lightning, were also sweeping over like a swarm of locusts. The rabid dog laughed miserably, only to vomit a large mouthful of blood. He felt numbness around his abdomen. When he looked down, he noticed that a section of an antenna as thick as fist had pierced his liver. His experience of walking past death in the past 100 years told him that it was a fatal wound. This time would truly be the last time that he struggled. Such an unremarkable death. Damn it! The rabid dog felt that his head was dizzy. His past was flashing in the darkness like a kaleidoscope. The burning pain in his liver area and the never-forgotten punch 100 years ago gradually overlapped. He felt like vomiting again. This time, he wanted to vomit out the blood of his entire life. It was the perfect death. At that time, the rabid dog could in no way have predicted his actual way of death, that he would die like a fart that was neither smelly nor loud. It was the golden years of his life. He had once been a rare prodigy that always grabbed everyone's attention. He had thought that his fate was preordained, that there was nothing but brightness and splendor in front of them. He would be the hero of the small world around him, if not the entire universe. However, the arrival of that man completely shattered his dream and blocked the path of his fate before it was even opened. Everything changed overnight. His father was sent to prison, his family's property was confiscated, and even a lot of additional debts were owed. He also suffered both physical and mental strikes and lost his reputation in his circle. Eventually, none of the elite universities were willing to admit him, and he could only earn his degree in a mediocre college. The world and the fate that he had believed in collapsed. He had spent the next 20 years in devastation after the strike. He did not give up trying, but whenever he was prepared to re-examine his life and work hard again, news about that man would come at him like a haunting ghost. If it was just a common opponent or enemy, maybe he could have trained himself hard to catch up and seek revenge. But that man was an out-and-out monster. News about him was too appalling to be believed every time. He was cast into desperation and lost all the determination of rivalry. Distressed, he did not have the nerve to compete with that man, but it did not mean that the storms raised by that man would spare him. As the capabilities and fame of that man soared unstoppably, his grudge and conflicts with that man were dug out and elaborated as gossip. Of course, most of the articles were meant to highlight how magnificent that man was. He was nothing but an insignificant stepping stone at a corner of the picture. Even in some of the paragraphs where he was described more, his ugliness and aggression were always emphasized to contrast the glorious image of that man. He lived such a life for 20 years. In the world around him, he seemed to be in a bundle with that man. Whenever the name of that man was mentioned, his own name would be mentioned too. Verbal abuse was highly unnecessary. The mocking eyes of those people were enough to contort the nerves made of iron. 20 years later, his classmates who had far lower aptitude than him had already made their own accomplishments and distinguished themselves. Even the most unremarkable classmates had established their own happy families. Yet he still brooded on self-pity and self-abandonment, unable to free himself, degenerating into a hopeless drunkard and mobster. The slap from his father, who was on probation because of an illness, changed his fate again. I don't have a son like you." Those were his father's last words on the sickbed before death. His hands trembled when he tried to cover the old man's eyes, but he failed however hard he tried. Ever since then, wherever he went, he had always seen the eyes of his father staring at him from high above in anger and disappointment. He thought that he understood what his father meant. Honestly speaking, when he revisited a lot of things in his teenage years as an adult in his 30s, he was to blame for most of it. It was his own fault. Therefore, he had quite complicated feelings toward that man. Instead of hatred, it was more like intense jealousy and discontent. He wanted to get revenge on that man, on his ridiculous fate, and on the wretched heavens. He wanted revenge not because he loathed that man, but because he planned to tell the entire world that he would take back what belonged to him and that he was the real hero of the world. During the 3 days of his father's wake, he was reborn with an epiphany. 7 days after his father's death, he said goodbye to his old life and went to the cruelest underground arenas in the Federation. With the body that he had earned through crazy training in his younger years, he began fighting from the matches of the lowest level until he reached the annual finals held by the arenas of 120 cities. The name of Rabid Dog was then born. The moment he put on a mask before the game was the easiest and most comfortable moment for him, because nobody knew who he was in the cruel world of the underground arenas. He was the Rabid Dog. He broke into the building foundation stage from the refinement stage after only 5 years. Considering his past, it was almost a notable miracle. Between the games, he sometimes looked at the starry sky with his swollen eyes, imagining if he could ever be on par with that man one day. After all, that man had been gone for a long time and was said to be in hibernation. It was a great opportunity for him to overtake him. But the cruel reality shattered his hope time and time again. In a match when he was closest to the core formation stage, he was beaten black and blue, and his capability plummeted after resting for half a year. Later, he rose and fell for many years in the underground arenas, never making any greater achievements. After that, when he explored the resource planets as a bounty hunter, or when he joined the Federal Army to fight various sorts of enemies, no matter how he tortured himself with the mad, cruel, and perverted methods, his cultivation advanced as slowly as a snail. Peak of the core formation stage. After 100 years, he had only reached the peak of the core formation stage. It might be extraordinary enough for common people, but compared to that man, he was even more worthless than a piece of CR*P rolled over by a wheel. There was no telling when, but he suddenly realized at some point that he would never, ever catch up with that man in his entire life. It did not matter. Capability was not important. Accomplishments came as the top priority. He would make accomplishments that were far greater than that man's. Even if he had to die, he would die the most splendid death. With such a belief, he always led the charge in the most dangerous missions when he served in the army. But fate pulled yet another great joke on him. He did not have a good time. Except for the Iranian Ring War, The Federation had merely experienced occasional bandit-clearing battles in the past 100 years. Even if he could sweep across the demon beasts or the bandits on an entire planet, was it really something worth being proud of? At this moment, the counterattack against the Imperium was supposed to be his greatest opportunity. But he did not expect that the main force of the Black Wind Fleet would assault the Heaven's Origin sector unexpectedly. Although he was personally involved in the war, he was among the first troops to resist the enemy. He was out-and-out cannon fodder that was destined to be killed, just like so many common soldiers around them had already been. Yes, at the last moment of his life, looking back at his 100 years of monotonous life in hindsight, the rabid dog finally took off his mask of hysteria and madness. So, I've always been just a common person, just like the thousands of common soldiers around me. We die as meaninglessly as we live. We have always been so. Wretched heavens, F***CKU. So, Liao is your favorite that you have chosen, and I am really just a stepping stone. I can never catch up to him. It is useless however I torture myself. The gap between us will only grow greater and greater. Is this my fate? I'm just a common person. How can a common person fight a superhero? Just die commonly and silently in this damn war, like all the common soldiers nearby, like mud and **T. Is there anything to struggle for? The more I struggle, the more I'm like a joke. Die now. No need to think about anything. Sorry, old man. In my next life, the rabid dog's self-awareness gradually dispersed, and his soul fell into feeble darkness. But he failed to embrace the long-expected relief. Bulging his eyes, he noticed that a blue point was jumping merrily on his retina. The medical system of his crystal suit was miraculously auto-repaired and was injecting synthesized living cells into his liver. Perhaps certain tiny meteoroids hit the critical points of a certain medical unit. The most unbelievable things could happen on a battlefield, even when the odds were 1 in a billion. What's the meaning of this? You don't want me to die again? In a trance, the rabid dog saw his father's eyes of fury and disappointment gazing at him. What do you want? Wretched heavens. If you do not want me to die, if there is really a slim chance for me to compete with Liao again, give me a sign. I do not wish to defeat him. I only want to stand in front of him and show him what I am right now. I want to tell him who I am. Wretched heavens, help me. Even if Liao is really the hero of the entire world, let me be the hero of this tiny battlefield for 1 second. 1 second is enough. The rabid dog was met with silence, with tears dropping down. Hardly had he finished when a series of flashes appeared nearby. Is this your sign, wretched heavens? The rabid dog was slightly dazed. Then he was given hope again. Not caring about the pain in his abdomen, he activated whatever was left of the rune arrays on his crystal suit and flew toward the flashes. A moment later, he hit the brakes quickly, his eyes bloodshot. There were a few crystal suits of the Imperium who were cleaning the battlefield. They had not noticed him in the beginning, but after he activated the power rune arrays and exposed himself, the crystal suits of the Imperium all came at him. F***CK. The rabid dog spoke to the wretched heavens. So, that was the sign that the wretched heavens had given him. A different death, but equally unremarkable. 90% of the battlefield had been occupied by the trident lightning of the Imperium. The rabid dog should wait for his death in desperation now. However, discontent. In a trance, he somehow recalled his golden years in Floating Spear City 100 years ago and the once proud, unbending young man. The rabid dog vomited blood hard. Then, he raised the remaining half of his dragon-slaying saber and laughed crazily. Blood filled his helmet. Even the goggles were stained. Through the blood, the brilliant sea of stars was as heated as fire. Wretched heavens, and you pieces of CR**P. Waving the dragon-slaying saber, the rabid dog activated the last 5 power rune arrays and shot forward like a falling star. I used to be the top expert of the Crimson Nimbus No. 2 High School of Floating Spear City of the Star Glory Federation. Hellion lie. Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, come on, let's see if you can. The final storm was to arrive soon. Helion Lai did not care about anything. He only wanted to focus the last drop of his wisdom, courage, spirit, will, and emotions into his saber and slash them out. Not at the junk in front of him, but at the infinite sea of stars. He meant to tell the whole universe, "I lived." Helion Lai's ugly face was wearing a smile as brilliant as a young man's as he was prepared to be showered by mystic rays, bullets, radiation, waves, vibration sabers, and Chain's words. His only regret was that everything had happened too fast. He had only just found his proud heart again, but did not come up with a quotation for his valiant sacrifice, although the quotation might only be recorded in the local textbooks of Floating Spear City. On the other hand, nobody was around to note it down even if he came up with anything. The next second, when the enemy's tiny flying swords and destructive mystic rays were all shot out, the 5 exos of the Imperium, as well as a large area around them, were consumed by almost 100 dazzling light balls. The light balls expanded to almost 100 square meters in only 1/10 of a second, and they perished in another 1/10 of a second. In the brief moment that lasted less than half a second, most of the materials within the range of the light balls had been obliterated. The only thing left was scattered cosmic dust that was still emitting colorful brilliance. White flashes were still lingering on Helion Lai's retina, but a tiny bubble had appeared on the battlefield. The exos inside the bubble suffered great casualties, like germs swallowed by leukocytes. Helion Lai was utterly dumbfounded. Had his dragon-slaying saber not been directly attached to the armor on his palm, he would have thrown it out in shock. This is, narrowing his eyes, he observed where the cannon fire had come from. The remote scanning cameras on his crystal suit had been damaged. Because of the intense magnetic interference on the battlefield, he could not be connected to the battle network on his own side, which made it impossible for him to retrieve the pictures taken by the large probe cameras of the Federal Army. He could only see a few broken light spots. They were like razor blades as thin as paper that were stabbing into the most vulnerable gap between the two attack groups of the Black Wind Fleet. "It's our fleet!" Helion Lai bulged his eyes. He grabbed the handle of his saber and bashed his helmet quickly, hoping to fix a few broken crystal cameras. As it turned out, the maintenance technique that was quite popular among the veterans was indeed effective. The furiously burning image on his retina seemed clearer than before, allowing him to realize that it was a federal fleet that was not large in scale, but amazingly fast. There was no telling where it had been hiding previously. It seemed to have directly crawled out from a hole in space. Although his military rank was major, Helion Lai did not have any specialty in commanding or leadership. He was a pure battle-type cultivator who always led the charge in dangerous battles, and he did not know the first thing about the competition of warships. However, he was still a field-tested veteran in the Federal Army, and he could tell the situation of the battle based on his own observation and judgment. His criterion was the unity of the exhaust flames of the starships. Regardless of the scale and capability of the two parties in the battle, it had almost always been the party whose exhaust flames were better organized that won in his experience. Even if the two parties were mired in a mess and everybody was fighting on their own, the party that restored their exhaust flames order would most likely recover from the chaos first and secure the final victory. This time, the exhaust flames from the mysterious fleet on his own side were not just standardized. They were almost immaculate. Helion Lu was not a man good at playing with words. Years of fighting and training had failed to grant him enough artistic cells. However, he still sensed astounding beauty from the rotation, flipping, and turning of those exhaust flames as well as the changes of their colors. Wild bees were dancing wildly, razor blades were shaving, and a wolf pack was roaring. The charge, attack, and evasion of the mysterious fleet were so brilliant that even an outsider such as Helion Lai was able to locate the weakness of the Black Wind Fleet under their guidance that was as precise as scalpel. The whole battlefield seemed clearer than before, just because of the arrival of the mysterious fleet. Helion Lai noticed that the first and second attack groups of the Black Wind Fleet had a certain distance between each other because they had been teleported in 2 goes. Before, the Heaven's Origin sector had been completely crushed, and the Burning Prairie Fleet had been too far away to stop the two parts of the Black Wind Fleet merging and regrouping. However, The mysterious fleet had crawled out at the most precarious moment for Black Swirl and lunged at the rear of the Black Wind fleet, which had not been stabilized yet and carried a lot of redundant objects. Like the sharpest cleavers, they peeled the shell of the Black Wind fleet layer after layer. Then, with their stormy bombardment, the vulnerable star beacons were all turned into fireballs. They were far smaller than the Black Wind fleet in terms of number. The firepower on board did not seem as impressive either. But when it came to the control of timing and the coordination of the starships, they were definitely the most awesome fleet that Hellion Lai had ever seen. Hellion Lai saw that the Black Wind fleet's bottom was on fire, and its head, with Black Swirl as the core, was taking a turn in fury. The enormous fleet extended 6 tentacles made of hundreds of starships, as if it were a universal octopus, trying to besiege the mysterious fleet from 6 directions. The mysterious fleet, on the other hand, was like the most cunning fish that slipped out of the circle before the tentacles arrived, swimming among the interconnected pillars of light casually. It even seemed to be roaming through the courtyard of its house. Then, it suddenly switched battle formation and began to hassle the Black Wind fleet from the external side. Like mosquitoes that could drive people mad, the starships stood in the middle of the Black Wind fleet's 2 sides and stopped them from joining each other. The swift charge, the fierce firepower, and the effective dodging made it impossible to capture, kill, or drive away the mysterious fleet. It even did not seem to be made of enormous warships hundreds of meters long, but single shuttles enveloped in bubbles. Hellion Lai did not know if the arrival of the mysterious fleet could change the whole situation. After all, their number and firepower paled in comparison to the Black Wind fleet. The best they could do was probably stall the Black Wind fleet for a moment through harassment. However, the mysterious fleet did attract the enemy's full attention. The main battlefield became the joint between the 2 parts of the Black Wind fleet. The Exos of the Imperium, who had been cleaning the battlefield, all returned crazily. The debris of the Heaven's Origin fleet where he was at immediately cooled down. Nobody paid any attention to him, or the thousands of common soldiers who had already been killed or who were still floating quietly inside the iron cans. If this was really a sign from the wretched heavens, it would be all the more reason why he should not idle by and wait for help. Hellion Lai searched the battlefield for a long time and found more medication drugs and high-energy food from the first aid boxes on the crystal suits of a few comrades who had passed away. He poured the supplies into his own first aid box. Then, luckily, he also found several jet plugins. If they were installed to his broken crystal suit, it might be slightly accelerated. There were still intact and undamaged chains, words, and vibration sabers on the battlefield, but Hellion Lai could not bear to part with the dragon-slaying sword that had followed him for a long time, but had already broken apart from the middle. After all, the enormous saber had originally been almost 4 meters long. Even though half of the weapon was broken, even though it was full of dents and cracks and might completely fall apart at any second, it could still be dedicated to a battle. Hellion Lai turned around the handle of his saber and tapped his helmet hard. He bellowed to himself, "You are Hellion Lai. You are Hellion Lai. You are King Hellion Lai. Do something, anything." Refreshing himself, Hellion Lai activated the power rune arrays and the jet units and rushed toward the area where thousands of starships were engaged in a fierce fight. Right now, he did not know what he could do. But first, he needed to come up with a quote, a gallant and blood-boiling one. Amateurs watched a game for fun, and insiders watched a game for observation. Unlike an outsider such as Hellion Lai, the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation was experiencing a storm 10 times more powerful because of the mysterious appearance of the Big Bai fleet. Under the arduous efforts of the specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, one communication route after another was repaired, and more probe cameras were reconnected. The previously fuzzy battlefield became clear again. The Big Bai fleet's trajectory of attack that was as fast as the wind and as rampant as fire was transformed into unbelievable data for all the leadership of the Federation to review. They have directly pierced through the front part and the rear part of the Black Wind fleet, causing large-scale chaos at the enemy's rear. Their own damage can't be higher than 2%. 15 minutes. In only 15 minutes, They have changed from the cone-shaped attack formation to the butterfly-shaped formation that highlights both attack and defense. Even the Burning Prairie fleet has never achieved this in its drills. A fleet of such a scale needs at least 20 minutes to change the battle formation, not to mention one that is under the bombardment of such high-intensity firepower. Is this really the Big Bai fleet? Isn't the Big Bai fleet a miscellaneous troop that was founded with carriers and space pirates? Despite years of training and education, their tactics were always guerrilla warfare that the space pirates were best at before. How on earth can they place themselves into such an immaculate battle formation in a head-on clash between major fleets? More than that. Far more than that. Look at the coordination of cannons and exos of the Big Bai fleet, and look at their prediction of the Black Wind fleet's counterattack. With their shocking sense of pace, they are taking the full initiative in the battle. There's no need to mention the organization of hundreds of starships that are almost like one. Which commander, even in the Burning Prairie fleet, can possibly have such amazing commanding skills? Is it really Bai Xuan that is commanding the Big Bai fleet right now? The incompetent rogue who was kicked out by the Burning Prairie fleet. Upon hearing that, the specialists of Starship Battles beamed with interest and started recalling that battle. The Starship specialists and commanders of all levels were mostly from the Flying Star sector. The most powerful fleet in the Flying Star sector over the past 500 years was the coalition fleet of the Sixth Sex of Heavenly Saint City. Yin Xinjian, on the other hand, was the only one who had been a commander of the fleet and who had completely destroyed it later. It was no longer debated whether he was right or wrong, but the classic cases left by the best commander of starships in the past 500 years had always been included in the textbooks and studied by the schools of starship commanding in the Federation. In the most famous counterattack of Spider Den, the Sixth Sex of Heavenly Saint City summoned all the forces of the major sects of the Flying Star sector first and established an enormous army that marched to Spider Den overwhelmingly. Yin Xinjian established his authority over the disobedient space pirates as the supreme space pirate. In less than 1 year, he suppressed all the dissidents and built the ruffians into a strong army governed by strict rules. At that time, the secret sailing routes and jump points from Spider Den to the outside world were almost all discovered and blocked. The space pirates were isolated and had nowhere to run. They were short of reliable logistic bases and factories. The number, level, firepower, and defensibility of their starships were far worse than the specifications of the Coalition fleet. The new commander of the Coalition fleet, the leaders of the Sixth Sex of Heavenly Saint City, and even most space pirates, did not think that there would be any suspense in the battle. They thought that the final battle would be fought on the orbit of Spider Den, if not on the ground of the planet. However, under the cover of a once-in-100-years cosmic storm, Yin Xinjian threw the helve after the hatchet and commanded the fleet of space pirates to bypass the main troop of the Coalition fleet and assault the logistics fleet at their rear. In the battle, Yin Xinjian's marvelous command was best demonstrated. He obviously had the chance to completely destroy the logistics fleet, but he did not. Instead, he mixed his own fleet among the enemy's supply starships, taking the enormous and clumsy carriers as his shields and barricade. In such a way, the main force of the Coalition fleet's firepower was limited to the maximum extent. Eventually, they were lured into the fiercest turbulence in the cosmic storm, and Yin Xinjian secured a miraculous triumph. The classic battle, where the weak defeated the strong, influenced the future generations for almost 300 years. At the very least, during the years when Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian visited the Flying Star sector, the Sixth Sex of Heavenly Saint City still had not entirely recovered and were unable to organize a coalition fleet of the same scale. They had to count on the grand illusionary soldiers to besiege and clear Spider Denver. The current battle was almost like a recurrence of the battle years back. After passing through the enemy's battle formation and testing their firepower, the Big Bai fleet simply dived into the depths of the second wave of the Black Wind fleet starships and regarded the components of the star beacons and the space gate as shields to resist the infinite fury from Black Swirl. Such a highly dangerous game was like a dance on the edge of a blade. When they were disrupting the enemy's battle formation completely, they would very likely be disrupted by the enemy. One moment of carelessness, and they would never be able to get out if the Guardian starships around the star beacons managed to stall them. In the past 500 years, or perhaps forever, Yin Xinjian was the only lunatic who had been audacious enough to make use of such a tactic. Even the countless starship commanders of the new Federation, after studying for 100 years, had to come to the conclusion that such a unique, insane tactic was inimitable and that it should not be copied at all. That was because such a tactic to maintain high calmness and control during a close-distance charge, thereby completely disrupting the enemy while changing one's own battle formation freely, was too demanding for the computational ability, the commanding ability, and the insight on the performance of the starships. It was so demanding that it was almost a natural-born gift that could not be earned through training. Any commander who had not reached Yin Xinjian's level would embrace their own doom if they copied his tactic recklessly. Yin Xinjian's sharpest sword can only be used by himself. It was a very popular conclusion among the starship commanders in the Star Glory Federation. But today, no, it's not a recurrence. Gazing at the sword auras on the light beam that were sharp, eccentric, fierce, or fickle, a lot of starship specialists remarked almost feverishly, "This is almost a strengthened version." It is even more impressive than Yin Xinjian's performance. In terms of both personal combat ability and commanding ability, Yin Xinjian had been one of the most distinguished people at the edge of the cosmos in the past 1,000 years. However, a lot of starship specialists and historians believe that he had never brought out his full potential or reached his own limits. Despite his immense capabilities, he had been so greedy when it came to the so-called treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium on Spider Den that he betrayed the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and degraded into a shameful space pirate from a glorious cultivator. Eventually, he had been haunted by his own guilt and even killed miserably because of mental derangement when he was trying to break into the divinity transformation stage. After his death, his soul had been attached to countless rats that mauled and brutalized each other until they gradually died off in the years that followed. That was truly a miserable ending. More importantly, Yin Xinjian had been born at a wrong time. When he distinguished himself, the 7 sectors of the new Federation were still separate from each other, and their techniques, magical equipment, and tactics could not be shared. The experts from different sectors had no chance to discuss and debate with each other, either. The competition between the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the fleet of space pirates, from today's perspective, was nothing more than a storm in a teapot. Even if one was born a dragon, one would never be able to soar into the sky if one grew up in a small pond. Yin Xinjian had been very strong, but he could have been stronger if he had been born 200 years later and grown up today when the new Federation had splendid collisions with the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and even more formidable foes. A lot of starship commanders and specialists of military history all believed so. Then, right now, an even stronger Yin Xinjian had revealed himself right before them. The glamour of Yin Xinjian's sword was displayed again, in an even sharper, more fluent, more natural, and more sorted way. Yes, it was more sorted. Although Yin Xinjian was known as the supreme space pirate, he had received the strictest education for cultivators since childhood, and he had been the most conventional starship commander in the beginning. Although his tactics were aggressive and cunning, they still had the rigidity and strictness of a regular army, which was slightly different from the style of the real space pirates who fought unpredictably and lawlessly just based on their animalistic instincts. But the Big Bai fleet before everyone's eyes had perfectly combined the strictness and aggression of the regular army and the cleverness and keenness of the space pirates. It was like a wolf in space that had been armed to the teeth. What did the Big Bai fleet go through in the drill last year? The commanders of all levels and all the specialists looked at each other in bewilderment, not having the first clue what was going on. Even Gui Chunfeng stared at Jin Xinyue weirdly. Nominally, Bai Xinjian was the top general under her banner. Hey, let me ask you, the 2 compatriots who were both transformed into humans from demons whispered to each other. Gui Chunfeng could not help but ask, "Is this Bai Xinjian Yin Xinjian's **starred son? Why didn't you tell us about such an important trump card?" "I don't know anything about that, either." Jin Xinyue did not know how she should feel. The dates do not match. When Bai Xinjian was born, Yin Xinjian had already been gone for almost 200 years. Besides, Even if he were Yin Xinjian's **starred son or true disciple, that still can't explain why he is so strong. No wonder this boy couldn't stay in the Burning Prairie Fleet for long. Guo Chunfeng sighed and grinned. I thought that he was too arrogant, but after witnessing his true capability today, I've finally realized that he was too modest. At this moment, almost 100 analysts inferred the changes in the next couple of hours based on the situation of the battle so far. The first data that jumped out, on the other hand, was the capability of the commander of the Big Bai fleet after their comprehensive evaluation. Divinity Transformation Stage. The guy who was commanding the Big Bai fleet right now had computational ability and commanding ability at least in the Divinity Transformation stage. The highest command center was caught in dead silence again. The big shots were too shocked to feel overjoyed. In the end, it was Juan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, who made the new decision. Right now, we still can't reach out to the Big Bai fleet. In any case, they have disrupted the Black Wind fleet's pace of attack and earned precious time for us. The first branch of the Burning Prairie fleet must unfold into battle formation at any cost as soon as possible and enter the battlefield before the Big Bai fleet is exhausted. Ask the 9 colossi at the Heavens Artillery to be prepared to be projected into the battlefield anytime. Everybody was baffled by the decision. The colossi of the Federation had not been deployed in the most perilous moment a while back. Right now, the Big Bai fleet had come to save the day and cast the Black Wind fleet into an organized mess. The situation of the battle had been greatly soothed. Why were the most elite and precious forces of the Federation to be projected at such a moment? The circumstances right now are different. Staring at the light beams, Juan Guqing said, while we can infer the capability of the Big Bai fleet and the following changes of the battle, the Black Wind fleet can definitely do the same. Right now, they are in a hurry to join the front and rear of the fleet and finish the deployment of a defensive formation before the Burning Prairie fleet arrives. But the Big Bai fleet has stabbed into their bones like a shining saber and is even churning hard there. I don't know much about the battles of fleets, but if I were the commander of the Black Wind fleet, this is the time that I would consider deploying my colossi. At first glance, the immersive commanding capsule and the general medical cabins were almost the same, except that the crystal cables that extended above the commanding capsule were denser and thicker. Moreover, the high-energy nutrition drugs, nervous interaction liquids, and ancillary crystal processors inside the command capsule could not be found even in the medical cabin of the highest level. Even so, when Bai Xinjiang burned his soul to the maximum and unleashed his most powerful strength, crazy bubbles were still popping up from the commanding capsule in which he was soaked, as if it were a pool of boiling magma. Unstoppable auras were flooding out of the command capsule incessantly, straightening each and every crystal wire. His telepathic thoughts, like shivering nervous electricity, spread over the entire bridge within a moment, before they moved on to every corner of Infinite Fire and then every starship in the Big Bai fleet. All the starships seemed to be attracted by the invisible electric arcs and performed delicate, marvelous attacks. Old fart, I was really fooled by you. Had I known that the mission would be so tricky, our deal wouldn't have been so simple. Brilliant sealed for 100 years was blossoming inside Bai Xinjiang's eyes. Arcs of light were sprawling with his eyes as the core. He did not seem to be in the middle of a perilous battlefield, but enjoying the most delicious meal in the world. He smiled in great satisfaction. But forget it. After all, I was looking forward to a game with the ace troops from the center of the cosmos to see where my limits were. In the meantime, the view on the bridge of Black Swirl, the Black Wind fleet's flagship, was completely different. Hylon stared at the Big Bai fleet that was jumping on the light beam non-stop, like an irking parasite, so hard that the brilliance beaming out of his eyes was even more dazzling than the cannon fire on the battlefield. The assault of the Big Bai fleet was within his expectations. When he considered the 334 possible changes of the battle, 47 involved the anomaly of the Big Bai fleet. But based on the data provided by the most reliable intelligence network, and even if the data was doubled, he could never have foreseen that the combat ability of the Big Bai fleet was so high, and their tactics were so sordid, brutal, and effective. The commander of the Black Wind fleet finally could not help but roar. How is it possible? Such a commanding ability and such a well-trained fleet are excellent even for the few most famous ace fleets in the Imperium. It would have been surprising if the Burning Prairie fleet had such a commander. Yet it is not the Burning Prairie fleet, but the Big Bai fleet. What the heck have the barbarians been doing? Are there so many redundant high-level commanders in the Star Glory Federation that even such a monster must be stuffed into a mediocre fleet? This is too absurd. What kind of weird trap is this? Or were the leadership of the Federal Army all blind? Hai Ming's pace was completely disrupted by Xinjiang. He was also an experienced fleet commander whose expertise was well above average. Therefore, after he received tremendous data and files sent by his own intelligence network and Su Changfa, he had been able to gain an insight on the tactical styles and weaknesses of all the high-level commanders in the Federation. He had even drafted more than 300 contingency countermeasures and run almost 1,000 wargame deductions before he finally decided on the assault plan. He knew the most detailed data about every high-level commander in the Federation, but never had he foreseen that he would be faced with such a Bai Xinjiang. The Big Bai fleet did not boast the capability to have a head-on clash with the Black Wind fleet. But if they were to continue stabbing and stalling, not only would the battle formation be cast into disarray, even the precious star beacons would risk being destroyed. The establishment of space gates was open and free. The lack of a few star beacons would not affect the function of the entire space gate. But if more than 50% of the star beacons were destroyed, the precision of navigation would be greatly reduced, which could have a terrible influence on the follow-up troops when they were performing a space jump. In the emergency, Hai Ming failed to find a perfect solution. Pondering for a moment, he frowned and activated 2 rune arrays on the control panel. When the strengthened command capsule slowly rose from the deck down below, 10 tiny shadows ascended on the control light beam and revolved slowly. They were the images of 10 colossi, like 10 iron beasts that were sleeping but still scratching their claws and teeth in their dream. Those were even not the whole storage. I didn't expect that our side would make use of the colossi first. Hai Ming, who was slowly soaking within the strengthened command capsule, ready to do his best, thought to himself gloomily. With such changes taking place on the battlefield, we can only count on the colossi to delay the Big Bai fleet. As long as they are stopped for a moment, our warships will be able to besiege and slap those annoying flies. Despite the unexpected factor that is the Big Bai fleet, the enemy's overall capability is too far away from ours. This war may be slightly more twisted than I expected, but the outcome is still destined. Other than anything else, in terms of the quantity and quality of the colossi, do the bumpkins at the edge of the cosmos know how to maintain or pilot a colossus? Everything is still under control. There can't be a second unexpected factor. Even if there is, it won't stop the iron hooves of the Imperium. Inside District 01 space station of Hundred Flowers City, as the silver tides of liquid metal gradually ebbed, more and more people woke up from the nightmare. They were still dwelling in the ecstasy of surviving a disaster and the trance after a prolonged dream. Of course, there was still the shock that was caused by the grand return of a renowned hero, who was the legendary. Solemnly, Li Yao typed on the virtual keyboard of his portable crystal processor quickly, his eyes beaming with insight. Countless streams of information poured down like a waterfall. His eyeballs were shivering at an ultra-high speed when he searched and analyzed the most important files without leaving any detail. He was in deep thought, glaring at the light beam and hesitating over something. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth to make the decision. Long Yangjun looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing? Did Professor Mo Xian tell you some critical intelligence, and you have come up with a whole plan of attack based on it?" "Critical intelligence, yes. A plan of attack, not yet." Without even raising his head, Li Yao continued his search crazily and replied, "I am reading the quotations and famous speeches of celebrities to prepare for my blood-boiling and soul-stirring speech." Why would you do that? Haven't you noticed that a lot of people around are waking up and even moving close to the 2 colossi? Colonel Luo's soldiers are eyeing me in a different way now, too. A lot of them learned my real identity in the Spiriters realm. This is the grand return of Vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors, at such a dangerous moment. Do you not feel that I should say something to boost the morale and fire up the atmosphere? It's not like I can just stare at everybody in silence, right? Damn it, I've lost connection again. The network here is not entirely fixed yet. Hey, do you have any experience that you want to share with me? Aren't you a lead eunuch? You must have been the one who drafted the speeches for the emperor, right? Long Yangjun took a deep breath and replied, No, such a practice is not popular in my hometown. But you were an expert in the nascent soul stage and a renowned celebrity 100 years ago. How are you not prepared for this? That is the problem, Li Yao said as if he were greatly wronged. I was indeed a minor celebrity 100 years ago, but I was an ultra-level federal hero at best. The integration with the Blood Demon sector was also quite a controversial issue in society back then. There was no telling if I did the right thing. So, my life was definitely different from right now. How would I know that they would adulate me, as if I were dead? Dominator of 3 sectors, superhero, father of civilization, and even father of the Federation. Do they have to make things so awkward? What can I say? It's not like I can just wave my hands at everybody shamelessly and calmly and say, Greetings, everyone. Yes, there's no point in keeping it a secret anymore. In fact, I am the legendary dominator of 3 sectors and the father of your country, and I have finally returned to save you. Right? Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and asked, May I laugh? You may not. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Help me think about what I should say. This is truly embarrassing. Look, everybody is crowding. Wait, the few guys there are even holding flowers in their hands. They're not offering the flowers to me, are they? There is a solution. Looking at Li Yao's belly, Long Yangjun observed. Why don't you keep your mouth shut and just continue singing with your abdomen? List all the patriotic songs of the Federation from the past 500 years and sing all of them in a row. Then, you'll have all the vibes that you want. Li Yao glared at Long Yangjun. Then his eyes caught a dozen shadows that were flying in through the airtight gates, which made his face change greatly. Cr*P. Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, and the rest of them are here. It is indeed not very promising for me. Long Yangjun raised her eyebrow and remarked, unmoved, I believe that the experts of the ancient sages sector, who have been tricked and kidnapped by you, and who were almost killed by the extraterrestrial devil, are greater trouble than your passionate, adoring fans. Although they are behind me, I can almost sense their burning fury right now. To be honest, if I were in their shoes, I would definitely feel like slashing you in half right now, too. Li Yao grew anxious. What do you mean by tricked and kidnapped by you? Didn't we do everything together? Is that so? Long Yangjun smiled. Then she suddenly furrowed her brows and burst into fury. Grabbing Li Yao's neck, she yelled, Well played, Monster Li. I didn't know that you were vile enough to deceive all of us. It's great for you now. Your scheme worked out. We were played for fools. We pissed off such a formidable enemy as the extraterrestrial devils for no good reason and made them a mortal enemy by stopping their shocking plan. Most importantly of all, the secrets of the ancient sages sector were exposed. Even if we do not want to mess with the extraterrestrial devils anymore, those haunting ghosts will not let go of us. After they seize the Star Glory Federation, the ancient sages sector will definitely become the first target to be savaged by them. Neither the Great Qian dynasty nor the Dark Cloud Prairies will not get away. Now, the people of the ancient sages sector are left with only 2 choices. If we don't want to become the puppets and slaves of the extraterrestrial devils, we will have to join hands with such an ass**ol like you and eradicate the remaining forces of the extraterrestrial devils. This is exactly your aim, Monster Li, isn't it? You were too cunning. Li Yao blinked hard. Well, I suppose so. Calm down, don't be rash, and listen to your explanation. Long Yangjun's shrieks echoed in the clouds. Are we not calm enough right now? Had I not been telling me calmly and rationally every second not to be rash, and that nothing could be helped even if you were dead, I would have cut you into pieces and boiled your dirty, filthy guts. Explanation? What explanation do you have for bringing such great trouble to us? What we want is not an explanation, but compensation. Whatever rhetoric you may have, Is it even possible for you to compensate us with the national power of the Federation? Right. It seems that you are truly F*** capable of that. But so what? Do you think that we will be fascinated? The people of the Ancient Sages sector have our backbones. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, and the other experts landed near the two of them, raising undying airwaves. Other than Yin Liren, all the experts of the Ancient Sages sector were gloomy, apparently demanding an explanation. Sword Maniac Yin Liren, on the other hand, stared at Li Yao's slightly protruding carotid artery with great interest. Fellow cultivators, you've come at the right moment. Without looking back, Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth. Monster Li is indeed too sordid. He planned such a great trap and lured us into it. Now, what's done is done, and regret is useless. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. We would have joined the Imperium if we'd known it in advance. Well, if I may offer some correction, Li Yao said carefully. Even if you joined the Imperium, you wouldn't have escaped from the disaster, either, because the extraterrestrial devils have also set up traps on the Black Wind Fleet side. Also, if it weren't for us unraveling the scheme by accident, it is very likely that you would have been trapped in the Spiriters' realm forever, unable to free yourselves. Technically speaking, whether you chose the Federation or the Imperium, the battle against the extraterrestrial devils would have been inevitable. At least, we still have hope right now. Cut the CR**P. Who are we? Long Yangjun continued shouting. How is the battle between the Federation and the Imperium, or the battle between them and the extraterrestrial devils, related to us? Do the life or death of the soldiers of the Federation army and the common folk mean anything to us at all? If we are really pissed off, we will wash this place with blood, leaving no survivors behind and saving the Imperium and the extraterrestrial devils the trouble. Do you really think that we are harmless chickens? Master Bitter Cicada, don't you agree? Master Bitter Cicada could only step forward and say, Lord Wang, let's be lenient wherever it is possible. Those ordinary people are all innocent. It is unnecessary to vent our fury on them. Besides, we are indeed in a subtle situation right now. Let's hear what Master Spiritual Vulture, Master Li has to say first before we make the final decision. Long Yangjun sniffed and finally released Li Yao's collar unwillingly. She then glanced around in confusion and asked, frowning, Fellow cultivators, why are your souls so disordered and your flames of spiritual energy mixed with a lot of impurities? They are the memory pieces of the ordinary people. Master Bitter Cicada sighed and said, those are the fundamental materials of the crystal turbulence deep inside the Spiriters' realm. When the Spiriters' realm collapsed, they were melded with our souls, allowing us to see, sense, and remember the lives of thousands of ordinary people of the Federation. The feeling was indeed quite weird. Even the souls of nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage experts are having trouble absorbing all of them in such a short amount of time. The fellow cultivators here are all a little bit, Are you not uneasy at all, Lord Wang? Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. Then she immediately replied, Yes, of course I am. I'm having such a headache right now that thousands of little people seem to be fighting inside my brain. This is all Monster Li's fault. What do you have to say for yourself after pulling us into such a tragedy? Speak now. Long Yangjun glared at Li Yao. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector looked at Li Yao aggressively too. The soldiers of the Federal Army who had fought with Li Yao just now, including Colonel Luo, looked at Li Yao. Thousands of common citizens of the Federation who had just escaped from the Spiriters' realm and woken up from their nightmares looked at Li Yao, full of expectation. The colorful, blooming flowers of souls around all shook slightly and aimed their dazzling pistols at Li Yao. The entire District 01 space station fell silent. Everybody held their breath and waited. A drop of cold sweat leaked out of Li Yao's forehead and zigzagged down his swollen face, reaching his lips that were slightly trembling. That's right. It's true that I deceived you. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao made up his mind. At first, our stances were not clear. The Federation and the Ancient Sages sector did not know each other very well. Yet the ancient sages sector boasted so many unparalleled experts such as yourselves. Which one of you does not have the capability to turn an ocean upside down? Naturally, I could not expose my identity and bring unexpected danger to the Federation. I believe that you can certainly understand me, right? Later, after you came to the Federation for investigation, it was perhaps the best opportunity for me to confess my identity. There should have been any need to lie to you anymore. But in my defense, I didn't keep it a secret intentionally. It was not a carefully planned scheme or a shameless trap. I was just a bit selfish back then. That's all. I thought that if the Star Glory Federation could demonstrate the most perfect side to you and tempt you into becoming a member of the Federation willingly, I could then confess my identity. Yes, I also hoped that the Star Glory Federation would have become an impeccable country after 100 years, a paradise that was harmonious, unified, strong, and bright, not plagued by any problems. Who would refuse such a paradise? He stammered a little bit at first, but after a few words, and under Long Yangjuan's furious glare, Li Yao gradually got the hang of it. His back was straightened, his eyes were glowing, and his voice grew louder and louder, until it was rolling inside District 01 like surging tides, involving thousands of people in his magnificent aura. The three saints and four rapscallions were all cast into silence and deep in thought. But I was wrong. Perhaps I was too simple-minded back then. Li Yao smiled bitterly. The Federation today is not perfect. It is even more imperfect than the old Federation 100 years ago. The scale and population of the Federation have greatly expanded. Technology and techniques have made significant progress too, but during the expansion and progress, more problems have been revealed. There are geopolitical conflicts between the 4 new worlds and the 3 old worlds. Because of the conflict of interests, different parties fight and argue with each other hard despite the same banner above their heads. The leaders of the Federation, such as Jin Xinyue, are not perfect people who are completely unselfish and absolutely righteous. While defending the Federation, she and they are also working on their own plans amid power struggles. The old interest groups have not completely collapsed yet, and new interest groups have quietly crawled onto the stage. Moreover, a lot of people in the Federation believe that the advancement of technology is the solution to all our problems. They created the game Civilization and the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus, but it never occurred to them that Civilization and the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus would become the best weapons for the extraterrestrial devils to attack us. The Federation has so many messy problems. Even I myself am not as brilliant, glorious, and invincible as my propaganda. That's all fake, bullsh*t that has been exaggerated and montaged as a result of all the deification movements. So, faced with such an imperfect Federation and imperfect self, how should I persuade you to join it, build it, and defend it? I never found the answer, and I never had the courage to tell you the truth because I was scared of your eyes of disappointment. Yes, this place is not a dreamland. It cannot give the ancient sages sector a path that is completely guaranteed to lead to a bright future. The so-called dominator of 3 sectors and all the descriptions are indeed a great scam. So, what can I possibly have to say for myself? Li Yao paused for a moment. Then, 2 sparks suddenly exploded inside his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, one word after another, "Fellow cultivators, I cannot come up with any explanation. I only want to tell you one last thing. However imperfect the Star Glory Federation is, however much trouble and darkness it may have, however many stains have tarnished the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag, and whatever plans the big shots such as Jin Xinyue have in their minds, it is not important. I am not fighting for the unsubstantial name of Star Glory Federation. I'm not fighting for a weightless flag. I'm not fighting for the interests of the influential big shots and the leaders of the Federation. I only want to fight side by side with them, as well as the billions of people of the Federation, to protect our home and family, and to struggle on to the end of the boundless sea of stars. Nothing more. More. The Federation is imperfect and even utterly deformed. Even I failed to anticipate that so many drastic changes, some good and some bad, would take place in only 100 years and reshape the world we live in. The Federation today is not the Federation 100 years ago. Jin Xinyue today is not Jin Xinyue 100 years ago. And even Vulture Li Yao is not the real Li Yao from 100 years ago. Clenching his fists, Li Yao waved them like batons and boosted everyone's emotions. Not just you. Even I sometimes feel slightly disappointed and lost, not knowing what myself and the Federation will become in the mysterious, unpredictable, hazy future. However, a moment ago, when all the people of the Federation sang aloud, burned their life and soul, and blew the sh*T out of the extraterrestrial devil, it suddenly occurred to me. However, many changes have happened to the Federation that make it unrecognizable. Certain things that are hidden in its deepest part remain the same and will never change. Therefore, in that second, I told myself to forget everything. Whatever the Federation has become, and whether or not I am the one everybody believes me to be, I will still fight the bloody battle to the end. I am not fighting for Jin Xinyue, not for the title of Dominator of 3 sectors, not even for the Star Glory Federation or the Rising Dragon of the 9 Stars flag, but for the people who are living right below the flag. Besides, I know for a fact that when I am protecting them, they are also protecting me. When I look at them, they are also looking at me. I will never abandon them, and they will never abandon me. This is the whole significance of my fight. As Li Yao roared desperately, the ice in the atmosphere was broken. Countless people recalled the soul-stirring, gratifying scene in the Spiriters' realm that they had just experienced. It was perhaps the most hot-blooded 5 minutes of their entire lives. Yes, however many problems there might be, this place was their home, and their families were right behind them. They protected and looked after each other. They trusted and supported each other. No matter how vast and boundless the universe was, could anyone find a better reason to fight than that? The 12 angry experts from the Ancient Sages sector were the most eye-catching existences in the space station, like 12 mountains that rose high into the clouds, when their flames of spiritual energy erupted like volcanoes. But without them knowing it, the aura is spreading out of the thousands of ordinary people and low-level cultivators congregated into a magnificent ocean of clouds. Although it was still impossible for them to suppress the mountains, they had indeed surrounded the intimidating experts. Everybody stared at the 11 experts from the Ancient Sages sector, their eyes glowing with strength that those experts had never seen before. They were all slightly overwhelmed. In the Ancient Sages sector, low-level cultivators would never have the courage to directly look at the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators. When a nascent soul stage cultivator burst into fury, the land of 100 square kilometers might be burnt to the ground. The low-level cultivators often wasted no time kneeling on the ground, shuddering in fear, not to mention the common folk who were nothing more than ants. What exactly? Although the thousands of ordinary people did not pose an actual threat, the flames of spiritual energy from the experts of the Ancient Sages sector were still shivering softly. The memory pieces that splashed out when the Spiriters' realm collapsed gradually sank into the deepest parts of their souls and became inseparable parts of their lives. Do you see everyone's eyes? Do you feel the strength of the people? Staring at Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators, Li Yao stepped forward and opened his arms. Think about the folks in the Ancient Sages sector. Cultivators are occupied in their conspiracies and internal fights, and the ordinary people are emaciated, ignorant, and submissive. The whole world is murky. There is not the slightest brightness or hope. I have one question that I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, Han Beiling, Zhu Zhongyo, Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Qi Changsheng, Wang Shi, Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Wan Mingzhu. Nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators like you are either kings and generals or renowned, unparalleled experts respected everywhere. Ostensibly speaking, your position and power have reached the peak. There is barely any room for you to make any progress. But let me ask you, when you saw your disciples who had their own plans to deal with each other, when you saw common folks who were bags of bones, and when you saw soldiers who could be both as brutal as wolves and as cowardly as dogs, Did you really feel that governing such a bunch of people was what nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators should do? Did you really feel that the hollow praise and the eyes of fear gave you a strong sense of achievement? Did you feel satisfied and happy hiding in the depths of the dark nebula like tortoises and blatantly stomping on the people who were treated as ants until your eventual doom? The series of reproaches made the 11 experts from the ancient sages sector even more furious and agitated than before. But however agitated they could not eclipse the brilliance that the thousands of people around were spraying out crazily. Look at the people around you who just fought side by side with you in the Spiriters realm and, to some extent, saved the high and mighty nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Were they not brave enough? You would have been screwed. Liao put all his concerns aside and shouted, "Look at them carefully. Watch their eyes, their noses, and their mouths. Every one of them is glowing. Do you not want the people of the ancient sages sector to grow into real, meaningful humans just like them one day? Even if you are really emperors, kings, and generals, is it really a feat worth being proud of to govern a horde of puppets, wolves, and ants? Come on, live up to the strength of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. You did not train yourselves so hard to what you have become today to hide inside the dark nebula and bully the weak in silence. You can do this. You can really ignite yourselves and the ancient sages sector, rip apart the entire dark nebula, and let the ancient sages sector and the people in it emanate the most dazzling brilliance among the 3,000 sectors and in the next 10,000 years." Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot and all his veins bulged out. Powerful air masses were spurting out of every pore on his body. Joining with the auras of thousands of people of the Federation, they were like an overwhelming tsunami that could even block the sun. Even the high mountains built by the 11 experts of the ancient sages sector were dwarfed by the tsunami. Li Yao seemed to be holding an invisible longsword in his hands whose edge was deeply hidden in his heart. One step after another, he walked toward the experts of the ancient sages sector. Even sword maniac Yin Liren swallowed hard, unable to find a way to dodge the attack. Lord Wang was right. With everything coming to this point, an explanation would be utterly useless. Li Yao's eyes were as brilliant as lightning as he stared at the 11 experts from the ancient sages sector in the eyes. Holding the invisible sword in his right hand, he slowly raised 2 fingers with his left hand and said, "I don't want to waste any more time talking. Now, I'll give you 2 options. Firstly, give the Star Glory Federation, as well as the Ancient Sages sector and yourselves a chance. We will accomplish something great together that nobody in the entire universe has ever done before. In the name of Vulture Li Yao, I swear that whoever decides to fight side by side with me will be my lifelong brother. From today on, whenever you or the Ancient Sages sector runs into any trouble, the Star Glory Federation and I will help you resolve it even by pouring the fury of the entire sea of stars, exactly like how you helped us today. Secondly, if you are unwilling, it doesn't matter. The Star Glory Federation will not beg for help. Outsiders in the Federation are our honorable guests. I may, however, ask my honorable guests to move your buttocks to the side. Don't stand in our way while we are busy saving the world." Li Yao's roars completely boiled the thousands of soldiers and citizens. There was no telling who started at first, but the rumbling voices soon congregated into a strong wind that could even blow over the universe. "Long live the Federation! Long live the Federation! Fight and march forward, Federation!" Countless people moved toward them enthusiastically, not fearing that they might be burnt by the flames of spiritual energy from the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators at all. Thousands of hands were extended to Li Yao, trying to raise him high on the shoulders and turning him into the sharpest edge on the dazzling saber. The 11 experts of the ancient sages sector gaped at Li Yao, looking at the passionate crowd around. They had mixed feelings in his heart and could not tell whether they were angry or jealous. Yes, they knew deeply that no matter how high their cultivation was, even if they were in the divinity transformation stage, the void refining stage, or even higher levels, they would never enjoy the gazes that Li Yao was soaking in that day, furiously passionate gazes in the ancient sage's sector. The exclamations from the bottom of their hearts were for Li Yao. The support they offered without considering their own lives was for Li Yao too. Behind Li Yao was an entire federation. Behind them, the ancient sage's sector was hidden deep inside the dark nebula and could no longer be seen. Do you see this, fellow cultivators from the ancient sage's sector who have come after a long journey? The eyes of thousands of people seemed to have condensed into glamorous armor around Li Yao and filled him with an invincible aura. He gestured toward the experts from the ancient sage's sector again, and his eyes were tougher and clearer than ever before. The Star Glory Federation needs your help. I'm sincerely inviting you to join us. But our life is the same even without you. The future of the Federation will not be decided by a few nascent soul stage cultivators or divinity transformation stage cultivators. Whether you decide to fight with us or simply idle by and do nothing, and even if you stand in our way, it will matter little. In any case, the people of the Federation and I will stride forward and fight the bloody battle to the end. Regardless of whether we live or die, we will make the choice on our own.